to go. But really, it's just all mental. You got to go paddle, look down. It's just a straight, steep drop. Go over the ledge and just ride the wave. Try your best. If you choose the right wave, then you can get the best wave of your life.
Catching a wave at Pipeline during the regular season when it's crowded versus when it's just you and 4 guys out is the biggest difference. And I feel like the pressure's more on versus when the crowd is there. Like, you got to obviously jock for position with the crowd, but there's not too much time to think. Versus in the contest, you're paddling, no one's paddling for that wave for you. It's just you. You know, you're kind of like, okay, like I got this thing, I'm going.
Watching your best friend ride the wave of their life, it's almost more rewarding than yourself. I've ridden a lot of good waves in my life, and now to see my friends ride, that's what this event's about. You know, it's about everyone going out there, everyone charging, everyone riding the best waves, but also everyone coming home. You know, there's no like wanting people to fall. You want to see people ride waves to the best they can. You want to see people claim waves and let their excitement overtake, and that's what this event's about.
Being in this contest, it takes away 90 people in the lineup. You're just surfing with 4 of your good, close friends, and you're basically hooting each other in. Wave comes, you're kind of nervous, but you want it really bad. It doesn't matter. You're going to put your head down and go, and you start paddling, and then it almost feels like a vertical water slide drop from the top to the bottom when you get a late one. But man, if you could pull it off, it feels so incredible. And coming up off the bottom, you pull up and you go, oh yeah, the barrel throws over and you're just in this big cave and you're trying to navigate to be not too deep, because if you're too deep, you're going to take a heavy wipeout. And the goal is to execute the wave as well as you can and get spit out into the channel. And I don't know, there's something about it. It just fires me up as a surfer, and I just want to go back out there and do it again.
We always have to honor the fact with our surfboards, our surf trunks, and our leash, and we're surfing. It's the photographers, the cinematographers, the water photographers. Hey man, my hat's off to you guys. Amazing job. We work hand in hand together and they never get thanked enough.
You got a bunch of warriors out there, you know, trying to get the best possible video and footage and pictures ever of you. And it's kind of the dream scenario. You show up at Pipeline, there's photographers everywhere, and you just go out there and do your thing. And sometimes you get some of the greatest photos of your life.
We've all seen it, you know, Pipeline, you get one shot, you're on the cover of Surfer Magazine, you get one clip, you win Wave of the Winter. You know, you ride the right wave out here, it will change your career. It really will. You know, it's like one wave can change everything for you, and that's why the connection between everyone is so strong out here. There's so much power because we all know what this wave is capable of doing, not only for yourself, but for your career.
Every year we see crazy wipeouts, and it's astounding really in a lot of ways that more people don't get injured when you watch the commitment that's a part of what goes on out there. So, you know, the Water Patrol's been an amazing part of the event that's always ensured the safety, and while people have been injured, we've had those crazy wipeouts and crazy injuries, never lost anyone. Water Patrol's always been there to save the day, and the other surfers, and everyone comes together in those moments of rescue that need to take place.
None of these events would be possible here on the North Shore without Hawaiian Water Patrol, and that's the bottom line. You know, last year I was knocked out unconscious, and Nolan, Kealana, these guys pulled me up on the beach like a dead body. I was covered in blood. I was on a stretcher. My kids are looking at me, you know, like that's Pipeline. It's Beauty and the Beast. You know, you can either be in the beast or you can be in the beauty. And I've been on both sides of it, and it's no joke. It's as real as it gets.
This event isn't like any other event. We're in memory of Duke Kahanamoku, but we also honor all kinds of different disciplines, not just the pro shortboard team and individual. We also have the Duke Kahanamoku specialty event where we honor the best longboarders that put in their time here at Pipeline, also the stand-up paddlers, and then this year, amazing 8-man with some Wahine body surfing final.
It all comes together with Duke and what he did for us as Native Hawaiians. So we are happy to incorporate that into the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And we have some of the best watermen and women in the world here in Hawaii. So what better way to showcase them?
But He'enalu can be on your body surfing. He'enalu can be on a longer board, a shorter board, a stand-up board. You know, it's just a form of expression on the ocean. You come here, and you take part in something that our ancestors created. And I think that's what's so special about our event, is that we aim to perpetuate something that our ancestors created.
We're a grassroots kind of organization, right? A lot of the contests that go here on the North Shore are backed by big corporations or big companies. So we always need the support of the community because we try and give back a lot to the community.
There's actually 3 events at Pipeline, and we have the Pipeline Pro, which is a WSL event. We have the Vans Pipeline Masters, and then we have DaHui Backdoor Shootout. And for me, this event represents the best surfing of those 3 events because people come to this event with a warrior spirit, mate. They know that DaHui, which is a traditional group of ocean-loving people who are the locals and the OGs of our sport and our culture, when they put on this event and people come to this event, they know what's expected of them.
This is really not a contest. This is a cultural event for all the people of Hawaii to come out here and surf on this big stage. People who are up and coming in the surfing world, we give them a chance to go ahead and perform.
It gives all the guys that don't really get to compete in like a WSL event or championship tour event to showcase our talent, and we look forward to it every year.
Being a part of this event gives you the opportunity not only to surf the world's greatest wave and to win one of the world's greatest events and be respected universally for your efforts out here, you've also got that opportunity to change your life.
Aloha. We are now going to open the backdoor shootout with pule. I ask all of you to lend your pule and your voice. To all of our He'enalu, mahalo for being our moho, our champions. to celebrate the ancient Hawaiian sport of surfing of He'enalu. To the Hui Ohana, mahalaluia oko for always holding the line, for making it strong and making it kanaka and making it Hawaii. To the Royal Order, mahalo for representing our ali'i, Kamehameha, and all of his genealogy and all of our ali'i who have walked these lands and who have led us and who continue to lead us from the spiritual realm. Mahalo ia oko for being the physical representation of our ali'i ohana.
Ino na moe moe ya na puno huno huna hau mea he mu oia. Kaniko aha umaka i ore. Manu o kai. Yaba a pelele u alele mamala. Anu o uka amanu o kai. A kaui ka malama a pai kula. Yaba anui, yaba a kioloa, yaba a peleu, ale manu o uka, manu o kai. Iwi pole na a kauka hoku, a kaui ka malama a pai kula, a mama uanoa.
You know, our opening ceremony is very important because that is the way you set the foundation, you set the pathway of how your event is going to take place.
To ask before you take, to honor those that came before us, to put out into the universe the chants, the oli, and thanking those that set the tone for us and perpetuating our culture.
This year was the best opening ceremony I've ever saw in my life. It brought me so much joy and happiness. I was just, wow. And it was such a magical day. I'm getting chicken skin right now. It was just the hula dancing, the chanting. We had the royal order. We had all the kings from each part of this island.
Their heritage runs all the way back through history and time to the ancient kings and queens of Hawaii. That's a powerful part of it, the part that they bring, the hula, the music, the dance, the whole thing is, it gives you chicken skin. You stand there and you know you're watching something that's super special. And every year, it's the part of the event really that sets the scene for what's about to take place out here at the world's most famous wave.
This is not a surf contest. This is a cultural event.
This is the most intense wave in the world, is right here. More people have died surfing pipe than any wave on Earth, and that kind of says it all. When you're out there, it's a very tight and compact peak, and you know, it's not like other waves that spread out. You're sitting shoulder to shoulder with your other competitors or people you're surfing with, and when the wave stands up, you can hear the crowd whistling, cheering, clapping. It really, being on the beach, you hear the waves and feel them breaking, and we're literally just a couple hundred yards from the peak of Pipeline.
Pipeline is like my favorite place in the world. I was born and raised right here. My family has been here for years, and their love for it has like made me truly like fall in love with it too. And I just find my most happiest place out at Pipeline.
Really what it takes going over the edge. It really helps when, like, if you're in a shootout heat, you got all your friends there and they're cheering you on, telling you to go. But really it's just all mental. You gotta go paddle, look down. It's just a straight steep drop. Go over the ledge and just ride the wave, try your best. If you choose the right wave, then you can get the best wave of your life.
Catching a wave at Pipeline during the regular season when it's crowded versus when it's just you and 4 guys out is the biggest difference. And I feel like the pressure's more on versus when the crowd is there. Like, you got to obviously jock for position with the crowd, but there's not too much time to think. Versus in the contest, you're paddling, no one's paddling for that wave for you, it's just you. You know, you're kind of like, okay, like, I got this thing, I'm going.
Watching your best friend ride the wave of their life, it's almost more rewarding than yourself. I've ridden a lot of good waves in my life, and now to see my friends ride, that's what this event's about. You know, it's about everyone going out there, everyone charging, everyone riding the best waves, but also everyone coming home. You know, there's no like wanting people to fall. You want to see people ride waves to the best they can. You want to see people claim waves and let their excitement overtake, and that's what this event's about.
Being in this contest, it takes away 90 people in the lineup. You're just surfing with 4 of your good close friends, and you're basically hooting each other in. Wave comes, you're kind of nervous, but you want it really bad. It doesn't matter. You're going to put your head down and go, and you start paddling, and then it almost feels like a vertical water slide drop from the top to the bottom when you get a late one. But man, if you could pull it off, it feels so incredible. And coming up off the bottom, you pull up and you go, oh yeah, the barrel throws over and you're just in this big cave and you're trying to navigate to be not too deep, because if you're too deep, you're going to take a heavy wipeout. And the goal is to execute the wave as well as you can and get spit out into the channel. And I don't know, there's something about it. It just fires me up as a surfer, and I just want to go back out there and do it again.
because it's day number 3 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout presented by Keiki Bungalows, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. I'm Rocky Cannon. We got Ezra Rodriguez over here. Up first will be Team Japan, but before we get started, we're just watching some of the morning poo-poos of the warm-up sessions.
Woo! Beautiful, Rock. As we started this thing off last week, Saturday, we had 4-day pause. We went Saturday into Sunday with the Duke specialty event, right on into the main event. On Saturday at 11:30, check in, let's go. So our surfers, Brother Lime, Yamamoto from Team Japan, they'll be coming up right now, but right here, right in the first off, they're surfing the third round, third day of competition, so very exciting. Pipeline has showed up. There's backdoor full-on pipeline waves, not as close intervaled, so the surfers, they're really liking what they're seeing, Rock.
Hey, and before we get started with day number 3, we still got a time before we start heat 1 of day 3. We're going to take you back to the showing always a historical and cultural reverence before we get this Hawaiian event started. Check it out.
Pule. I ask all of you to lend your pule and your voice. To all of our he'enalu, mahalo for being our moho, our champions, and to celebrate the ancient Hawaiian sport of surfing of he'enalu. To the Hui Ohana, mahalaluia oko for always holding the line, for making it strong and making it kanaka and making it Hawaii. To the Royal Order, mahalo for representing our ali'i, Kamehameha, and all of his genealogy and all of our ali'i who have walked these lands and who have led us and who continue to lead us from the spiritual realm. Mahalo ia oko for being the physical representation of our ali'i ohana.
Ino na moe moe ya na puno huno na hau mea he mu oia. Kaniko aha umaka I ole. Manu o kai. Yaba apelele u alele mamala. Anu o uka amanu o kai. Akau ika malama apai kula. Yaba anui, yaba akioloa, yaba abele uale manuo uka manuo kai. Ivi pole na akau ka hoku, akau ika malama apai kula. Amama uanoa.
Sun just peeking over those two mountains right there, and all one same range but a little valley looking over Sunset Beach Elementary School. School's back in session, bro. Christmas break is pow, and it's back to work, back to school. It's back to work for us, Ezra. I'm Rocky Cannon. We got Brother Lime spotting for Team Japan right now, and we're just a few minutes from getting underway. Rocky Cannon, Ezra Rodriguez, Lime Yamamoto, Team Japan. We got Shinpei Horiguchi coming up, Ryaru Ito, Riku Matsumoto, Shogo Harada, and Shohei Kato.
Yeah, excellent performance by these guys. You know, we always talk when Team Japan touches their toes in the sand, the waves absolutely light up. Sunday was big and unruly as they surfed from Saturday into Sunday, and now we got perfect pipeline and backdoor. Rocky.
Yeah, we had a few days off. It was pretty big, some westerly, northerly winds, mixing it up, jumbling it up. So we took a few days off from the backdoor shootout.
4 days.
But we do have still some time before we get started. We can show you some highlights from day number one. We had great performances from our longboarders and our stand-up paddleboarders. Let's check out that package and bring you back for more live action.
Big time. Performance, Dino Miranda.
Yeah, we're jumping in right here.
Champ into the back door. Quick, sneaky one. And oh my. Oh, Pili.
Yeah, always a steady performer. And, you know, he's itching for that first longboard backdoor shootout victory.
Yeah.
But it was the Young Bucks kind of taking it to the task this year. Mananalu, defending champ, finished runner-up. And then it was Mr. De Soto taking the win. And look at this stand-up paddle action. Just such a difficult task getting in these barrels. I think that's Anthony Maltese.
Good one.
Getting the wave of the final right there. That was epic. Nicely done.
Oh.
And some gnarly carnage.
First heat of Saturday right there.
Yeah, this
Oily,
was
beautiful
going
pipe
back
conditions.
to way back to last Saturday, almost a week ago.
Rodiger, amazing performer every year. He almost got.
See his leash on his front foot. The bugger can go switch stance.
Oh, that's right. He was kind of. I was wondering.
The bugger's bistantial, as we say.
I love it. I noticed that. That isn't fun when you step on it and you go switch stance.
Yeah. Back to live action. We are just mere 3 minutes away from the start, and we're looking at the lineup here. So we've shuffled around the order of surfing. Today we are going to run 2 rounds. I mean, the waves are firing. The swell has dropped. The winds have clocked back around to trade winds. So the recipe for amazing rides is all just getting set on the counter right now. You know, before you make a meal, you get all your ingredients. You start putting them out of the spices and herbs out of the shelf. You pull whatever you need out of the fridge. We're kind of setting the table with all of these ingredients that are going to shape up to be a banger of a day number 3.
They're going to have 4 surfs by the end of day number 3.
So here's the order. We got Team Japan first, and these will all be 30 minutes. 8 heats, 30 minutes, divided by 2, that's 16 heats, so we're just going to fit perfectly in the 8-hour window.
Yeah, we are.
And it'll be Team Japan first, the North Shore Surf Shop Ohana second, Volcom in third, the defending champs, and then 96712 in heat number 4. New Earth Project will be heat number 5. Team Peru, heat number 6. North Shore Boys, NSB, will be heat number 7. And then coming up right around that midday portion will be Snapped 5. And then we'll start back at the top of the order.
At the top. That's exciting. You know, you get to, as a surfing fan, you get to watch the world's best at Pipeline over and over again as they get comfortable and they start elevating and hitting some levels in barrel riding. But hey, Lime Yamamoto, Team Japan, who do you think's going to take the first wave of the morning here?
I think
yeah, I mean, you got a lot of helmet in your Japan legacy. You know, these guys were all born with, they're ready to go. Very exciting.
Hey, before we get started, I want to say thank you to our sponsors, of course, Keiki Beach Bungalows, just down the way here from Pipeline. If you're coming out to Hawaii, no matter what time of year, it is a beautiful place to stay with
Look at it over
awesome
there.
service. It'll be off to your right-hand side of your screen right there. Just a little bit around the corner, heading towards that big rock shelf over there. That is where Keiki Beach Bungalow is located. You can hear the pounding surf, so soothing. And in the summer, it is just a beautiful swimming beach. I want to say mahalo to White Claw. Also, North Shore Club, a community by Arete Collective. And if you notice going on over there, they're removing a lot of invasive species and are going to restore with native plants. So thank you, North Shore Club and Arete. And White Claw, XL Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Hawaii Volcanic Water, and Namenihune Umi Kumaono. And you see Team Japan's lineup right there. Shinpei Horiguchi, Ryaru Ito, Riku Matsumoto, Shogo Harada, and Shohei Kato. So we'll see if these guys are going to show us something. Look at these beautiful conditions. Backdoor opening up. We could see the textbook maneuver of a backdoor shootout.
Taking a dig.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh,
what a way to start. I mean,
good morning.
That reminded me of the old school Surfer magazine. Right in the middle would have the cartoon.
Oh, my gosh. Rob.
Not to say he's a kook or anything, but Wilbur Kukemeyer would have these crazy wipeouts, and that was reminiscent of just like Spread Eagle taking the plunge, Hawaiian Water Patrol. Got to say mahalo to our boys on the jet skis
Big
and
time.
the rescue sleds.
Here we go.
Oh my gosh!
early morning, happy Aloha Friday, flogging.
Oh, bruh, who needs a cup of coffee
No.
when you can just go over the falls at Pipe and get rudely awakened?
He's good, Rock.
Riku Matsumoto-san.
Beautiful.
Oh,
Kicking out with
bruh.
enthusiasm. These guys are on. You guys just came to shoot out of everything. I like.
Bruh,
Let's go.
give that Riku Matsumoto a rainbow shave ice.
Big time. But you know, his buddy right there, Shoho, that guy, good morning. He is up and he is ready to
look at this
perform.
one. Some waves are just
28.02.
so perfect this morning. And you know, the cool thing is that we're seeing great waves right now, and if we know Pipe, we know when the sun comes up, trades start to hit it, it's only going to get better.
Oh, yeah, Rock, look at this. As these guys are going to position.
Oh, that was beautiful by Riku, just posing in the morning. I love that style, the enthusiasm. How old is Riku? 19, so still a teenager.
Woo.
He can't even buy Asahi yet, but or buy White Claw yet, but the bugger can get barreled at Pipeline early in the morning. Very well done, Riku.
Yeah, Riku, and shout out to the White Claw, Ohana, Ross, Kuehu, and June Yamamura. Super stoked to have you guys. And Hawaii Volcanic Water is going to be keeping us hydrated.
Yes, sir.
Rock, shout out, prayers, and love, and aloha going out to everybody in LA.
Oh, my gosh.
And Hawaii Volcanic
Water
Water
connections
is there trying to get as much water as they can up there. And, oh, man, guys, hang in there. There's the beautiful morning backlit hood right there.
Yeah, just the heavenly beams of sunshine coming down onto the pipeline. I'm going to write a poem here pretty soon. Ryo Ito with a late drop, and then he slides in and comes out.
Oh, good
Team
morning,
Japan
Riyadu.
getting it started. Ohio gozaimashita.
Oh, yes. Hey, this guy, he was leaning on his front foot. Like, he could have almost went into the wave, but he held it perfectly. And what a nice ride.
So steep.
Steep right there.
Oh, steep, deep, and underneath. They needed that little highline exit.
Yeah.
That one was not a perfect, gaping exit point. It had a little fold at the top. So
Good adjustment with his body, though.
Nice negotiation there.
Yeah, Lime, what you think?
Yeah, charging.
You favor the backdoor or pipeline, or you like them both together? Mixed plate, stir them up.
I like sunset, off the old, backdoor, pipe and backdoor and off the old, but sunset too. It is so like danger and
Yeah? Keeps your heart rate up, huh?
excited.
Roger that. Oh, Rocky, Lime, look at these beautiful waves. We have so many waves on offer. You know, this is the only contest of its kind. It's an 8-team format. They're also surfing to win as a team, but surf to get the individual prize purse. And last year's winner is Billy Kemper, and he's pulling these waves apart, Rock, this morning.
Yeah, and team win last year goes to Team Volcom. We're chilling in the Volcom house alpha right now, so mahalo to Volcom for the hospitality, and we wish you guys all the luck again. But it's going to be a hard-fought battle as everybody will be making moves
big time
today.
They're coming up in the third heat, Team Volcom.
Yeah, we could see. This could be the kind of day where everybody's scores from the previous 2 rounds.
I love it.
Just get scrapped and become throwaways because there are 10s, 11s, and 12s on the board today. Remember, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We not only kick it up a notch when we wait for the best conditions, but on the scoring scale, we go up to the 12-point scale because some waves are just even better than 10s. And 10 is the more conventional sign of or score of perfection. But here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, we get stuff that's even more perfect.
More perfect, more better. And, you know, some of these teams, Rock, we've been watching a lot, you know, like Team Peru on Sunday. Some teams on Sunday with the grueling waves and the close intervals and massive swell, they had to change it around. These guys really do want to get some more waves under their belt. There's a couple guys, not with zeros, but they definitely want to get into the excellent range as we got kind of a crooked pipe wave coming here. We're going to see if Team Japan goes. Oh, no.
Off the board. under the whitewater, bailing. There's still remnants of the super huge surf.
I see it, yeah.
That had come through from basically from Sunday to yesterday. So another round of high surf warnings for 5 days straight. I feel like it's been a very active winter in the North Pacific.
I feel that
bringing
way,
us, larger than normal big swells for this kind of going into a La Nina season. But whatever it is, keep it coming, because we love the big surf, and we love having a lot of opportunity.
We love the wrap, too.
To ride these waves.
I know all of you guys.
And the west side, east side wrap, all kind of action.
Every little nook and cranny we grew. The novelty waves out on the Kailua side. Wow.
Accessibility on Oahu is part of the reason I think it's such a very desired surf destination. I mean, there are great waves all around our state. The Big Island has some amazing surf. Shout out to Cousin Che and the gang over there. They was getting some good Kauai high, and then Maui obviously producing plenty good surfers. Choke waves over there. We were shooting Peahi the other day for Rogue TV as we see a little look at the beach getting cut away.
Team Japan,
all
that's
these
Ohana.
Big waves. It's kind of setting a little arena-type seating right there for the beachgoers that are going to show up today with the declining swell. We should be, having a little more seating area down there.
Yeah.
But there's still some big sneakers that are coming through.
Yep, and here we go. They're going to get in position as these guys all kind of line up around the same place.
And then, Molokai got some waves. Lanai has a couple little spots, but, and then Kauai has tons of good surf. Accessibility kind of tricky, though, getting around different parts. So Oahu, when we get big swells like this, it just wraps everywhere. And
there's moments.
Just such a
special
great
moments.
way to spread everybody out, too. When you got 1 million people, it's nice to get everybody spread out.
Mr. Lime, you familiar with any other islands in surfing? Or just here, Oahu, the gathering place? You got it.
What's your hometown in Japan? Shizuoka. I've never been there before. Okay.
Yeah.
I've been to Chiba. I've been to Izu. Okay, cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Shimoda. Yeah.
Shout out to Japan out there. Shout out to everybody tuning in Japan. Sumitomo Legacy. Aloha, guys.
And then on one trip I went there. I went to Nijima. Yeah, it was so cool.
So
we're just getting word. Lime, his microphone is a little bit testy at the moment, but we are getting him for our spotting, so that is going to be crucial, having Brother Lime here help us to spot.
Yeah, mahalo, Lime.
Just naming some spots over in Japan where we've been before, and Lime's given us some info, but you guys couldn't hear his mic, but we are going to hear his spotting. Okay, who we got here? Riku. Okay, Hanaho for Riku Matsumoto. Come on.
Beautiful double pump into a sheer cone. Got a little tight for him, but, man, he was on his way. Good line.
Yeah, that one extended so far down the line that, his only hope was try to get as many pumps as possible.
Or break out.
And good drop, did everything right, did everything that he could do to get in that barrel. But as we panned and followed it and tracked him along the way, just far too fast down the line for Riku.
Inside, beautiful.
I know. Gosh, you get, it's almost like you're trying to accelerate your vehicle, but it's like missing a piston's not firing, and you're like on the LA freeway, and all the traffic's just flying by you, and that's kind of like what it's like when you get in a barrel like that. You're like, man, I'm going as fast as I can.
Yeah.
And this semi-truck just blew right by me and spun me out. Yeah. So Riku getting overtaken by that pipe barrel. Great effort, however, and he'll make his way back out.
As you guys can see, once these lip lines fall, it just starts imploding. And the surfer, what they're trying to do is stay in front of that foam ball, because with a lot of that backwash we see in rock throughout the week, that thing can also come up, and it just changes the whole dynamic. It makes the pipe wave clam.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the beach being cut away is helping to minimize that backwash we saw early in day number 1 and day number 2.
It's not rolling back
all that
anymore.
big swell is kind of clearing out some of that sand that was on the inside, kind of bubbling over that little sandbar close to shore. And then also the beach itself has been pushed back a little bit, so helping with alleviate some of that backwash. But Ezra, you're so correct about when a lip curls over and breaks, from the outside and from the beach view, we see the big explosion of water shoot out towards shore.
Yep.
There's just as much shooting back in to the surfer. So you're right about, the one you see on the outside, explosion, and Ezra pointed out the one inside, the implosion. There's so much water that's coming back inside the barrel. It is really hard to negotiate.
The barrel is alive, my friends. Barrel riding is the most sensitive thing in surfing.
Yeah, it is what all surfers, beginner to advanced expert, look to achieve, is to be inside a wave and then be one with that wave when you're inside. There's nothing that can duplicate or explain that.
Takes years.
And
even if you think you got barreled and then you go and check your GoPro, brada.
Check the tape, bro.
Oh, yeah, it takes years to get a proper barrel, my friends, but it is golden.
You know who's been really doing a cool thing for folks to get that feeling is Raymana Van Bosselaar at Kelly's Surf Ranch. We've been watching some of those clips and getting so stoked on.
He is an amazing surf lesson, bro.
Yeah.
You don't want to go and you want to lay down like great. He'll just pick you up, readjust you, throw your knee, lift your chin,
put your foot right there,
and send you in the tube.
Well, that's the advantage of consistency of a repetitive wave, which has become the new phenomenon, which I think is cool in a lot of ways because it brings surfing to so many people that would never have a chance. But there will always be a place for the natural phenomenon that we're watching here. Yeah. That is Mother Nature on display at her most amazing potential. And while we hang out for a second for live action, we're going to watch some replay and highlight action from Team Japan that we'll talk you through.
Day 1, day 2.
And check it out. That was an unruly day, and Ryaru Ito just able to somehow get in there. That's Shohei?
Yeah, Shohei. He had a good one. I remember that one. Kenji
this
off the
backdoor, just valiant attempt. Who is that?
Bob.
That's Kenshin. Okay. We're not seeing him today, but Kenshin Matsunaga.
Shinpei. That thing went viral.
The boom heard around the world.
Yeah, boom. I can't believe his leash plug is still in that board.
I can't believe his neck is still on his shoulders.
He's been smiling. He's been smiling since Sunday after that. He's still out there.
Oh,
beautiful.
What a great ride. Oh, my gosh.
And he went over the Warble Rock, which was awesome. He
was really getting loose and then calibrated everything.
Good line.
And it's almost like you hydroplane for a little bit when you're driving on the H1 in the rainy weather we had. And then, you recover. You get a little squirrely, but then the wheels set again.
Re-engage.
That's a really nice feeling.
And Lime, I think that is team captain Shinpei Horiguchi, the furthest out, right? He's the furthest out always. Yeah.
We're confirming that. We still don't have audio for Lime.
I feel that.
But it is really helpful to have him here pointing out each surfer because, as we said, another original, unique thing about the Hui Backdoor Shootout, we don't wear the colored jerseys.
Nope.
We allow the surfers to showcase the sponsor they want to have on their wetsuit or in their rash guard, or if they want to go skin, that's all good.
Yeah.
But the Hui Backdoor Shootout adamant in this team surfing, especially to allow these surfers to get shots, pictures for their sponsors.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And we talked about it in the previous days that a lot of these surfers, they'll have maybe a salary contract, which is guaranteed, or maybe also have in there photo incentives. And so if you get your picture in a magazine or somewhere where there's a lot of views, you do get compensated for that. So a lot goes into kind of putting your eggs in the basket and trying to make a living as a pro surfer in a couple different ways. Shogo Harada. Oh, and Shogo couldn't quite get the rail set, looking a little shaky on the takeoff, and pays the price. I don't know how many yen that cost, but that looked expensive.
Yeah, that wave wasn't going to factor in, but beautiful vision, beautiful line he drew through that thing. As his teammates are going to go back out.
Yeah, maybe, I think he did better on the exchange coming here, so his price wasn't that high. But oh my gosh,
real late.
Just so lucky not to get hammered by the lip. He
Big
barely
time.
got under it.
He's like, I'm not going to do shinpei. I'm going to pull up.
Oh my gosh, it was like you
pulled
got
up
a
his
huge
plane wing.
snowstorm on your roof, and then you just like tap the eave, and it all comes down. You just barely duck under it.
Yeah, this is our Hawaii winner that you guys are watching, the Bonsai Pipeline here in
the
Oahu.
weather looks just
It's so cherry rock all the way down to
right
Turtle
now.
Bay. All the way down to Turtle Bay.
So we had a little, and we're also, just hearing reports on Maui that there's some school closures and things. That front that kind of went through Kauai the previous days dropped some rain on them. Kind of missed us a little bit. We got a little here and there. I was kind of prepping around and making sure my chickens were dry, making sure, the kitty cat's taken care of and the dogs. But we got a small kind cannon farm going on over there by VLAN at our house. But
and I'm hearing about the egg thing. And there's a lot going on in the world right now.
So our egg carton is full right now thanks to our little silkies that are producing. But, we were preparing, and then it looks like it swung around and missed us a little and then smacked into Maui. They had a couple school closures, some power outages.
Oh, wow.
So
you got family. You got your family up there.
Some rain and wind over there on Maui. So we're thinking about you guys as well and just getting through the little low-pressure front that swept in, and we're enjoying just lovely conditions. The glassy, no really wind yet as we take a look around at the foliage, especially the coconut trees. Those are the Hawaiian North Shore weather indicators, and pretty still in the area. So we're going to enjoy that while we can, and if it does ruffle up a little bit, it'll be trade winds that'll be blowing, so that should be conducive for still very excellent pipe conditions.
What time does that want to show up?
Yeah, maybe as the sun kind of starts warming things up, moving air around, that'll be in the next hour or so, I'm thinking. But look at this right now. Action live in the water, 8 a.m. start. We're just right now at 8:20, so 10 minutes remaining. You see the clock ticking away on the top left of your screen.
10:14 left.
And
these guys, their third surf, they've done pretty good already. So, right now, these guys are going to be able to surf 2 30-minute heats today. That is the plan. So.
Yeah, we'll be through 4 rounds.
Yeah.
And,
there's the winner of the Eddie Aikau Invitational, Landon McNamara, North Shore Surf Shop.
Four-fin setup.
Quad. These guys really are looking for some bigger scores. They've had some unruly heats. They had a slow heat Saturday and a massive heat on Sunday that they had to thread the needle. So there wasn't giant scores, but there was some serious man up and handle your stuff kind of day.
For sure.
So Landon is looking to get on the scorecard along with his brother Makai. So.
Yeah, we've kind of seen all kinds of conditions.
That's what I love about this contest. It's a gladiator contest. No rules, no flag. Let's just get it and do the best surfing we can possibly do.
Yeah, no timeouts.
Yeah.
No stopping the clock.
No stoppage. The clock should have stopped for Jamie O'Brien on Sunday. That guy put in some immortal man to get out of that big those whitewaters rock. And I'm 8 to 10, easy. 15 footers on the head.
I want to say mahalo to Hawaiian Water Patrol, as always, doing really stellar water safety for this DaHui Backdoor Shootout. And, you know, any one of these waves could be the one where it turns into a, you know, code red, condition 5, as we say in lifeguarding, which means, you know, no pulse, no breathing. We could see just, you know, cuts and lacerations, obviously. So being on top of every situation is why we have Hawaiian Water Patrol out there and our medical staff on site as well. Dr. Leland Down, the crew. And
guys are always here, even
checking
when they're
these
off
conditions.
duty.
Oh, wow. Look at this wave.
Wow.
Come on, somebody.
Shinpei, he really going shopping with 750. Ryaru up and riding again, Rock. Here we go. Double grab.
Oh, beautiful. Ooh. So much spit. I love when I love when the spit can make you disappear even from the side angle, you know, looking into it. And how about this zone media coverage of this event with the drone land shot that we're seeing now, and then the water footage on board with Hawaiian Water Patrol looking in has just been really flawless.
Wow, beautiful read.
There's the land cam angle.
Spit helped him out, too, cosmetically with the score, and he got a nice little turn and went for a straight air.
Yeah, looking for the burial. I call it going in the barrel, and then coming out and boosting the aerial. Two of surfing's most amazing feelings, being in a barrel, as we talked about earlier, just one with the wave inside. And then the next coolest feeling to that is being above the wave, looking down, flying over it. So you talk about combining surfing's two most dynamic maneuvers right here at Pipe. That is what I've coined the burial.
Oh, big time. And these are the kind of conditions you're going to get to see some heavy pipeline beasts come out of the tube and do huge gouges, big snaps, big floaters, maybe a rock and roll floater from Mason guys later. Big backside steez air. I love it. And I love when they land it. You know, they don't need it when they come out of a Pipe 10. But something about, why are you leaving that little extra on the side, Rocky?
Precisely,
You never left the extra on the side. You cut it.
You're kind, bro. You maximize everything.
You know.
It's like when you're grinding a local moco,
him.
Grinding a local moco. You don't even leave that couple elbow macaronis, bro. You grind them all.
Your Uncle Shin, he needed 4 more strokes to get that 5 more yards. But, this guy, he don't want a late takeoff again. Let me tell you. He's been smiling, though, since that wipeout. This guy, I love watching him surf every year. Last year, he made history. He took Ocean Paddler TV GoPro, and we were in the barrel with him right from the live booth. Remember that, Rock?
Yeah, that was just
that was cool.
Something that was quite groundbreaking. Looking at Backdoor, looking for the textbook title event wave, the Backdoor Shootout.
You never need that one, but good read.
I like also that, you know, there's all these events at Pipe. The Pipe this, the Pipe that, Pipeline this, Pipe. I love the Hui going, you know what, I'm going to flip the script a little bit.
Big time.
Go Backdoor.
Backdoor.
The Backdoor Shootout.
But they've been shooting out at Pipe throughout the event, too, but I got you.
Yeah.
One-of-a-kind, prestige event, just designed. These guys have been sidelined through life always, you know, and we honor Duke Kahanamoku, somebody that's always, you know, never said much, just gets put on the side of things. And, these guys are in this event because they put in their time here, just like our brothers from Peru and right here, Team Japan.
It's all about action. It's all about
camaraderie,
your performance. You know, you can talk all you want about the wave you got at Backdoor, the wave you got at Pipeline, you know, but like Duke, it was more about the action, more about, you know, the display of talent and skill rather than talking about it. So these guys all have produced so much action over the years that they earned this invitation.
They've been doing, and Duke got to be proud to see all these guys in the lineup. And just
we
surfing.
got 4 minutes now.
Plenty time with waves approaching. Shinpei sees it.
Yeah, we've seen some keepers for Team Japan. There's Shinpei just kind of in another realm out there.
Yeah, he's got yards to paddle on his teammates.
Here's Shogo
Shogo.
Harada.
Backdoor rock.
Oh, come on, Shogo. Oh, this wave not shaping up for Shogo, but looked good on the takeoff.
Beautiful.
Kind of had to take a chance and explore that one. Got in it so nice and easy that it was
an
worth a shot.
exploratory ride. You never know, though, what you're going to get. Oh, here we go. He's going to the back door. Oh, he was almost just last minute. This is just a rippable one. He's going to kick out of this one.
Yeah, the last two waves at backdoor not shaping up. We've seen some gems if you can be in the right spot, but a little crumbly on that one. And you see some of the trade wind starting to just come off the top of the waves a little bit.
Yeah. You could tell that Horiguchi, he didn't like what he's seen right off the takeoff because he headbutt and looked to the left. He wanted to see what Pipe did, and then he's like, no good this
Yeah,
wave.
anytime you're not laser focused on a single direction at Pipe or backdoor, you can tell it's going to be a marginal wave.
So up and over this little medium one on the inside. Hey, you guys, happy Friday. If you guys are watching from your laptop, you're going to get through this day.
Yeah,
Shout out to all the hard workers out there.
Mahalo. And if you show up to the beach, make sure your boss is not a surf fan if he called in sick.
Oh, yeah, he's like over. You walk right by him while he's sitting on the beach.
Or he's watching, on the screen because we will be showing the beach crowd every now and again and getting some live shots of the folks watching here with their toes in the sand.
And we ordered more merch, Rocky. These shirts did so good with Soren's logo in the back. Amazing logo placement, everything. They're going to be at Ehukai with hats, shirts,
nice.
New sizes, so you guys go get them. There should be some stuff online, too. Go check us out, DaHui.com.
Re-upped the supply of merchandise for you guys. So
and shout out to OGA, making us look sharp all the time. Brother Tim and Keala.
Oahu Golf Apparel, so comfortable
Big time.
and stylish.
Oh, yeah. You want to look sharp, look super smooth.
All right, just about a minute.
Ooh, nice stall. Oh, with
That's
the
Shohei.
knee. That was beautiful surfing by Shohei. The wave wasn't a dynamite, blow your mind kind of wave, but just beautiful. As he shoved his knee through it, we'll see the replay of that. 52 seconds, though, you guys, remaining in this first round of the day.
All right, looking back door.
Shinpei.
And there he goes. He's in it.
He is in it.
Still going. Nicely done.
Woo, drag hand. He's got to love that. He's going to come in on that one. Yes.
He just wants to
pure stoke.
One to come out of.
Ryaru.
No way. Oh,
makes it.
Wow.
First goofy foot backdoor wave of the event. That is a
that
wow.
was a backdoor shootout.
Hey, let's just tell Lime right now, Lime Yamamoto, Team Japan showed up on day 3, and you guys are acting up. Shooting out of some beauties.
Shinpei, Ryaru, Riku, Shogo, and Shohei showing up.
Oh, and that was it. You guys
Heat
heard the horn.
1, Team Japan. Nicely done. Not always easy to be the first heat straight away in the water. And we're going to take a short break here. We'll be back with more action from the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Just like that. Come right back. We'll see you soon. The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Let him back tag it, and then we'll.
Hey, welcome back, Ohana. My name is Ezra Rodriguez. Welcome to day number 3, Surf. Third round. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, along with Isaiah Walker. How you doing? Good morning, brother.
Good morning. Aloha.
We got Pipeline and Backdoor and a beautiful scene from Zone Media's drone. Oh, the backlit. And North Shore is about to heat up, Isaiah.
North Shore Surf, Ohana, Ayala Stewart, Makai McNamara, Landon McNamara, the Eddie winner this year.
Woo!
We also have Steve Robertson, Legend Chandler. So, amazing lineup.
Oh, excited.
And, bro, Ezra, when I pulled up this morning, I saw the waves and I was like, oh, man, it's firing.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's on. It's big, but not too big. Like the past few days, you know, some of those third reefers would come and keep our athletes on their toes.
Your hood must have felt good. You
Bro,
could tell.
We won't talk about that.
It's beautiful today. I tell you.
Been having some great waves. Check out this replay. This is the first wave of the heat. Looks like Makai McNamara. Saw this one live. He pulls in here, stalls, gets shot out. It's the opening ride for Makai McNamara.
Gets the job done. Well-ridden wave.
Oh, live action.
Oh, nice. Didn't get anything out of it, but got us some feet in the wax. Here we go. Up and riding, landing with the huge fade. Goofy foot bottom turn and gets totally covered up and comes out with the spit. That was a well-ridden pipe wave with a fade, Isaiah.
That was beautiful. Landon, of course, the McNamara family, no stranger to Bonsai Pipeline. His uncle Garrett, big wave pioneer at in Portugal.
Oof.
But Landon having a great year.
Great year. You know, part of that legacy, too, his dad. You know, these guys, Liam McNamara, you know, amazing pipe surfer from the 80s right into the 90s.
And he was one of the first guys to really rock the helmet, you know?
Yep. He was raised around some heavy pipeline local guys, too. He put in his time.
I never thought about that.
Yeah.
The helmet is more than just for the reef.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Replay. I think that was Robertson.
Yep. Stevie. Not so little anymore. And that was nice by Landon. So, yeah, there's Team North Shore Surf Shop. You can find them in Haleiwa. If you guys are coming out, it is a beautiful day on the North Shore.
It is gorgeous, and the swell is slowly on the decline, which is good. We've already seen in the first heat some actual backdoor waves. So for our viewers who aren't aware, when a surfer is catching the wave and they go to their right, so while we're watching the screen to our left, we call that backdoor. And if they're going left, that's what we refer to as going to pipeline. And interestingly, backdoor was not really an option for some of the early surfers in the 70s and stuff. You had Jerry Lopez and others that was just strictly going left, but now we have riders going to the right, backdoor.
Just a quick predatorial investigation by Hiala.
I mean, and there are a lot of, I guess you'd call pioneers of surfing backdoor. One that definitely stands out in my mind is Dane Kealoha.
Big time.
So Dane Kealoha, Hawaiian surfer, competitive surfer, really good professional surfer, surfed on the tour for many years, and he loved mastering the backdoor. And here we have Eala showing us how it's done. Tries to slow down. That drop was so steep that it gave him a little too much speed, was unable to wipe off that speed to get in the barrel.
Yeah.
But
wasn't
job.
A throaty one, but nice. Yeah, back in those days, must have been a guy, he was trying to go left. He accidentally went right, got so slotted, shot out, kicked out, made it back out to the boys and said, guys, I would love to re-see that,
Right. I mean, there's, there are guys, many others that stand out, too, of going backdoor. One of Goofy Foot I think of is Marvelous Marvin Foster.
One of my favorites.
And he was really innovative with what we sometimes call the pig dog, drop knee, like grab rail, dragging your body in the wave to slow down. Marvin Foster was excellent at going at backdoor and with that pig dog style. But Dane Kealoha, if you want to check out some really cool old films, watch the Wave Warrior series.
Wave Warriors, yes.
And you'll see.
Iconic.
If you go further back, some other films I recommend is Style Masters, which is hard to find. I think you'd have to go to some library on VHS. Hopefully somebody digitized it somewhere. But you'll see stuff from the 70s. This from 75, 76. Which was the era when the Hui Backdoor started 50 years ago. We're celebrating
50-year anniversary. Yes.
But really cool to look at the surf on the North Shore 50 years ago. Style Masters is one of my favorites. And you have surfers from Australia and others that are in that film. But my favorite is at the end, the highlight reel is of Buttons Kaluhi Okalani.
Love it.
Originally from Waikiki, but Buttons...
Hawaiian
Popolo.
Yeah.
And brother was a master at
style,
barrel riding, and innovation.
Right? Him and Mark Liddell and their crew were innovating. They started doing some things that were a bit different.
Here we go. Looking at this one, looks like Legend Chandler.
Oh, yes, the Chandler Ohana. No joke. These guys are forged by the Pacific to do their thing. Legend.
Mark Liddell, he made a lot of good surfboards over the years. One of my first surfboards that I purchased was from Mark Liddell.
Island Energy, or before
Bobby
that label?
Kahili hooked me up with him and he used to have a company called Locust for a little while, and then it turned into wave riding vehicles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's some history.
Here we go. Legend.
That classic backside.
That's what we're talking about with Marvin Foster, dragging the knee, grabbing the rail. Michael Ho, of course, was one of the best at grabbing
had
rail.
A real good one too. 3-prong, just in there, holding it, almost like you wanted to have him take his body out of the back door, but he would come out.
And Michael made that grab rail even more famous with the broken arm, the cast.
Oh, the cast! You could just
wearing
see
the cast
that thing.
and grabbing his rail. It's funny. I broke my arm around the same time. I was a little kid.
Yeah.
Broke my arm. Fell off a roof. Kind of long story, but
smokes!
But I remember being so stoked that I could have a cast, and it was on my left hand. I was goofy foot, so I could do the same rail
Driving
grab.
your parents
I was
nuts.
almost stoked that I had a cast because I wanted to be like Mike when he grabbed the rail.
So you just went straight up soggy cast. Oh, I hear we got the boss lady, and thank you. Mahina Chillingworth is down there with our surfer.
Might be Mahina Maeda.
Oh, Maeda.
There we go. We got a bunch of Mahinas.
Aloha kakahiaka. I am Mahina with the beach cam. I have Shogo Harada from Team Japan, and he's from Okinawa, Japan, which is super similar to the climate here in Hawaii. Shogo, 1本目の波は 8.88 で Day1 で乗れた波だからどういう気持ちですか？
今年でシュートアウト3年目でずっと決めることができなくて悔しい結果が続いてたんですけど応援してもらっている方たちのおかげで波に乗ることができて本当に感謝の気持ちと嬉しい気持ちでいっぱいです。
19歳でこのシュートアウト出れることってそれでカビカさんとかチームキャプテンどういう気持ちですか？
そうですね、やっぱデイビッドさんがこのチームジャパンの枠を作ってくれてで鎌田さんがこうやって今年もシュートアウト出場のチャンスをくださってそのおかげでやっぱり自分はシュートアウトに出場できててでやっぱデイビッドさんがチームキャプテンっていうのは本当にとても心強いことだしもうこのシュートアウトに出れることに本当に感謝の気持ちでいっぱいです。
ハワイで何年ぐらい来てますか？
初めて来たのが15歳なので今年で4年目ですね。はい。
じゃあ正吾の英語ってどんな感じですか今？
My name is Shogo Harada, and I'm from Okinawa, 19 years old. I like sashimi.
Well, there you have it. We have Shogo Harada from Team Japan. He has the top score, 8.88, and we're loving his English. So let's hear some Pidgin and Hawaii go.
Hawaii go. Mahalo nui noa.
Okay, thank you guys, and back to you guys back up at the booth.
Wow. Hey, that
Awesome.
guy was up on the live tower with us. You know, he was watching Team Japan's first surf, and his 8.88 is still standing strong. Yeah.
Okay.
I just heard on the interview, and, you know, I can't speak full Japanese, but I can understand very little. But you can tell he was telling Uncle David Kavika-Stant, thank you, Yala. Up into the hood, good read.
Beautiful.
Went high. There was nothing else you could do but get all Iala Stewart over it, and he did it. Smiling. There you go, boy.
Oh, and I don't know if you've seen these are the new Oakley helmets. I've tried them on once.
I would go bike path with my one wheel.
It looked like a bike helmet, but the bugger comfortable.
Looks amazing. Looks aerodynamic.
Stalls it, pulls up high, gets over that. That's such a smart read of the wave.
Right?
Very technical because oftentimes at pipe, the barrel, as we saw now, and it'll kind of go high, and it'll kind of get clamshelled and pinch on the end. But Ayala did a great job of starting low and coming out high. So
you seen it. It was on his way to taking his heel rail. I mean, you know, like we were talking about earlier, the implosion of the lip. These guys are trying to go with the rhythm a little bit behind where the lip falls to kind of backdoor it. You get more of a significant, deeper barrel, and you disappear in front of our judging panel. So when these guys go underneath the falling lit, they're adjusting and contorting their body so that they can make it out with the spit or before the spit. Sometimes you get double spit like that young man in the longboard, Mananalu Chandler. And,
beautiful.
Yep, you got the Chandler legacy out the back there. Landon McNamara with a beautiful read in the beginning. Mackay with a nice pipe wave. And, these guys have beautiful 16 minutes still remaining in the heat. If you guys are just tuning in looking for jerseys, this is a jerseyless heritage contest. No contest like this in the world where our surfers get to surf 4 to 7 times as a team but try to win a huge prize purse as an individual. The Backdoor Shootout. The only contest like it. Brother Isaiah, what we talking about today, my friend?
Lots of things. We can talk about several things. I like that we were talking about surfing in the 70s and 80s with some of the innovation. I think that's an important point I like to make is that innovation is part of the development of culture. And sometimes people assume that, especially in cultures like Hawaii, for example, where it has ancient roots and genealogy and mo'olelo and such, that we like to put the culture into a box like a museum, right? So and museums are great, but something important to and this is why surfing, I think, and especially at this event, is so important and so awesome, is it's celebrating the development and the innovations to culture. So while we're talking about surfing in ancient times and they rode different types of boards and so forth, today, even though we're riding fiberglass or EPS or different types of materials that make surfboards, it's still a part of that tradition that we know as He'enalu. So we're talking about guys like, for example, Michael Ho and Buttons Kaluhi Okalani, Larry Bertelman, so many others that were a part of this what we often call the shortboard revolution.
Yeah.
Ben Ipa, Eddie Aikau, and some of the others who were in that era when surfing was becoming, some different terms for it. Today we call it like ripping or just high performance surfing. Back then they'd say hot dogging and a variety of different things. And and so I guess that's one point I want to make. We talk more about like surfing in the 60s, 70s, 80s, even to the present. It shouldn't be compartmentalized as, well, surfing was Hawaiian then, and now it's, because it's innovative, it's no longer tradition. It is still tradition. That's what I love about the Hui He'enalu, like the backdoor shootout and their opening ceremony, where you bring past and present and future.
Right.
You were the one that said past, present, and future. I love that.
But you
bring
have
that
to
together, connect them.
Yeah.
So when you have surfers riding, pipeline today, and even though Ayala Stewart, for example, is wearing a helmet, right? Or the Hawaiian Water Patrol uses a jet ski. It's still a modern take on a traditional art form.
But I hope, with new coming surfers and stuff, they make the connection with the past.
Right.
Take a look at the past. Take a look at who came before us and pave this amazing way, because this is, not just, now you're looking at it as a sport, but to us, it's like a connection with the kai and a full-on lifestyle.
Right. And I believe when you do that, when you come with especially to Hawaii, you come to Hawaii in the North Shore with the perspective of respect.
Right.
And so if you respect kind of tradition and our kupuna is another way for those who came before us, you learn to appreciate others and maybe won't be so self-centered or focused on your accolades, but more so see yourself as part of this legacy of a beautiful tradition that we today called surfing or He'enalu. And I think it adds to being a participant in that community of surfing.
But having a good perspective, too, and coming in humble. I got you.
Right. So, 11:50 on the clock. We've had a few waves coming through, and I think we're going to see a lot more backdoor wave action today.
I think so, too. I think we might even see Landon grab a backdoor right now, as Pipe was favoring a little bit, but there is some pipeline backdoor waves, and here we go. A different degree of swell hitting them right now.
There, a good example of bringing old and new together is in the story of the Eddie Aikau. Landon McNamara talked about how when he won the event that apparently he felt drawn to these honu or turtles, which is interesting because the same exact thing happened to Clyde Aikau in the 1980s when he won the Eddie event at Waimea Bay. Tells the story where he also felt drawn to honu, or these honu is Hawaiian word for turtles, and Clyde Aikau mentioned that he felt like he won the event because he was drawn to follow these turtles that were sitting way out. And I think really intriguing that the same experience Landon had, where he says that he felt drawn to follow these turtles and apparently led him to the winning waves.
That's awesome.
If you watch him though on his highest scoring wave at the eddy, I mean the guy whips around under the
hood. I know, but that's part of
Waimea.
Vertical. That is the vertical rut in Waimea. You know, there's only a few ways in, and Landon, you know, his performances at Massive Sunset, you know, they don't go unnoticed. Massive pipeline. But we also got them from the previous days as we started Saturday into Sunday. And this is day number 3, Aloha Friday.
Yeah, day number 2 had some wild ones. There's a beautiful dragging.
Oh, big hefty one. Here's another angle of it, trying to get underneath that hood to get some scoring capability.
It looks like Eala Dala pumping on the foam ball.
Ooh, over the rut and into the hood, just disappearing right there. How's this beautiful traverse over some huge chop? Eala into the pipe cone, getting a nice vision. And Eala. So he's got some beautiful scores.
Eala's got some great
out
scores.
of the pack. And now Landon McNamara. And back to live with some amazing waves approaching as we shoot out on day number 3, surf number 3 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, brought to you by Keiki Beach Bungalows. And let me tell you, over in front of the bungalows is a beautiful misty morning. And they got some shore break too.
We got right there. We call that the second reef.
Yeah,
when it breaks off the first reef.
Exciting.
Not if you're that guy.
Yeah, who was that? Yeah. Oh, drug back. This is a good, you know, as surf fans, how far do you get pushed back? Not every amazing athlete gets under the duck dive.
Yeah, when I first showed up this morning and watched, well, there were like 50 guys out in the lineup just, you know, surfing before the contest started. And right about the time when they were going to call everyone in, this set came through. And, man, just watching people have to bail their boards under these massive waves. They're breaking right on you. I just felt really glad that I was on the beach watching.
Not a way to end your morning surf session on Aloha Friday.
Just watched everyone in, too. It was like, I guess the ski doesn't have to come out and chase them in.
Couple guys texting in, yeah? At work. Oh, by the way, I'm not going to make it today. I just got stretched out.
Oh, by the way, you calling in now?
Huh?
Calling in live.
Yeah, you just reminded me. I'm going to have to just text it in. What's up, State Ohana? I know you guys are working hard. To my brothers out there and the ladies of the state.
Right on.
I won't be coming in. I'm going to be talking about my surfing lifestyle, and my apologies because we're about to inflict amazing aloha and excitement and dance on this floor as we've seen our next door neighbor here at the Volcom house. And thank you to Volcom, born in 1992, is Bellaram Stack. He's ready to go, and they'll be coming up later on. So, not huge scores from Team Japan, but, you know, getting up into the excellence is Ryaru Ito with an 8.38.
That wave was... That was a backdoor wave. That was incredible.
Sick. It was.
And, you know, the wow factor that we always want is when you don't think they're going to come out. And there's a moment where there's complete uncertainty because that wave, that backdoor wave, we're talking about that last heat with Ryaru, he was gone. And the wave was barreling, and he was nowhere to be found. Everybody's just praying, like, come on, come out, trying to will it to happen.
Yeah.
And sure enough, poof, he came out with the spit. So that was our best ride of the day so far.
Yeah.
8.38.
And like that 8.88 from Saturday, too. So Team Japan, they're on their way. And Team North Shore Surf Shop, a great third surf already for them.
And thank you for joining us on this beautiful morning. Hopefully you're watching us. I don't know. It's still Friday. Aloha Friday, we often call it here in Hawaii. And hopefully your boss doesn't see you watching the surf while you're at work, but we won't tell anyone.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the salt is making everybody happy. All the broken salt. It's been awful big up here.
Oh, pulls into this one.
Not really going to go
unfortunately
anywhere
too deep on that one.
Stevie.
He was going left from the right.
You know, a lot of these guys are getting back from Pe'ahi, too.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys have just been, it's been a kind of a busy winter right through the January. So,
yeah, it's been pumping.
pumping.
all of December, January. We've seen peahi going off several different times. Yeah, you're right. I saw
Old Hood
Stevie
is
have
also
some insane ones.
going off around Big Island. These guys must be frothing our surfers from the Big Island. There's all kinds of rap everywhere. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, it's great when we have lots of waves. And I don't want to give too much away, but while we were on break for the event here, I was scoring some waves in some of my less popular spots.
Yes.
And it was
Don't go
really
over there.
fun. Really
it's no
fun.
good. Yeah, and then, you guys got to go check out the Turtle Bay North Shore Club Community Arete Collective for all the great things they are doing at Turtle Bay, like preserving open space, restoring native plants across the property, protecting the shoreline by extending the restoration efforts of Kahuku Point. And, yeah, really stoked to have you guys on board along with Keiki Beach Bungalows. Mahalo.
Oh, look at this one coming through.
Oh, exciting. Let's go.
Hopefully our surfers are in the right spot for these waves.
The drone is just set up right there.
Makai McNamara drops down, stalls, pulls in the barrel. It's going to come out. Yes, sir.
That was legit there, Isaiah. That was a pipe cone with the airdrop floater.
Behind him, looks like Monalalu Chandler.
Yeah, legend.
Oh, excuse me.
Pin dropping, but man.
No wonder
these
I was
two brothers,
stuttering.
it's
With
hard.
the wrong name.
Yeah,
That's why I was stuttering.
These two guys, they look like twins, but Mananalu is the younger brother. I know some of you guys ask. And
he was in the longboard division.
Yeah,
He got
but the
place.
kid is so talented. He might not be in the longboard division. He might need to make decisions. And for some of you guys that are looking, like we got New Earth Project. You get guys like Kai Lenny. Here we go. Makai. That was legit. That's going on his score line. But guys like Kai Lenny, injured. Legend. Threading one. Nice.
I'm glad you clarified. So Legend is the older brother.
Yeah, but these guys, as they're so dynamic in different kinds of disciplines in our surfing, like Kai Lenny likes to do the stand-up, all these guys in this event need to pick one. You're either in the main event or you guys are in the stand-up or the pro longboard. So the younger brother in the pro longboard, but he is an amazing shortboard, above-the-lip surfer, and barrel rider, and part of the Bonsai Pipeline, the new Pipeline posse.
Stevie opts to go left. Pipeline pulls in and come out high. Oh, and it clamps on him.
I know that guy's probably catching some giant peahi.
Oh, for sure.
Roberson Legacy.
Saw his footage online, and amazing.
Stranger.
Ones. They had some bombs. So the day of the Eddie, too, there was insane. Here we go. A replay of that. What's
Stevie threading it.
Love the camera angle from the water. On day number 2, the shootout, the camera was in the water, but man, that must have been challenging. In fact, I was talking to the camera crew after. I was like, bro, you crazy. You feel seasick right now?
Yeah.
Or what? Because it was rugged.
They were in safety green and safety blue. Like, I like that. Like, one of the only contests that put them there, all their photographers. So it gives our Hawaiian Water Patrol, I know they don't ask for it, but it's easier for their peripheral waterman eye to pick up. And shout out to our photographer legacy, because we couldn't do this without you. You've seen guys like Mike Ito, John Hook, Krista Funk, Brian and Brent Bielman, some of my favorites, and Eric Eppel. Every year catching some amazing content, some videography that is just next level.
All right, well, that's the end of our heat for the North Shore Surf team, and we're going to go to break, and we'll come back with our next team up in the water.
Stay tuned, guys. Aloha.
Team Volcom.
Allow us to help you grow your events by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call at 808-343-3310.
Oh, gang, welcome back. Right in the action. Somebody pulling in at Pipeline. Looked like it could be Mike Burdine of Team Volcom. That is who is in the water right now. Welcome back to the Backdoor Shootout, the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2025. I'm Rocky Cannon with Dr. Isaiah Walker, and we're watching our surfer paddle back out. Just decided to bail at the last moment. Balaram Stack, Moana Jones-Wong, Makana Pang, Jake Maki, Mike Burdine. That is the lineup chosen for this third round of Team Volcom, our defending champs, Isaiah.
So cool, and it's a young crew, and we have Moana Jones-Wong, often called the Queen of Pipeline. So really cool. She got to surf in the women's expression session, but she also made the cut for the winning team of Team Volcom to be back in the water with them. So beautiful action. We're going to take a look at some of the stuff that we missed during the break because it went off with a bang.
Yeah, there's Mr. Ballstack with the signature front grip on the board, carves right into a barrel, and then survives the avalanche of a chandelier. That was not the small kind, hanging above the foyer. That was the big one. And look at Makana Pang negotiating very nicely, almost looking for a 2-for-1 special.
I love that Balaram Stacks wave. You can see the comfortability. If you're doing a turn right off the get-go and then setting up for the barrel, that's just this shows the level of familiarity that he has with this break, and he's put in so much time out here. Really cool from back east, from New York.
Yeah.
Has made a name for himself on Oahu's North Shore. If you're in the Backdoor Shootout and you're not from Hawaii, that means you've earned your spot.
That is no doubt. Pure earning, as we said earlier, all action, limited talking. It is about showing what you got. And I do like we're at the Volcom house now, so Team Volcom, all the best to you guys, and congrats on being defending champs, and best of luck. Mahalo for the hospitality. I like the sink downstairs right above. There's like a picture of a fist with all this, graphics coming off of it. It says, do your dishes or get stitches.
I know they're pretty sticklers, too, about not bringing sand into the house.
Yep, sweep up. Yeah.
You live on a beach and you get sand, it's a never-ending battle.
Right.
So
leave your slippers at the door.
Love it. Yeah, Volcom house. Kind of cool because previously the house was originally built for Jerry Lopez.
Correct.
And the Zen pipeline master who is a legend at this spot, of course. Still surfing, still active, from not just riding waves, but riding mountains on snowboards, and spent also different wind crafts, and spends time in Oregon and so forth. But Jerry Lopez is a definite legend, and Volcom house named after him. Let's take a look at what the Volcom team was doing in our day 1, day 2 action.
Yeah, up to this point, we're in round 3. You can see the youthful enthusiasm as Makana Pang takes off and gets just nearly a double-digit score. Mike Burdine, beautiful angle looking from that reverse side into the wave and completely disappears. Then the big Burley Day found some open face to work with. They also paid their dues as well.
Man, yeah. And then you see this one, Balaram Stack on a bomb, bottom turns under the lip, tries to slow down. And, day 1 and day 2, as you can see right here on your screen, was massive. Pulls it under the lip from that backdoor angle. Looks covered up, but probably wasn't as deep as he wanted. Another angle here looks like Makana Pang.
Jake Maki, I think, but we had a mix of guys
I love
representing.
I went and talked to Makana
That was
Pang
Makana, yeah.
right after that. That was ending the day of day 2.
Yep.
Where he just packed that closeout with the UFC flex.
Yeah.
I told him after, I was like, how was that one? He was like, yeah, I just had to send it.
Yeah. That is what we like to see at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Team Volcom kind of tightly packed with 4 surfers, and then one of them is either making their way back out or just off screen. But each team is allowed to have 5 team members in the water, and there are, some surfers on the beach that are standing by to get in there. But Wahine is on the beach with the McNamara brothers. We'll hear what they have to say. Take it away, Wahine.
Good morning. Aloha, guys. We're here at the DaHui Backdoor Shootout. I have Team North Shore Surf Shop. I guess we kept calling it the Worcestershire because it was tongue twister. But I have Landon McNamara and Makai McNamara. They're the 2 brothers that live here. And how was your guys' heat? I feel like you guys had a great comeback compared to the first 2 days. Just talk us through what you had in this heat.
Yeah, just super stoked that we get to surf multiple times because the first 2 heats I got, I really didn't get anything. And me and Makai both got our way into some pretty nice waves. I don't know what the scores were, but it felt really good. And I'm just stoked to surf with my brother out at Firing Pipe, get to trade off waves, and that's what it's all about during this event for me, getting barreled with your friends, and hopefully one of them ends up being the winning wave.
And then here's a question to Makai, being the older brother between the 2 of you guys. How does it feel having your dad coaching you guys from the top of the house? Does that give you any pressure, or does it give you guys confidence?
It works both ways for sure, but I trust his lineups and stuff. There's actually, when it's in the morning like this, you can't even see. So he's probably waving like crazy and we can't even see him. But yeah, it helps a lot. And it's cool surfing with my brother and my other brother, Ayala. And then the 2 up-and-coming kids, Legend and Steve. And yeah, it's fun.
Well, obviously you guys are no stranger to pipe and stuff. So obviously, does that play an advantage for you guys to be able to put yourself in the right spot and then getting those good waves?
Yeah, just like anywhere else in the world, if you put in the hours, you're going to know things that other people don't. Like, for instance, my wave, I knew I wasn't going to be deep enough on it, and I had to do a really nice fade off the drop, and I don't think that's a common line. And you're only going to see people doing that line that really put in their time out here, not tooting my own horn, but it's just that's the kind of advantage you have with knowing where to be and when to be there.
Well, do you guys want to add to anything for your guys' fans, to DaHui, or to everyone?
Just thank the gods that there's still waves today, and thank you, DaHui and my dad and everybody. And yeah, it's a fun event. Hopefully we get more.
Okay, amazing, guys. Thank you guys to the McNamara brothers, and hopefully you guys get more waves and more barrels. And back to you guys.
Thank you, Wahine. And so cool to see the brothers getting to share some waves. And you heard Makai, his Ara Brada from Wanata Mata and Wanata Fata, Hanai Kain Eala. And, I just wrote down a little phraseology here. A family and friends that get pitted and pounded together stays together. It's a lot of, very close, intimate moments when you're getting barreled together, as we see Moana Jones Wong just slicing through one to get the morning started, and kind of nibbling on the crust right there, not really diving into it, but getting the just the feel for the morning swell, the water movement, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Good to get one just to get warmed up.
Now, how cool is that, too, to be out there with, three brothers. I mean, one Hanai brother.
Yeah.
And he said the young up-and-comers, too.
Yeah.
Just 5 of you at perfect pipeline, beautiful morning. And so I like that. It's definitely the camaraderie and the enjoyment of surfing at this break. And that, that's what the Backdoor Shootout is about. It's providing that opportunity for folks to surf together in a setting where it's not so crowded, where it's safe and enjoyable for all of us to watch too. So we're stoked to have the opportunity for us to watch these professionals show us how to do it right. And I love that Landon was saying too, like, it takes time to learn the lineup. And he said, I don't want to toot my own horn,
Yeah.
but most people wouldn't fade at a wave at Pipeline and then come up with a hard bottom turn and pull up under it. I was saying the same thing about Balaram Stock on his wave, where he had the wherewithal to know to do a turn to set up for the barrel, which isn't something you would commonly see. So cool that these guys that are in this event have spent many hours, days, years mastering this wave, and so a lot of great action today.
Yeah, and with Landon's wave and with Balaram's wave, it was much more than just knifing straight into the barrel, which, all things being equal or being fair to everyone out here, that's the easy part of surfing Pipeline, is you're paddling for a wave, you know exactly what the program is. You can see it setting up down the line. You got to make the drop. You got to set the rail. You got to be getting in the barrel. But then when you take off on some of these waves that aren't showing it right away, you do have to toy with it a little bit. So that is where that familiarity you talked about, and also the, that knowledge and just putting in, like a pilot has to just put in hours and hours and hours. It is, with that experience and that trial and error, sessions that will increase your knowledge exponentially each and every time. When you can start to play with pipe and find it and time it perfectly, that is a really nice feeling. Yeah,
and just having that intelligence at Pipeline takes time, as with anything, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm in school, of course. I work at a university, and that's the whole premise. You have homework and do studies and do all those things so that you're able to grow your intellect and your ability to learn and to grow. So we were talking earlier, Ezra and I, Rocky, one of the topics we were exploring this morning is about innovation in surfing, and we're talking about the 1980s and actually the 70s and 80s. We were talking about the 50th anniversary of the Hui Backdoor.
Yep, that's what our hat says right here.
And I was talking about how some of my favorite surfers from that era, one that stands out to me, Buttons Kaluhiokalani, and just how cool that time period was, because it was also this shift from longer to shorter boards, becoming very innovative with shapes and designs and the number of fins on the bottom of your board and so forth. So I don't know. Do you have any favorites or innovations that you look to for inspiration from that time period at all?
For sure the boards, I feel like getting smaller. And I remember my first custom shape. I was just so excited, but I was really excited for the tail grip. That tail pad.
Astro Deck.
The Astro Deck I won my first Astro Deck at the Menehune contest, and I put it on my board, and I felt such a, where you could place your foot and the feeling of, because you're constantly adjusting your back foot to get more speed. You move up a little to step on it, the tail more, and get a turn. As we see Team 96712 prepping on the beach, the Florence brothers, Nathan and Ivan, along with the Rothman brothers, Koa and Mokua, and Jose Angel Morales will be taking it to heat number 4 coming up next. So see the beach gallery starting to build up too as the day gets more beautiful. But I really like the tail pad advent. And then, of course, went through the phase of this really heavy nose rocker.
Yes, I remember that one. It's a real scoop. Here we go. Balaram Stack in the barrel. Can he come out right by the camera? Crew, no.
We saw that earlier shot of the gallery of cameras at Pipeline.
Right behind him, Maikai Burdine.
Oh, way too steep, deep and underneath. And not going to make it out of that one. I'm sure it was a great tunnel vision, but his board frothing in the soup right there, and Maikai is up and okay, so that's good to see. But that is always a crazy kind of pulled back shot too when you look at these waves at Pipe and Backdoor, how close these photographers get for getting the good shots. Jake Maki, a little chattery on the takeoff, but gets a little kind of pit ride under the eaves.
Now, I was corrected by Jake Maki. He texted me the other day. Said, "Brian, not from Kona, from North Kohala."
North Kohala,
so,
okay.
Kalamai, North Kohala.
Yeah, that's way up in the up near the Horn up there.
Yep, it's where Paia or Kamehameha was raised in North Kohala.
There's the drone cam we saw earlier, shot from the water cam on board of the Hawaiian Water Patrol. So Zone Media just getting all these epic angles. It does not get much better than this, folks, with coverage of an event.
We're talking about different videos from the 80s and so forth. We'll watch a replay first. Jake Maki handling that chatter, gets under the hood, but not deep as we
yeah, he was only checking the oil, bro. He wasn't going down for the loosen the gaskets way down there, but wasn't getting that deep. Talking about some auto repair under the hood, but I like his little warm-up approach. 11 minutes, 30 seconds with the clock graphic there. You see what Makai and Landon were talking about, and Makai especially looking back towards shore, all that salt spray, all that WOG, the wave ocean fog.
WOG, love it.
With the sun beaming into it, it's a little bit blinding.
Yep.
And, you know, even on our, he said my dad was probably waving frantically, but we couldn't see him because of that combination of WOG and sunshine. And we got a little bit of the insight into that on our Peahi broadcast on Rogue TV the other day, where that morning sun comes up and it's hard to find your landmarks.
Yeah.
And same with here at Pipe, you get that kind of backlit shoreline. Everything either is kind of whited out with that salt air and the sun, or kind of silhouetted with that backlit mountain area.
Mist, the ehukai. So the red kind of ehu is the reddish hue, and the kai is the ocean spray. So you get that combination. You can see it right there.
Yeah.
That I like your WOG.
Yeah,
I heard that one before.
Yeah,
Speaking of innovation, you're so innovative.
No,
with all
I
your
can't take
terms.
credit. I got that from a viewer, a friend that was tuning in, and I was saying, because the day of the Eddy, there was so much of that, up and down the coast, and volcanic fog is VOG, and pollution and fog is smog. So I was like, there's got to be. I was like, is it Marinog, like marine fog, or is it SOG? But I got a text, wave ocean fog.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
Yeah, it's
and that's what this beach is named.
Phenomenon.
After that, because there's so much pounding so close to the shore that WOG mist.
So
flows.
I have a question because I guess maybe Ehukai does have a dual meaning or something, or describes two things, because there's the active when a wave is breaking, and I always thought of Ehukai when the wave is breaking and it's spraying off the top.
Oh, yeah.
But then also just the setting of the fog, or like that still air. So that would also be considered Ehukai.
Right.
Okay.
So any kind of mist or spray. Introduce. I don't know how familiar you are with this app here.
Oh, okay. This
Chat
AI.
GPT.
Okay.
Kind of cool. I mean, it's impressive that even in Hawaiian, it can do stuff in Hawaiian pretty
It's
efficiently.
impressive, but it also scares me on the other side. It's impressively scary.
Yeah, so you're right. It's any kind of mist or spray. It can be that mist of the spray off the top of the wave. And we see it where water is detonating, like waterfalls, for example.
Okay.
We see that mist, although waterfalls are
Fresh
white
water.
with fresh water. It's a little different experience. But yeah, that mist or that spray that comes from the ocean.
And we've been seeing a lot of it over the last couple of weeks. It seems like, every other swell is XL size, as Maikai Burdine, gets a little loose in the juice and kicks out on that one. Was looking for and now he's going to paddle in to get back around and away from that wave. And we've seen him shredding so many different spots since he was a young Grom and really coming into, a promising young surf career. And check it out, the outside, friends looking, and it'll be Makana Pang, the gift, dropping in, and Makana making it look easy, bro.
Easy, bro. Yeah, Makana, the gift, and he's always looked younger than he is. He's got that youthfulness about him, but he's got a lot
he'll
of
be getting carded
years.
till he's 85.
He has a lot of years here out at Pipeline. And Jake Mackey's taking a look at this one. Nice line, trying to slow down in the barrel.
Come on.
A little bit of that backwash warble.
Yeah, and it does get a little pinchy on the end sometimes at Pipeline, and that one definitely pinched a long, lanky guy like Jake Mackey. You got to kind of compress yourself. I know how that feels, being that build myself and trying to get yourself small and getting compressed is quite difficult sometimes.
Love this
and,
shot here.
See the teammates
Staring,
both looking down the line, just
Love it.
wondering what is going to be happening on that wave and checking out the. You're always doing that when you're out at Pipe. You're just constantly head on a swivel, watching the waves go by, seeing the result, looking out the back, and Mike Kai at backdoor, going to be just a throwaway score for him. And then Makana Pang may want to keep that one. We'll see. He's got some pretty nice, decent waves from the previous 2 rounds. But I feel like today could be a day we might scrap all the other scores, as this day could produce, scores in the double digits. We haven't seen much, in the 10, 11, 12s. But this day could be shaping up to produce those kinds of scores.
Well, we saw on the first heat of the day, Ryaru Ito get an 8.38, that backdoor wave he got.
Yeah,
incredible.
that was really nicely done. And, for him to have the kind of that wherewithal to keep an eye on backdoor too.
Yeah.
He was really on point and got that great score.
Now, the team in the water right now, Team Volcom, the defending champs, they have a young team. But I'm curious. I wish we were kind of mic'd up out there because I wonder that dynamic, right? Because you have Moana Jones-Wong, and I don't want to refer to her as Auntie, but maybe in this lineup, the young kids would see her as sort of the Auntie in the group that, I don't know, maybe she's calling the shots like, hey, it's your turn, or it'd be fun to see the dynamic of how that works.
Well, in Hawaiian culture, what we kind of lose track of or kind of, conveniently, let's see here. We're going to watch Jake Mackey first. And not much happening there. But how much a role of authority that the Wahine would play,
Here she goes.
Speaking of, just not liking the looks of that one at the last moment. Probably a good idea. But there were so many really dynamic and powerful Wahine in Hawaiian culture.
Yeah, for sure. And, gender roles in different societies function differently, especially in old Hawaii. When some of the first, Westerners came to Hawaii, they did notice that gender roles were quite different. Here we have Makana Pang pulling into this one. And what I mean by that is that women did play a pretty prominent role in society in ways that, 18th century Europeans weren't accustomed to. Although Balaram is accustomed to going backdoor. So for example, Captain Cook and his men wrote in their journals like it was unusual for them to watch women's boxing, for example, or women's surfing, and that they're very active. In fact, in one of the journals, the way they described it was said, the Hawaiian women seem pretty masculine, and I think that was probably not they didn't really articulate it.
Well, they only had their own society to compare it to,
right?
In a sense, or I guess they had traveled a lot, but that was their best available description,
right?
Hawaiian Water Patrol looking at maybe a board or pointing at something. Hopefully it wasn't something of an injury. We'll have to wait and see. Here's Jake Maki, not going to be able to scratch into that one as the drone pans across with a beautiful angle, seeing the dynamics of that wave there.
And I'm reluctant to use the word masculine because they were also quite still attracted to the women, of course.
Right.
You see him stumbling. There's no sand right there.
Yeah, there's all this sharp rock.
Dad passing his board.
Oh,
Dennis
that's a great sight. Uncle Dennis, so active in the ocean community here, making boards. There's the DP logo right there. Here's Jake Maki squeezing into one. Talk about contortions and skill and technicality. Jake Maki just passed the driving test right there, bro. Parallel parking in that bugger.
He did. He had to really work for that one. Up and down.
Looking at Jake, the water view right there. It's so funny, like, after you get a great wave, it's so fun to paddle that hard back out and talk about every flex and angle being tossed at Jake right there. That was well done. So, when you get a good wave and you kick out, you start paddling fast. Yeah. It's like when you're playing basketball, you make the shot. Oh, you're the first guy running back for the defense. Oh, that
was awesome. You can see that was kind of like a rodeo ride right there.
Oh, my gosh.
When he took the drop, it kind of bucked him back a little, but then he had to correct and lean forward and get right under the lip, and then he adjusted again. So
yeah, there's going to be some moments if you freeze frame that don't look as pretty. Here's Moana.
Come on.
And not going to get much there. That wave just did not cooperate. And then Mike Kai Burdine. So it was a
split peak.
Split between Moana and Mike Kai, the double M&M Team Volcom split peak right there. And right now, Mike Kai looked like a yellow M&M coming up for air with the helmet.
Right, yeah. So maybe we'll get to see what happened at Backdoor. But that's kind of cool when you have, here we go. Makana Pang.
All right, going backdoor.
I mean, this is the last second of the heat, and he managed to get his second board and enough to squeeze one more wave.
That was a lot of mahalo to Hawaiian Water Patrol for that efficiency of Team Volcom. We'll have more of the Hui Backdoor Shootout when we return after these messages. Stay tuned. It'll be heat number 4 up next.
Snap 2, bringing it back.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha, good morning. What a beautiful Aloha Friday. It is day number 3, round 3 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, the main event, team divisions. We are in heat number 4, team 96712. It is Rocky Cannon bringing you the live action along with Dr. Isaiah Walker. And there is our setup, the Hui judges upstairs with the stoplight. Green means go. I should say that's not the stoplight, the go light. And we're next door in the big Volcom Jerry Lopez house. And this is Ivan Florence in the water with the beard getting ready for wave 1 of heat number 4. Ivan
pulls in nicely.
Oh, bruh, as I like to say, start the IV flow. He is ready.
He's like
Ivan Florence.
Pipeline Pirates out in the water right now.
Oh, yes.
Love
All he needs is a big old loop ring through his ear and a bandana.
I love how he just came out of that thing with the hands behind the back. Another kind of classic style from back in the day. And I don't know, there was a part of me that was thinking, maybe this is like, I don't know if it's like reference to being handcuffed. With your hands behind the back.
Okay.
Just showing the kind of ultimate control. If it looks like you're, cuffed behind your back, that you kind of
but I'm still able to perform. That was a move that I enjoyed doing. There's a couple of photos I have of Pipeline, and just was like that of like, I'm so calm and relaxed in this crazy situation.
Rothman.
There's Cole Rothman sneaks into one, but man, that wave of Ivan, even from the angle looking from this beach angle, he still has disappeared, so he's super deep.
Ivan's brother Nate, Nasty Nate, pulls in on that one, trying to drag and slow down. Got the GoPro in the mouth.
Yeah.
These guys all have really cool YouTube channels you go check out and get to see some of the heaviest barrels from all kind of angles, inside the barrel, outside the barrel. And Nate has been, catching some heavy slabs around the world. And, of course, he's no stranger to Pipeline. All the Florence brothers, Nate, Ivan, and John.
Well, it would be pretty amazing because we've had so many duos as we check out Cole Rothman just kind of getting right into the mix there. Nothing super deep.
There it is.
Ivan looking into the barrel. And then Nate dragging that elemu, as we've talked about before. The okole cheek. Not
the hole.
Not the hole. The butt cheek, not the butt in the okole. The okole is the actual orifice. To move on here, but that was a nice drag by Nate to slow it down, to get in the barrel.
In Hawaii, we have I don't know if it still exists, but like this seat cover company called Wet Okole. And anytime you get a Hawaiian language speaker, like my kids, they're all Hawaiian immersion. They look at that sign on the the building, Wet Okole, and they're like, ew.
Yeah.
Or the classic song, Sweet Okole.
Yeah, it should be Sweet Elemu, Wet Elemu. Just as a matter of specifics. Nate Florence.
Going backdoor.
I saw him skip off the board. He had the right idea. The double pump action, almost there. And, man, it was going to be a textbook backdoor shootout. But, unfortunately, on that second pump, the gun jammed and couldn't get the shot.
Yeah, that was insane. We'll get a replay of this one for you.
Man.
Takes off deep, steep and deep. Gets through that first section, almost through the second section.
And then there was even a third extension, so it was going to be tough, even if he made that second part. And Hawaiian Water Patrol swooping in for the grab, and Nate,
come on, get to it.
Going to get on there, and just in time, small whitewater. They've got it. All good. Looks like it could be Kyle Pao at the helm, but we'll get confirmation. Looks like Hale
Foster
on the back seat right there, and then just a straight and out. Not much they could do about that one. Whoever was the regular footer in this heat could have been Makua. As we saw Nathan getting picked up.
Yeah, we're talking about Ha'a's uncle, Marvin Foster.
Yeah.
Earlier. So that would have been his great uncle.
Straight legend.
Grandpa's brother. So all the Haleiwa crew, the Foster, Ohana, and we're talking about how Marvin was one of the pioneers of going backdoor as a goofy footer.
Yeah.
And we also were referencing some of the guys who really showed us how to do it at backdoor, whereas in previous years before, the 70s, in the 70s, most guys went left at pipe, Jerry Lopez and many others. But guys like Dane Kealoha showing us how it's done. not just pulling into the barrel at backdoor, but pumping and weaving.
Yeah, movement in the barrel.
And we've seen with Nate's last wave, for example, backdoor is basically a closeout.
Right.
And you have to, the only way you can get a successful wave at backdoor is if you're constantly working for it and pumping. And then oftentimes you got to sneak out the doggy door, and that's what we call it, the shootout, the backdoor shootout, because you literally have to shoot yourself out of the barrel at backdoor. And so you can see where, some of the early pioneers of surfing pipeline, it didn't really even look like backdoor was an option.
Right.
Because it mostly looks like a closeout.
Well, and also you got to think about, once you're out of that wave, like the paddle back out is just so treacherous. So you're kind of thinking a couple steps ahead and planning for that back in those days. But with Hawaiian Water Patrol, with good leashes these days and boards you can actually duck dive and put underwater, have opened up that opportunity quite substantially.
Yeah, I was talking about one of my favorite films to watch when I was a kid was Wave Warriors.
Oh, brah, such a good one.
And one of my favorite segments was...
Great volume of movies by the Fletchers.
Yep, and one of my favorite segments was of Dane Kealoha at backdoor, just pumping through the barrel. Another guy came a couple years later was JBG, Johnny Boy Gomes.
Yeah.
Definitely had that pump backdoor action.
Yep.
Also was doing barrel rolls.
Yeah.
Just sick. Look at this one. Got Cole Rothman.
Yeah, just investigating that one, checking it out, seeing where the rabbit hole may lead, which it did not lead to much. So he's going to kick out. And just a little breeze starting to touch the coconut trees as we speak. And you can see a little texture ruffled up on the outside. It is scheduled or forecasted to be our normal trade wind wind flow, the east-northeast kind of wind flow. So we're not the Kamawa'e, as we learned from Isaiah Walker. And that is our steady, regular trade wind. We did kind of tussle with some northwest, some southwest, all not good directions for the North Shore. And back to normal.
Right.
Finally. Feels good.
Yeah, so wind shouldn't be a factor for us today. In fact, the afternoon, it just increasingly gets more from the east-northeast that Pipeline likes to see. Got a look here from Ivan Florence, taking off really deep. Going to backdoor this section right here.
Oh, he's in control, looking comfortable, looking good. Continue the IV flow. And I was going to say earlier, we've seen brothers win at Pipe. Oh my gosh.
Like possibly
maybe that was Jose Angel Morales.
Oh, gotcha.
Because we do have that Puerto Rican surfer joining Team 96712. And looks like that was him. And, we've seen the Ho brothers win at Pipe. We've seen the Irons brothers win at Pipe. Those may be the two only brotherly duos, but since we had Nathan Florence win the most recent Pipe Masters, we know his brother John's record out here. What if Ivan Florence could win an event at Pipe? And I'm telling you, he's been very close.
Very.
And here is Ivan. Wouldn't it be just amazing to have a trio of brothers have Pipe victories to bring home on the mantle? We're hoping for that one day, you guys. We really are. It's would be well earned and deserved, but just to throw another juggernaut of a wrench into just possibilities with all of our sibling, not only rivalries but sibling, camaraderie.
Right, yeah, and we've talked a lot about that, Rocky. How a lot of the surf community here in Hawaii and on the North Shore and all throughout the world, in fact, you have these families that are known as surfers.
Yeah, let's check out Team 96712, their first two rounds, while we wait for more sets of live action. Let's keep it rolling. So I like how Zone Media has all these queued up, and this is from earlier. I think that was maybe day one, looking at the conditions. We're just eyeballing, but day one was that day it was rising, coming up, and then Ivan was just balls to the wall, for lack of a better explanation. Nate Florence airdropping into the abyss, charging, going for it, and
heavy,
paying some dues right there.
Cool guy Rothman grabbing a rail. I was talking to him after. He's like, wow, it was so hard for me to turn my neck around. Apparently he had a neck injury.
Yeah.
He feels like he may have broken one of his vertebrae, but
Koa Rothman there looking pretty relaxed, and then Koa got a sick one. That was a keeper for sure for Team 96712 and for Koa Rothman, as we're now back to our live shot.
That was awesome. I also watched Koa Rothman's YouTube channel where he covered like the first day of the event.
Yeah,
he was just saying like it was cool to get that vantage from him. He was like, "This is some of the scariest pipeline ever."
Yeah.
Because day 1 and day 2 was heavy.
Yeah, there was a lot of double ups, a lot of backwash. Not for the faint of heart, for sure. Here's Koa once again, little stall, grabbing the wall, and easily cruising out of that one.
Out the back, grabbing rail, pulls in.
Oh, Nate Florence. Nasty Nate dog. Getting some footage there with Hawaiian Water Patrol and Zone Media getting the water footage up close and personal in the Pipe channel. What a great combination of jet ski driver, camera person on the back, drone shot now getting the overall scene, and you see that jet ski and camera along with the other photographers and folks in the channel that are getting those epic water shots.
Here we go, replay of Koa Rothman stalling, gets under the lip. Not super deep, but still an enjoyable ride. And here we have Nate Florence with a successful in and out.
Oh, that never gets old, looking in the pipe, looking into these barrels, the technique of the surfers, and all of the, extending and flexing and bending that has to be done. Some of the contortions that these surfers put their bodies into are very remarkable with a serious consequence. I mean, you do yoga in a studio, maybe, with a goat on your back or something like that I've seen before. Puppy yoga, I think, is the latest craze.
Have you ever done that with a goat?
I have not. I can barely do yoga, like, just by myself.
We were on the Big Island where I'm from. We went with the family for Thanksgiving.
Oh, my God. You did goat yoga.
Well, we didn't do goat yoga, but we went to a goat farm up by Akaka Falls in Honolulu.
Yeah.
Actually, I was born in Honolulu, which is anyway, beautiful place. But,
yeah.
But they had this goat place where you could go and like eat goat cheese and kind of hipsterish vibe to it.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
The
Interact
goats would
with the
climb
goats
on your back. It was pretty fun.
Yeah, there's Jose Angel Morales. His dad, a pretty good shaper and surfer out of Puerto Rico. So want to give some aloha to all of our folks in the island of Puerto Rico and around that you've made your way around. The Puerto Ricans definitely an amazing addition to have to surfing. Going back to like Juan Ashton and those guys
nice.
From a long time ago.
Yep. Speaking of long time ago,
Otto Flores, yeah.
Here's a replay. Sorry.
All right, and pretty nice technique there from the young Puerto Rican.
Looking
Not much of a barrel, but yep.
So we're celebrating 50 years of the Hui Backdoor. Now this event, the Backdoor Shootout, is from 1996, so going on 30 years.
Right.
The Hui Backdoor is in the season, the surf season 75-76, and so that winter season was 50 years ago.
Yeah,
it's crazy because I was alive.
Yeah, I was -4, but coming along right after that. I'm barely a child of the 70s.
But
October of 79.
What's pretty cool is a lot of these guys, they're still around.
Yeah.
Byron Amona, Terry Hui.
Yeah.
You got David Stant.
Yeah.
Eddie Rothman, of course, and that whole crew. Buffalo Keolana, Clyde Aikau. And this brings me back to my point I made I think on day one.
Yeah, we got Uncle Manny down there, beach marshal.
It's just, you know, how important it is to stay close to the ocean, especially if you have Pacific Islander blood in you. You know, the salt water is your friend and helps to extend the longevity. Most of these surfers that were around, that were founders of the Hui Backdoor, many of them still alive, still surfing, still doing well.
Yeah, very active. Just reading with my daughter for her science class, and described the health and healing properties of the salt air that we were talking about earlier. So shout out to Uluvehi and Nanea, studying hard at Hanalani School up in Mililani.
All right.
And 12 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this Team 967-12 heat. Coming up next will be a New Earth project. Very talented team coming up next.
Now, do we know if the bullhead goat is going to be out today?
I'm not sure. The roster has his name on there. We're talking about Kelly Slater. Speaking of goats, we were talking about goats, no doubt.
Can have him climb on your back.
Goat yoga. That would be a funny commercial or like SNL skit. You know, Saturday Night Live. You have like Tom Brady, Kelly Slater, Tiger Woods crawling on people's back. You know, whoever you can pick as the goat from each sport. Michael Jordan, and have them standing on someone's back doing goat yoga. Oh, man, you heard it free.
You heard it first.
Right here.
There you go.
At the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Better
First and free. Oh, yes. I got too much to trademark. I'm just flinging it out there, you guys. Take it and run with it. The Easy Bra trademark, though.
Yep,
no take
that's
down.
A good no take down.
It's
all good. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking 50 years ago, what's going on, 1975.
Yeah, that was some
Hawaii.
time ago, my friend.
But, you know, oftentimes that's referred to as the Hawaiian Renaissance. I think it was George Kanahele, I believe, that coined the term the Hawaiian Renaissance in the 1970s. Okay. But one of the hallmarks of the Hawaiian Renaissance was this preservation and revitalization of culture. Here we have some boys preserving the culture of hanging out at Pipeline here with the family.
And then they brought us downstairs, preserving the culture of herbal essence burning.
Yeah, we got the crew over here.
Yeah, checking
it out. Out the surf.
North Shore Surf Shop. A couple of different teams represented there in the scene. One of the houses on the Pipeline Promenade.
Yeah, so I'd say 50 years ago, if you take us back to Hawaii during that time, that kind of the hallmark of the Hawaiian Renaissance would be this move to preserve and revitalize culture.
Right.
For example, Hokulea, the double-hulled voyaging canoe, or Va'akaulua, was launched in 1975, the same year, 50 years ago, from Kualoa Ranch or Hakipu'u down on the east side of Oahu.
East of Oahu, yeah.
And it also, Hokulea preserved tradition of wayfinding. So wayfinding, of course, navigating with stars and waves and winds and currents and revitalizing that. And today we have several different, replica canoes that are out traveling the world. But also in that time period, we had linguists and manaleo. Manaleo is a term that means like native language speakers, where Hawaiian is your first language.
Okay.
Like that was your first language. So linguists and manaleo work to preserve and revitalize.
And mana meaning spiritual power or strength,
right.
And leo voice.
Right.
So that is a really, really nice combination of words to describe that.
For sure. They were working to revitalize Olelo Hawaii, which is the native language of Hawaii. Also during that time period, we had the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana I mentioned before.
Oh, yeah.
And they were trying to preserve Kaho'olawe from this decimation of military testing and bombing.
Musician George Helm was part of that. Uncle Walter Reedy, yeah.
Uncle Walter. In fact, I was able to hear it straight from Uncle Walter recently, his version of the story, when they went out to Kaho'olawe, that was an island, one of our islands, that was being used as a test site for military bombing.
Right.
And he talked about kind of crazy where he hid out in caves and under rocks on the island to try and stop them. We got a rider up here going backdoor. Looks like Jose.
Yep. Yes, Wade. Jose.
And so that, that was kind of the climate of Hawaii in that time period, of just this activism, this kind of push to revitalize culture, because
kind of awareness,
and awakening in many ways. The Hui and Nalu, even though it was, I don't know if there was like a concerted effort to collaborate with such groups, but we're a product of that time period.
Yeah, it kind of, I felt like it was, because there was no cell phones, no like immediate like connection, but everybody just felt this like this mana or this energy rising, and it's so cool how you described that all these different places in Hawaii we're all kind of feeling it at the same time.
Right. Yeah, kind of. And so the 75, 76 on the North Shore, the Hui and Nalu is formed. You see one of the original guys right here, David Stant, although he was a young teenager at the time.
His dad, Uncle Kavika. Senior David Stant.
And
big factor in getting the Hui off the ground.
Right. And so the Hui and Nalu in that time period was part of that kind of climate. Here we have Koa Rothman looking for
just
something.
Cruising along. You know, that guy, talk about being even-keeled. You can't tell if he's about to get pounded like he is right now and have to bail, or if he just got the wave of his life.
Right.
He kind of keeps it like real steady and stoic no matter what. I want to say mahalo to brother Dylan Portillo, getting Maiva'a nice and ready for a tour today. He handles, helps me out at Turtle Bay and at Cavella Bay for the Ritz-Carlton. So mahalo, Dylan. Thank you for your diligent work. Diligent Dylan. Thank you so much. Koa Rothman just looking so at ease at all times.
And sometimes our surfers will try and reposition themselves in the lineup. Maybe that's what he was aiming to do, but didn't realize there was a wave right behind that one, which for most normal human beings who are surfers, you catch a wave and you kick out and you see another one right about to blow you up. That's not a great feeling. Usually gets the blood pressure up a little.
Yeah.
The heart racing. Or if you paddle for the first wave of the set and turn around and you get all the rest of them on the head.
That is just like the most sinking feeling. It's like, the report card that comes in the mail.
Your parents got before you did.
It is imminent destruction.
Well, there was actually other surf groups at that time, too. One called Save Our Surf, with this kind of a grassroots group that came around from that time. We're looking here at Bethany Hamilton.
Yep, from the water cam, checking out the smiles and the anticipation for Team New Earth Project.
New Earth Project. She's able to surf quite a few times. Our Wahine had the privilege of surfing in 2 divisions. Well, I guess that one heat we had was more of an expression session.
Yeah.
But I love that we have our Wahine surfers that are able to clock in a lot of time at the Backdoor Shootout.
You talked about, the invite being not from Hawaii, how much of an honor. And then in a mostly men's, a mostly Kane field, you have these Wahine that receive these kind of nods of approval and respect, invited to compete with these teammates. So really a special honor for sure.
And well-deserved. I mean, we've seen both Moana and Bethany sending it on some of the best and the biggest and gnarliest waves. I was mentioning last year, one of my favorite waves of the entire event was Moana Jones-Wong. Unfortunately for her, it happened like seconds after the horn blew.
I think she was paddling as it blew.
So, but these women are accomplished and very brave.
Yeah, that wave was for sure going to be scored in the double digits.
We saw on day 1 and day 2, Bethany getting some of the highlights. Here we go. Letting the IV flow.
Oh, yeah. Ivan just in the zone.
Beautiful.
In the zone. And, my gosh, what a great ride. And look at the beach, appreciating that right there. Checking their phones, texting their friends, showing them, this is where I'm at, bro. I'm at Pipeline. It's January 10th, middle of the winter, and it's 80 degrees. And look at the water shot of Ivan Florence. Perfect stall with the hand. Let's go. Gets a pump. Knows where the exit point is. A little high in the corner pocket. And sinks the 8 ball.
I love that. And he had a little extra tube time at the end. It spit. and then he was able to ride kind of that end part of the bowl of the wave and was able to come out. You know, we've seen a few almost makes this morning, but that one, like, he really read that one right.
Yeah, that was a perfect read. And, you know, the Sony Open getting underway, talking about reading some greens. We're reading the blues here. And Ivan Florence just read the break, tapped it in perfectly. Nothing but the bottom of the cup.
Yeah, Ivan's got quite a lot of good waves. Even when we're watching the highlights from this team, he seems to be the one finding those gems.
And we're not quite sure yet, as it is always kind of unknown of exactly how many waves each surfer is going to keep or to score. But Ivan's already got 3 from today.
Yep.
And at least 1 from the other day. So he's got 4 pretty darn good keepers. You know, I know that they're being really careful with the scale, not to throw out double digits just for anything, and keeping that kind of open for some of these waves we could see are just going to be mind-blowing. So we're still waiting for the, you know, the 1 or 2 mind-blowing waves where we just watch and go, how in the world? But we've been seeing some great rides already today that have already probably outnumbered the first 2 days of great rides just because of the conditions and how things have shaped up.
Yep. Yeah, I was able to talk this morning with a couple of the judges, and they seem excited. Love Hodel and Barton Lynch doing a great job up there in the tower.
Yeah, we got to say mahalo to Flynn Novak, Miles Padaka's up there, Love Hodel, Barton Lynch, all-star crew of judges, as always, here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Kind of the dying minute of the heat here, and Ivan seems to have gotten some of the best scores here, but we still have some time. Hopefully we'll see one more opportunity before the end of this heat, and then we move on to New Earth Project. See this line coming in here. But it's been great celebrating again 50 years of the Hui Nalu and almost 30 years of the Backdoor Shootout. I was mentioning earlier, it started off actually at sunset with the Expression Session.
Yep,
that they would
before
have.
that, you know, that was my first kind of session at Big Sunset when I was like 12 years old with Dayton Segundo. And Dave Riddle, who was Dayton's guardian at that time, so we spent a lot of time surfing with Uncle Dave, and we'll get more stories of some cool stuff about the Hui, where it's come from, where it's been, and where it's at. And we come back with more action from the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha. Good morning, Ohana. It's 10:03. Welcome back to 2025. We're shooting out into DaHui Backdoor Shootout, the third surf, and now we're moving into their fourth surf, New Earth Project. Out in the lineup, my name is Ezra Rodriguez. With me is legendary Rocky Cannon. Aloha, brother.
Oh, there's you see the lineup. It is Bethany Hamilton, top of the list. Koa Smith, Kaulana Apo, Luke Tima, who's had some ringers. Shaden Picaro also getting some really nice waves under his belt. And there's a shot from the beach looking out to the break, and now the drone bringing you in. And the berm kind of built up there for some stadium seating of later on with sharp rocks down below. Here we go. Shado. Come on. Oh, wow.
Textbook up and out, almost went for the floater, but
that was such a great barrel. We'll check out the replay of that one. Caught up with him just as he was dropping in.
What a way to start the heat.
So a great transition from our Zone Media team, getting the drone and then getting it right up to Shaden Picaro. And Zone Media brings us Island Paddler TV and a bunch of other great productions. So
like and subscribe, guys.
Make sure you go to their YouTube channel, bro.
They got everything. Hawaiian Extreme Sports, Ocean Paddler.
Oh, that's Hawaiian Extreme Sports too. I forgot about that. That's such a good show.
Right? Such a good show. Hawaiian Extreme. And thank you to all the extreme surfers out there watching, man.
Yeah, and surfing.
Yeah.
Check it out. Shaden Picaro. Earlier, that was...
Kaulana.
That was Kaulana of
nice
the first exchange.
Steezy, Kanaka Steez. I love that downward
and
card.
And then a little dodgy pipe wave there for our backhand surfer, and then Shaden. Wave of the morning.
Oh, over the rut, like knocked in on his air.
Saw that one.
Shout out to some past pipe surfers. Randall Paulson tuning in, watching us. What's up? Wave of the winner. RP in the place to be. Those were some days, Rocky.
Oh, yeah.
Pipeline Posse, Wolfpack.
We shared many moments. Good, bad, and ugly as far as getting drilled and getting pounded and broken boards and broken spirits.
A lot of us have mellowed.
Lifted spirits after, talk about all emotions being on display at Pipeline. It's such a wild ride, and we're going to take you down with the guy. Hold on, we're going to hold off. We did see a top performer from the last heat of Team 96712.
Unreal.
And the Pipeline Pirate captain, IV Flow. We'll get to him in a moment.
Always flowing.
As we watch. Lukey boy.
Wow, look at his style and technique. Wow. He's been watching and he's studying. And
that had the old school kind of move up on the nose grab rail kind of look to it.
Yeah.
I like the throwback. I like the adaptation. All
confidence,
good.
Collecting hardware too.
Yeah, so here's Luke on the replay. Go.
Boom, right off the bat. Butt in the wave, shoves the knee. Nice textbook. He's already had some good ones, even on the Unruly Sunday.
Yeah.
Some big surf for the young lad, and he went underneath the competitors and caught some really good waves. So.
Hey, we're going to take you down to the beach. Mahina standing by with Captain Ivan.
Aloha, guys. Mahina here on the beach with Ivan Florence. It seems like you're kind of getting really busy in that heat, and Koa just said that he took your wave. So tell me about that.
It was... The last few heats have just been going nonstop with waves, so
luckily got to go out there, and I was in the spot for a few, so yeah, I took my chance and got some fun ones. So I'm stoked and excited for the rest of the day too.
What would it mean for you to win this event? You know that your brother Nathan did win the Vans Pipe Pro this last event, and then obviously your other brother being John. What would it mean for you to win this?
I would be honored. I've been watching the DaHui Backdoor Shootout my whole life, and my brother is John competing in it, winning it, and surfing with them in it over the years. It would be everything.
And then one last question for you. So you asked me if you had anything on your face, but you had a beard. Are you channeling your inner Barton Lynch?
Yeah, I think Barton Lynch might be winning this one, but yep, the beard's growing strong.
Well, it's super great, and hopefully the beard will give you more mana going into the next couple heats and stuff, so hopefully you get more barrels, and hopefully you manifest that win. But
thank you so much.
Yeah, back to you guys.
All right, yeah, so if you guys haven't seen Barton Lynch, he's sporting the big beard. I got a little bit of shrubbery going on.
How many years?
Yes, I don't even know if it's been a year. This grows pretty fast, and I try to keep it in somewhat of kind of control. But I got some shrubbery going on. But Ivan, that is looking pretty thick, my friend.
Yeah.
And it's proven to be a signature style for you. And all the best wishes. Would be so cool. We were talking, John's won at Pipe. Nathan has now won at Pipe.
Yeah.
I don't think we've had a trio of brothers win at Pipe.
But
so
it's
that will be
happen.
the first ever breaking all kinds of records, setting all kinds of records. So, Ivan, our well wishes are with you. Great heat you just had. Go get some rest. You're going to surf again today.
Yeah. This is New Earth Project's fourth surf. And look at their alternates. They haven't shown, but some big names. New Earth Project, team captain Peter King.
Yeah.
And Kelly Slater and Kai Lenny.
Yeah, got to give a shout-out to Kai Lenny. Had the wave of the day at Peahi a couple days ago. Sick barrel. Was towing. Was paddling.
They did it all.
Had it all going on. It was early tow sesh converted into a later morning paddle sesh. And Coconut Willie got a sick wave. And, there was some cool things happening over there on Maui, but the attention shifts back to the North Shore and Pipeline and Backdoor. And I heard you guys mention Steve Roberson. He was actually out at Peahi, too.
Yeah.
So he's making the hop.
Back and forth.
Yeah.
And then you got Mokua Kai Rothman probably trying to come back from California. They were going to do their release with Wiz Khalifa, but, due to the fires and all our Ohana in L.A., not the right time.
Yeah,
so
thoughts, prayers, and just hopes and everything that, we've heard of some loss of life, which is just crazy unfortunate, and trying to keep that to a minimum, obviously, but everybody
let's jump
hang in
on
there.
that bandwagon and
everybody hang in there, and let's get through it.
That's one wagon to jump on, and not, think of being a follower as like, let's go help.
I will say one thing though. I really appreciate everybody who's that is their home, that's their thing that But I'm really tired. My wife and I were talking about this honestly. We're tired of hearing from the folks that we know you have 7 other homes. So just like the sob stories of my mansion burned down. Oh my gosh! Like I feel for you, but let's kind of wrap that up.
Try start from zero.
But everybody else, your nest egg, your home, we definitely hearts go out, and hearts go out to everybody. But just saying, we get a little carried away with the postings and things of like, we know you got 6 other homes in other locations.
We need to see the real perspective.
But it is a serious situation. So all of our very much heartfelt things going out to
just like that
those
lady.
folks. And talk about going through a lot. Bethany Hamilton getting back on the board after her incident many years ago now. But I remember that like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Back when I was still a lifeguard, we had this big poster of her support on the lifeguard station right here at Rockpile. So Bethany on such an inspirational comeback story,
right?
That is never gets
can never talk about it enough.
No.
As we see
some highlights
from A New Earth Project, the first 2 rounds. And
beautiful.
That was, I believe, Shade Picaro.
Yeah, another one. I really love this one. This is one of his bigger scores from the bigger day.
Yeah, and
he's got a lot of waves.
Similar styles for Shaden and Kaulana.
Agreed.
Both Goofy Foot Hawaiian surfers. And then this one just really
made it out
beautifully
in time.
Negotiated.
Cole Smith.
And Cole also battling through some injuries and some head trauma. Bethany Hamilton charging on some pipe bombs.
Yeah.
Really getting a lot of support from the beach. See everybody in the channel raising hands there, like lifting it up for Bethany and putting herself in just the craziest spots,
junior.
you know.
Luke Tima.
And then Luke had a banner performance.
He did.
And was managed to find his way out of this frothy bowl. He can't believe it.
Straight stoked.
Like,
yeah, that was
look,
legit.
Ma, no hands.
Yeah,
live action here.
You know Bethany too. The way she takes off, the way she paddles into the wave. For her to get barreled, there is no slowing down with her
See that
front
stab
arm
maneuver there. She kind of waits and like pokes the tail of the board in to get that little extra like exert of acceleration. Such a interesting and intriguing, adaptation and technique. Of course, being forced upon her. But talk about, anyone would have said it's okay. You can hang it up. Think about something else. Me do something here or there with your brain, business, whatever. She's like, no, I'm going to keep surfing.
Big time.
I belong in the water.
She adapted to hunt down in the bottom of the flat. She takes her time. She's on a whole different cup of tea. I love it.
Yeah, so
never forget 2023.
Really awesome.
When we were at the Volcom Bee House, that big dark one she pulled into, that was behemoth pipe wave.
Well, and just about halfway through A New Earth Project, you see the time clicking away, these 30-minute heats. So making the heats 30 minutes. We have 16 heats to get through. So, 16 times 0.5 equals 8 hours.
Shado taking a confident dig. Going backdoor.
Is.
Beautiful textbook backside.
Come on, yes.
Woo! We all goofy footers upstairs.
Shea
Me, Rocky, and Isaiah.
Shea Pack is packing it.
He did pack that one. That was legit. That's going in his score line right now for what the day is.
Yeah, just a beautiful technique. Backdoored the backdoor and then get shot out just like the namesake of this event.
Nice shape, nice speed.
Yeah.
Exited at the perfect point. Well-ridden wave with 15:38 left on the clock. Go check out CMC Productions. The boys downstairs, Chance, Oz, and Eli Kreutz putting together some amazing media.
Yeah.
I love that stuff that they do. Amazing edits. And go give us a follow at DaHui Official, at CMC Media Productions, and at Hui He'enalu North Shore.
Yeah, and we'll open it up, getting some messages. Some love from the Jacksonville crew. Jason Moats
nice.
and the gang.
Florida
Surf Coach Moats, mahalo for tuning in, brah. And looks like the ESA team will be out here for some action maybe in March. So
good. Welcome, you
drop
guys.
us a line. If you guys are on Instagram, it's Rocky Cannon, ROCKYCANON. And Ezra, give them your handle.
At Ezra Rod. Mahalo.
Ezra Rod. So check it out in the barrel.
Yeah.
Quick one for Kaulana Apo, the Hawaiian Goofy Foot.
Oh, and they
doing
see
it
something.
like so many have done it before.
They're going to paddle there. They see something out the back here. And shout out to Tim Braden, Water Safety, and EMT. I know you're tuning in. Mahalo. Here we go. Taking a dig. The young lad, Luke Tima. Too steep.
That was really steep.
Yeah.
If you guys got questions, you've got shout-outs and things we can get to. Rocky Cannon or Ezra Rod.
is our Instagram, and we'll be checking that periodically. Yeah,
There
also
you
Moonwalker 808.
Yeah,
can
Moonwalker
tune into that too. As Luke came out of that one, do a little moonwalk
And our
in
Cliff
the air.
Botello he's on duty today.
He's water safety.
Water safety
Just
today.
powered HFD at 8 o'clock. Going straight from one gig to the next.
Boom,
you know,
bang,
gotta
bang.
love it. North Shore, Hawaii living, bro. We get plenty bills for pay.
Yeah.
And we got
Shout out to the Honolulu Fire Department, the Hawaii Fire Department, all the fire department brothers.
Well, and another somber, remembrance of the firefighter who perished a couple days ago during that McCully fire, and just all around a tough week in the fire department fighting.
Fire's becoming a bad
situation.
word like cancer.
Yeah,
Man,
so
tell you.
just keep them in your prayers, and we'll check out more of these sets that hopefully are on the way for a New Earth project.
Right,
you know,
1252.
right now, Shaden kind of carrying the team.
Yeah.
Luke Tima's right there, too.
Right there.
Kaulana's got a couple. Koa's been charging. Bethany's been charging. We watched Luke Tima at Backdoor, and Luke.
He's ticking the boxes, the Grom.
Fitting in quite well.
Yes. Super pumped. And, when you're like an alternate in this event, it's amazing.
And there goes
On the
Bethany.
left. Ooh. Little late.
Yeah, charging on that one. And was looking at Pipeline. She pops up right there. So back on
Watch her dip this
her
thing.
board.
Oh, it wasn't in front of her, but wow.
And so you see the her right arm working hard, and then even throwing the little fluttering kicks in there to keep it going. And we've all done that. We've all rested one arm on the board and done it with the
Yep, or
and
the duct
paddled
tape behind your
one
back.
hand.
Yeah.
But it is so impressive how she can keep moving, and then just a little too late. Pipeline is unforgiving when it comes to steep drops.
Oh, big time.
And, also no discrimination. I mean, we all love Bethany's effort and inspiring motivation, but Pipeline, is going to do what it does.
Yeah.
And Hawaiian Water Patrol will do what they do. And a great grab of Bethany right there to get her back into the lineup. So mahalo, Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Big time.
Not enough mahalos can be said.
No.
And we've seen, just an array of large surf and swell. The Eddy happening December 22nd.
Right.
I think every one of these jet skis has been upside down and rolled over at least once or twice in the last month. Which
And then
is like,
maintained.
Which is like record setting, and they're still moving and going. And the mechanics on those things are, getting more advanced these days.
Yeah.
But, even the other day, I think we had our camera ski overturned.
Oh, I seen that.
And, getting that back up and running has been a task. So the never-ending hard work of Hawaiian Water Patrol,
Big time.
always
Maintenance,
appreciated.
everything. Oh, there's Ha'a.
And it's
Terry.
it's almost like it's not if you're going to be bucked off the ski and underwater. It's when if you spend enough time out there and just watching your edges, watching your lines, watching your all the angles is very important. But just like surfing pipe, it's not if you're going to hit the reef, it's definitely when and how many times over.
Yeah, you train.
Yeah,
you train all your life, and then you get a different situation
Yeah,
all
exactly.
of a sudden.
Yeah.
All your life, and then you get fed a different situation that you weren't accustomed to,
Yep.
and then it's right there.
It's kind of
Game on.
instant adaptation.
Yeah, it's a full-on
Thinking on your
reflex.
feet, yeah.
Think fast, stay calm, keep your heart rate down. When my friends tell me that at Jaws Peahi, I'm like, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Tell me that again. You was where?
Yeah.
In a quiet place, keeping your heart rate down. Okay. But, awesome stuff. As these guys, they're going to talk story because Shado P just dropped down into a couple, and so did Luke Tima.
Yeah.
Right off the get-go when we started on Saturday, and these guys checked in at 11:30, got to be ready to surf. We went into the main event. Shado P, Bethany, and Luke Tima right out of the gate got some scores on their belt. So, Koa Smith, big bombs, but not too many exits.
Yeah,
so
not-
that
not the
factors
make.
in as well. Not the make that he would,
He
but
had
he's
the
not done yet.
Perfect 30 at the Pipe Masters. We
Yes.
were on a 10-point scale for waves, but 3 judges during score, so he got the perfect 30 points on a pipe bomb that was just like a pipe bomb
It's like
going
that
off. Here we
Harry
go,
Bryant.
Shado P.
Shado.
Like you said, bro.
On a free surf
Shea
chair.
pack.
Just around the photographers over safety green and ollie hop over safety blue. Let's go.
Kaulana.
Wow. Double grab, bottom turn into the foamy beast.
Parking it.
Yes. Kicking out.
That was a tricky exit. He really had to hunker down and survive the blast.
He went into the Kanaka crouch to
he did.
break loose.
Yeah.
Doggy doors are all around the island right now as we're getting some amazing surf and some more surf on the way. Thank you to Keiki Beach Bungalows and North Shore Club.
Yeah, it is a beautiful day to be on the North Shore witnessing big surf all up and down the coast as we're going to check out the last of Shea Pack right there, packing at Pipe.
Beautiful.
And then we got one of Kaulana Apo coming up next, but a nice, beautiful
Throwing some
carve
diamonds. Yeah. And hitting the brakes on this foamy little plunger on the inside, but making the exit, riding it great for what it is. And back out to the lineup with Team New Earth Project. New Earth Project with their team captain, Peter King. Amazing videographer, capturing our surf culture, but also a legend of our sport, professional surfer from the ASP days, along with MTV celebrity. But the New Earth Project is looking to just help the earth, you know. We got to take care, even in our surfboard business and the boxes and everything that come with our amazing equipment. We're trying to tone it down with New Earth Project. You can see Kelly Slater at some of my board storage rooms. He's all over in placards, you know what I mean? Reminding everybody, you know, let's leave a smaller human footprint on the sand, let me tell you. But yeah, 6:38 remaining. These guys already had some great rides. Still looking for Koa Smith for a dynamite, mind-boggling wave from him. And along with Kaulana Apo and Bethany Hamilton looking to get a significant ride as well in this heat.
Yeah, Shaden and Luke have been kind of trading off a little bit. And,
like if it was a regular event, they'd be making the heats.
And Kaulana's been, dipping into the mix here and there, but Bethany and Koa kind of waiting for those special gems, which, I like the option of those two approaches of staying busy or just waiting for the one. Here we go, check it out. Grabbing rail, Koa Smith, and showing his backhand prowess.
Yeah. Almost thought he was going to go for a little backhand sear at the end, but why do all that duck diving when no need, brah?
And live action, Luke Tima. And Luke just looking so steady and experienced as a young lad with that back foot pulled up really tight up against his body, and then you can see him move it back.
He's been watching his uncles.
Yeah, for sure.
And the guys that are ahead of him.
And when we catch the replay of that, you'll see the shifty foot movement. Impressive of Luke Tima. Here's Kaulana Apo. And a steep drop, not much on offer as far as the barrel, but gets one that will
tall slingshot.
Make him feel good.
Oh, yeah, between the fins. You just don't want to kick out all obliterated. You know, when you come from those real tall ones that push you out, no barrel. You want to make sure you engage right before you kick out. Oh, Shado P looks like he's getting in position. And here's the replays from that last one.
Yeah, the best for Koa in the heat so far.
Right.
Probably, midway up the scale. And then Luke, see that footwork.
He's getting the pipes.
Yeah.
Man. He's getting the work.
There's the last one of Kaulana.
A little bit too fast as it had a crease in it and separated out to gums. But, the sandbar is pumping rock.
Yeah, we got some takers. You see the little heads over there in front of the lifeguard tower, Tower 26.
Yeah.
And it's getting down to that size where the sandbars are doable.
Yeah.
and surfable right now. That it might be way over towards Ehukai. I'm not sure,
Yeah,
but
it is.
towards Pupukea. But
it is some work. There is some washout sets.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
for the
a lot
public,
of current, a lot of those rip currents. So be sure you watch yourself if you're coming down to the North Shore and taking part in any ocean activities.
Best. I love watching her set up. Boom, in the rut, up, bottom turning, but she's going to go slow because she's always looking for the lip to go over her head. So she does take her time on the takeoff, and she hunts on the bottom. That is real sketchy.
Oh, that's Kaulana.
Getting it. Yep, Kaulana.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh, nice one.
Nice exit, too, with the look back. And there's our photographer bowl. Thank you to all you guys catching gold out there.
Yeah, man. What a...
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menehuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Good afternoon. We are back, and we're moving on into a new heat, Team Peru. My name is Ezra Rodriguez. Next to me is Isaiah Walker. We're going to see some amazing clips of CMC Media with Brother Chance Oz, Eli Visions, Tomo McPhoto, and T. Tapasoa, along with Brother Blaze. Check it out, gang. But yeah, right now we have the team in the lineup. And Team Peru, Isaiah, Alonso Correa, Joaquin Del Castillo, Crystal Baldical, Gabriel Villarin, Alvaro Maltpartida, and these guys after Sunday, Isaiah, with some big surf, last heat of the day. These guys are looking to get some scores today.
Yeah, day one and day two was awesome. It was a little death-defying, though, and pretty rugged.
Yeah.
And these guys had to battle some rugged conditions, but today we got more calm but beautiful.
There they go.
Still treacherous to the normal human being.
Yeah.
And great surf action happening right now. So exciting to see Team Peru out here. I mean, we've seen them over the years. It's cool. This is an international event in many ways, even though the Hui really tries to celebrate our local talent. We also have, as you saw this morning, Team Japan.
They put in their time.
Team Peru. So here we go. Got a rider paddling.
Castillo. Boom,
pulls
under
into
the
it,
hood,
still
weaving.
traveling, comes out.
That was legit. Double hands behind the back
handcuff
with the
bow.
I love it. Way to start the heat, Team Peru. I was worried about you guys on Sunday. The wave just got massive and just rolled over all of you guys, throwing boards, duck diving. I mean, that is handling your business. But now,
let's see a replay of that one. Takes off deep, pulls up under it, pumps him, pumping, working that, avoiding the foam ball, puts the hands behind the back with the bow.
3 pumps to a beautiful score. That is awesome.
That was a great one. I was watching
Joaquin.
Was that Joaquin de Castillo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Beautiful
Castillo.
pump. Beautiful
More
read.
waves out the back. The waves
it's getting
are
groomy out there. I don't want to
is.
knock it, but it looks like they're going to get some degrees of that pipe A-frame, maybe some backdoors.
Well, I was on break on that last heat. I was still, I mean, you can't not look at the waves, and so I was watching, and man, I saw a lot of good rides in that last one. Saw Shaden Picaro get 3 good ones in that one heat.
Loved it. Big Island boy right there. Hey, what do you mean break? I seen you working over there, Professor.
Speaking of Shado, we're going to go down to the beach where Wahine has got him with the mic.
It's Aloha Friday here. I'm Wahine Maeda. I'm here with Shaden Picaro. Everyone's calling you Shado Pacaro, but I call you Shado Shades. It seems like you're kind of getting that whole rhythm going in that heat, and I feel like you did a really, really great job. Just talk me through a couple waves that you had in that heat.
I had some really fun rides. I kind of rushed here. There was like crazy traffic, and I was really anxious, but I just calmed down, and I just kind of like trusted that if the wave was going to come to me, it was going to come to me. I think that's like the coolest thing about this contest. It's like I've done a lot of other contests, and it feels like a competition where you're trying to beat the other guy. But in this event, it's like everyone's so good, and like, the team's out there like, Shado, you're getting the good ones, and I'm like, bro, it could be any of us. There's no difference between me or the other guy. It's just we all kind of get our time, and I'm just so grateful. I'm so grateful to get a few waves.
How special is this moment when you did kind of have an accident last year? I think I was out surfing around the same time as you. How do you feel with the comeback, especially with that heat going into pipe?
I feel like, we all get destroyed out there and we take a lot of beatings, but, I've gone through a lot of life changes, and recently I've just realized, like, how much I belong out here and how much I just really love this wave, like, with all my heart, and I feel like I'm just trying to channel that into the wave, and there really is just no comeback. I feel like it's just everything's happening for me right here, right now, and for all of us. But yeah, I don't really know. It's just I'm taking it as it comes, and I'm just so grateful to be alive and amongst this beautiful energy. And shout out to DaHui and everyone to put on this event. PK putting me in this contest. Replacing Kelly Slater is a big deal. So I kind of had that pressure, but I was like, okay, let's just do what Kelly would do. Maybe let's just stay busy, because I know he wouldn't just be waiting out the back. So learning something.
Well, it's amazing to see you, channeling that Kelly Slater energy. And, you just mentioned to me before we went on live, but it's so funny to watch us here because, I grew up with you in Lawns, and it's so amazing to see us kids growing up doing what we we love best, and you're catching all amazing barrels, so hopefully we can see you more out there. Any words you want to say at the end?
Thank you, Wahine. Yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm so proud of us. Like I said, we used to be watching this contest, and I come in, and it's a dream. Like Kalana Po, he's like my brother, and then Koa and Luke is the next up and coming, and it's a beautiful team. But it's really a dream come true to like surf with Kalana, especially. Man, we've been through everything together, like the dark, the light, family. Like we're straight up like as close as it could be, and it's really a dream come true because I don't have a brother like a that surfs with me. My brother's a lot younger, so he's like that brother of mine that I get to share surfing with. And yeah, I'm stoked. Thank you to my boards. Boards feel amazing. Love you guys at the shop, right there.
Well, thank you, Shado, and best luck to you for the rest of the heats and stuff, and hopefully you and Lons can get like a great split peak. And back to you guys up in the booth.
Awesome. Yeah,
Awesome.
Shado, just what I mentioned, like he had
Frothy.
3 keeper scores, I think.
I think so.
I
yeah,
mean,
couple
solid
in this
ones. A
one.
backdoor, that wave he had at backdoor in that
Yeah.
last heat, deep, and that was a long traveler. And then
Yeah.
2 lefts at pipe. Awesome job. I think he's going to probably climb that leaderboard after that one heat alone.
He's stained in our memory banks of, this is all about barrel riding, and from day number 1 into Sunday, and now we're here on Aloha Friday. Very exciting.
Yeah,
Where'd they
Shaden
go?
Picaro originally from the Big Island of Hawaii in an area called Pohoiki. And we've mentioned before how Pele has claimed much of Pohoiki and the surf breaks down there with the recent lava flows that came and consumed the coastline down in Pohoiki and Champagne Ponds area and Kapoho and that whole stretch, miles and miles of coastline, just to show that and remind us that our islands here in Hawaii are still alive and growing in real time.
Real time. Oh,
but heartbreaking for a surfer to lose. And over the last 20 years, we've lost about 15 surf spots at least. And we had a rider up looking for the barrel,
Gabriel?
slows down,
Nice.
gets a little coverage. All right.
That was legit. That was a quick little pipe, but he slowed down perfect in there.
Gabriel.
1828, yeah. No stranger, been coming over here a long time. Got a cover of Free Surf magazine. He's been in 2 paid spreads.
Awesome,
Got
yeah.
some stats in surfing coming from Peru.
The water angle of this one, you can see most of the time he's setting up here, trying to find the barrel, waiting, in very end of the section, he gets it, comes out. You can see he's got the vest on. It's called an impact vest that keeps you safe. A little bit of float, live action, a little
Is that
too deep on that
Castillo
one.
again, maybe getting a second wave. For Gabriel, you noticed if he grabbed off the takeoff on that last wave too early, he wouldn't have made that. You know what I mean? So that was a good read.
Had to pump to get to that final section so he didn't get closed out on.
Pipeline, if you don't have that, we call it the Jedi reflex, that, just the most sensitivity on the way you put your toes on that leaning in rail to heel, to that balance in between your feet. If you don't lock your line and you're not riding out confident, see you later. Huli maka flip.
So this morning, Ezra, we've been talking about this patch on the side of our hats here, 50th anniversary. So some of our conversations have been taking us back to what Hawaii and the North Shore looked like 50 years ago, as we're looking at our beautiful coastline here of the North Shore and Ehukai Beach Park. Aloha, Isaiah Walker, along with Ezra Rodriguez here at the Backdoor Shootout, sharing with you time in the surf and a little bit of story time and history and culture. So something we love about the shootout. Ezra, we're able to celebrate, as you said the other day, past, present, and future.
Oh, yeah.
And love it. And so 50 years ago, 1975 and 76, the Hui Backdoor becomes an official group and up and riding out the back. Slowing down, pulls into this one.
Oh, double grab.
With the spit.
Nice first wave.
Joaquin de Castillo. Beautiful waves. You can see that groomed side offshore wind. The Kamua'e wind's blowing from the east-northeast. Got a paddler here looking at this. So you see that boil. Sometimes people reference the boiling. It's essentially these, you have the contours of the bottom of the ocean have like these caves and stuff, and oftentimes that air will get pushed up through it and create a boil effect looking. You hear people talking about taking off either on it, behind it, or next to it.
There's a few of them, but there's the main one.
Yep. And, people talk about different places as well. See a replay of that last one. Trying to slow down. A little bit of shoulder there. Unable to get super deep, but still making it look easy.
Oh, his kick out looked really Tamayo Perry-ish. I was just having a moment. Shout out to Tamayo Perry. I know you're watching over us. This is, you love this wave, and we'll never forget. As these guys let this little inside one go. It's got a foam chamber. Not much scoring capability, but still that beautiful mist.
Here we go out the back. taking off, looking for a barrel ride, ends up kicking out. Not much
Alonso,
to offer
I
on
believe.
the end there. Alonso Correa.
Alonso did have one when we last ran that was a real legit pipe wave, so he has something under his scorecard. But these guys are already Team Peru with their third surf. This is now their fourth. They're looking to, get some big scores on the scorecard. And the way they're getting scored is from a 1 through a 10, 5 being an average score. Anything going above a 5 into the 7s and 8s are going into the good range. And then we have room for 11 and 12. There's their Bretta from Peru. I believe he's a stand-up athlete from our stand-up Duke specialty event. As you can see, down towards off the wall.
So you can see some wind. Interestingly, the flag was blowing downside, so we call that side shore. So it's blowing off the side. And, but Pipeline it handles that. As you can see right here. If there was any more north in that angle, it would ruin the surf.
The flag looks worse off than the surf.
Right.
You know what I mean? Sorry, Maui, when it's windy over here, you guys are laughing at us.
Oh, here's a bomb.
1343. These guys would usually spin, but it's steep and tall, and sometimes these guys want to slow down, and they want to cosmetically go underneath the hood of the wave and ride inside the barrel, we call it, the tube, the cavern. Sometimes the cavern of love or the cavern of doom. Pipeline and Backdoor is just something amazing, even without the surfers, Isaiah, out there. Just watching it, mind surfing. People come from all around the world and just watch it when nobody's out as well.
So 50 years ago, not to just jump right back into
the
historical timeline here, but 50 years ago was when we were talking a lot about like the advent of the Hui Backdoor, voyaging and other things, and what some have termed the Hawaiian Renaissance. But interestingly, surfing was really there was a period called some would call the Hawaiian Renaissance of surfing took place 70 years earlier. So by the 1970s, when we have this Hawaiian cultural renaissance, surfing is very thriving and popular, and there's a lot of activity. However, at the turn of the 20th century, in the end of in the early 1900s, some would say that surfing experienced a revitalization. I'm careful with my terminology on this because some have erroneously suggested that surfing died and that it disappeared, in the late 1800s. But we know that's incorrect. But there were definitely fewer people surfing in the early, late 1800s than there were, say, 100 years earlier. So when Captain James Cook arrived in Hawaii in 1778, 1779, he noted that surfing was everywhere, rampant. People on surfboards
was
everywhere.
Was it frowned upon, like Australia? No, right?
I think. Well, what happens in Hawaii? The reason why there are fewer people surfing in the 1800s than there were in the mid 1800s, primarily because Hawaii was battling with rampant disease, you have the decline of Hawaiian population due to introduced diseases, smallpox, a variety of other ailments, including sexually transmitted diseases and others. So it's a real tough time in Hawaii for the population to be able to recover from a lot of those ailments, health ailments. But nonetheless, people are still surfing. And especially in the early 1900s, you have a group of surfers in Waikiki that start to really popularize the sport. And that's where people would refer to that time period as this revitalization of surfing culture and surfing activity. And with the likes of the Kahanamoku brothers, the Kaupiko brothers and family, there were several others. George Freeth, who was Hapa Haole, meaning he was part Hawaiian, a mix of Hawaiian and Haole, was one of the early surfers at that time. Duty Miller, the Keawe Mahis, and the Kahanamokus, and all these Hawaiians in Waikiki started to really, revitalize the culture of surfing in Waikiki. And from there, it kind of grew into this really famous, popular sport. And now we have, know, famous, popular surfers right here. Billy Kemper from Maui.
Last year's champion. He's getting ready, checking in with my second dad, Manny DeSoto, right there from Makaha Beach. Make sure you guys check in with him. This is a jerseyless contest, but you must check in. Make sure you guys are there. So there he goes down the infamous Chandler Legacy steps.
Yeah, Billy Kemper does good in all sizes of surf. I mean, he's won events at Peahi on Maui. He's accomplished surfer in the big waves and in the smaller stuff, and has definitely had a strong showing at Pipeline over the years at the Backdoor Shootout. So then this group of Hawaiian surfers, some of them were, they had clubs that they would refer to themselves as the Moana Gang or the Hui Nalu Club.
Oh, they were right in front of the Moana.
Right in
this
front of
is
the Moana.
Like the just of becoming the Waikiki Beach Boys.
Right. Yep. And Duka Hanamoku is a young man, a teenager in this time period. 1905, 1906. You have these group of people I'm referring to that started to really thrive in Waikiki with canoe surfing. Surfing
and
tandem and starting to hang out and have a good time. And right around that time, you have an increase of visitors coming to the islands on these steamships. One of the more popular ones called the Lure Line, and others. And they would come to Hawaii and hang out in Waikiki. And these surfers put basically surfing on the map as visitors would come, and then you'd get photographs and eventually video clips, and then they became these local celebrities, like these icons, and the likes of Duka Hanamoku, who went out and really taught us how it's done. Now this man here, J.O.B., has taught us how it's done at Pipeline, both lefts and rights.
Staying psyched.
Always a fun character to watch.
Woo. A little late, right up into the foam ball as this thing imploded and didn't really get him a traveling. But, taking off, that's the way. Gabriel Villarin, I believe.
Pulling up in this one, dragging, stalling, gets spit there.
Textbook,
awesome
backside
ride.
Hand drag. Nice. 7:40 left for Team Peru as they're doing pretty good right here in their fourth surf. As we told you guys, this format, only one like it.
Water angle here. You see him dragging that front leg, trying to slow down. It's going a little fast. But nonetheless, great ride there from our team, Peru.
So as these guys were frothing in front of the Moana, there was a lot of rich history. Like, that was where you're talking about surfing coming back, that brotherhood on the beach. You know what I mean? That stoke.
Exactly. Right? And from that group, we have some celebrities like Duka Hanamoku, and even George Freeth as well, who travel outside of Hawaii.
Heard you talk about him many times.
Yep, and as they travel outside of Hawaii, they bring surfing with them.
Was he a really good surfer, like out of the pack?
Yes.
Little details like that, like one of the alpha guys.
Yeah, so, I mean, George Freeth, so George Freeth was actually senior to a lot of the Kahanamoku brothers. He was a little older, he's like, a few years older.
So you got to make sure you get a ripple.
Yeah, he really brought surfing to Huntington Beach. Right. So Huntington Beach, oftentimes referred to Surf City, USA, although there's kind of debate between them. And
do they debate that that's not him?
No. I mean, debating like which city is Surf City, USA, whether it's Huntington Beach or Santa Cruz or what have you. But no, George Freeth went up to Huntington to establish this. There was a hotel and a train line that went through, and they're trying to really popularize that beach area. And he was at the forefront of teaching people how to surf. Got a crew of young kids that he taught how to surf, and was thriving there in California. Duka Hanamoku traveled throughout the world, especially as he became Hawaii's representative through the United States with games at the Olympics in all around the world, starting in 1912 with his first Olympics, and then for the next 20 years he was in a variety of Olympics around the world. So Duka Hanamoku took surfing around the world to far-flung places like the East Coast of the United States, to Australia, New Zealand, and everywhere he traveled.
East Coast, you know what I mean? What we see now.
And what's cool is, like, when he went surfing, even though he's a humble guy, oftentimes they would put on these exhibitions similar to what we're doing here today. We have an event where you have a crowd on the beach and people want to watch and observe and cheer. And he was a showman in the water, and he held many events on his own throughout the world as he traveled. Sometimes they said at some of these locations there'd be hundreds and even thousands of people on the beach watching him.
Yeah.
And then he would do a variety of things, like they said in Australia. Isabella Latham, he took her out from the beach at one of his exhibitions, brought her on the surfboard, and showed them how tandem surfing worked.
He's done it before, though, he's done this.
Done that before,
yes.
But as he traveled
Waikiki Beach Boys.
to Australia and elsewhere, he showed them all the different types of ways that you ride waves, including with a wahine up on your shoulders as you're gliding across the turquoise, beautiful walls.
I wonder how many copycats right after that day, you know, just to see that.
Well, it is cool, and they say that, they were amazed. I mean, Duke made a surfboard while he was in Australia, left it there, and it becomes kind of the iconic surfboard that represents the kind of the dawning of surfing in Australia. Now some do point to the fact that, like, there were some people in Australia who were, beginning surfers before his arrival, but he showed them how to ride the wave properly, and showed them how to catch the wave before it was breaking.
That's so cool.
When you don't know how to surf it, and maybe when you're first learning, you ride what's called the whitewash, where when what we're looking at here on the screen, this whitewater is foaming, you try and like jump into it and let it push you. But as we know, the better way of catching waves is as it's breaking, as we're seeing our professionals out here today at the Backdoor Shootout, catching the waves as and right before it breaks, so you can ride much faster and control your speed and glide and flow on what we call the face of the wave.
Oh, they're getting some sets too now. I mean, one set coming in particular, maybe a 4-pack.
We also have a squall coming through. There's going to manage this wind and rain in the barrel. Gets covered.
Joaquin, I believe. Alonso Correa. Okay, Alonso got the helmet. He's already got 3 waves. That one's not going to be a keeper.
Here's another one. Stalling, dragging, pulling in, staying in it.
Oh, that was legit.
Comes out.
That's Joaquin de Castello. Oh, Cristobal. Okay, Cristobal, Decal, Gabriel Villarin, and Alvaro, one of their team captains. Looking for him. Was injured last year. He'll be coming back. I wanted to ask, when he went up to Australia, were they surfing up there already?
That's what I was saying.
Because there's
not
such
many,
good
very
surfers.
few people. It was before.
So this was the beginning.
This is the beginning.
Oh man!
I mean, and those who were trying to surf at that time when he showed up were just, here we go, replay action.
Alonso
just getting a little bit covered, get some shade from the rain and squall that's hitting us right now.
I see that.
But even though, they're saying that there were some people who already were learning to surf in Australia when he arrived. So they had some people who were trying to surf. But even those folks were trying to surf based on what they had learned that he was doing in Hawaii.
Such rich history, because when you go to Australia, they love surfing. You still see
national sport
Andy Irons up in the billboards. It's not hard to get signatures from their state. They can spit sand to make point breaks. Is what I just love it. Shout out to Australia out there, Harley Ingleby. What's up, buddy? And from there,
yep. So from there, Duke, as I mentioned, that he was traveling the world during Olympic Games. He was also traveling to do a variety of different exhibitions, surfing and so forth. So we're at this event, the Backdoor Shootout, celebrate Duke Pa'oa Kahanamoku.
Oh, yeah.
Born and raised in Waikiki, Oahu. Actually, he was born in Honolulu, but his mom's side of the family, Pa'oa clan, was right there in Kalia, Waikiki. But proud to celebrate our kupuna in the surfing world.
Big time.
Everyone, despite your ethnicity, can look to Duke Kahanamoku as, in many ways, the father of modern-day surfing, as he's referred to, because he spread the surfing like the Johnny Appleseed, if you know anything about that history. But shared that aloha throughout the world.
Not just an Olympian, but amazing stuff he's done. And shout out to another Olympian out there watching, Carissa Moore. What's up, Mama? Starting a new chapter in life, and also making history with her as the seconds come down in this heat. She was the first Wahine when me and you and Rocky were sitting. They had the WSL women's in the backdoor shootout, so she made history. So, hey, guys, we'll be right back. Ezra Rodriguez, Isaiah Walker, go grab something to eat and come right back for this next heat, the North Shore Boys. Aloha.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menehuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Hey, aloha and welcome back to more action of the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2025, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku and presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. And there's Team NSB, North Shore Boys, Baron Mamiya, Billy Kemper, Kala Grace, Eli Olsen, and Jamie O'Brien. Quite a lineup. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker. How's that, bro?
That's a
strong team.
Strong team for sure. Saw Jamie O'Brien this morning before the contest get some really good ones. So we're looking forward to more action here today at the Backdoor Shootout. Still young. Still we're in the third round.
Yes.
So we ran round 1 on day 1, down round 2 on day 2. Today looks like we're going to run round 3 and round 4. We'll get hopefully be able to do both 2 rounds today of action.
Yeah, I know round 3 is a guarantee because we're already in heat number 7. And then we'll monitor the conditions. You know, there's flashes of a little bit of a tricky wind, some rip, but I think overall there is enough on offer to get us through. There is a lot of swell coming on the way. We have one day where we can't run on Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Monday, but we are going to the 16th for this holding period. So, you know, it's nice to get those couple of days done, and then we were on standby, you know, off on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, so 4 days off, and kind of chomping at the bit this morning, getting right back at it for this third day.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's kind of cool, the Backdoor Shootout. we ran the first 2 days, and so we still, like you're saying, Rocky, still have a window of opportunity for a few more days. But today it was a good call. Yesterday was one of those. In the morning, it was really rugged. Yesterday afternoon, however, looked like it was probably a possibility to run, but probably the right call to wait for today, because this morning waves are beautiful. We've seen a lot of barrels and a lot of successful makes on this day compared to the other days were awesome too, but more treacherous, death defying, and fewer makes than today already just in this one round. In fact, in the past couple of heats we've seen surfers getting multiple keeper scores. So I was mentioning Shaden Picaro had 3 really good scores in his heat this morning. So there's a lot of great opportunity for building your scores today.
Yeah, I want to say shout out to our sponsors. We mentioned Keiki Beach Bungalows. We saw some commercials in the scenes at that beautiful place. So mahalo to Keiki Beach Bungalows. Also, North Shore Club, a community by Arete over there at Turtle Bay. You notice the area out beyond the Palmer Golf Course getting some tune-up and some work there. They're removing a lot of invasive species and going to replace them with native plants. I'm going to give a shout-out to Hui Maliola, the restorative plant company, Kapaliku, Matt Sherman, and Rick Barbosa, the heads of that. And they've done a really good job at Turtle Bay as a whole, replacing, when you do projects these days, you have a quota now you need to replace with native plants. And they went above and beyond that number. So Rick and Matt, you guys, mahalo. And they're doing lots of good work over there for the North Shore Club. No, it's cool. And, I've learned a lot lately that as you restore certain ecosystems, then it becomes a synergy amongst the different endangered and endemic plants, and as they like to thrive together. And so it's cool to see, especially, and our coastline needs it too, because oftentimes when you rip the coastline of the native species of plant life and stuff, it contributes to erosion and other types of things. Yeah. So right on. And mahalo to White Claw. They are a sponsor here. XL Haleiwa, still doing it after all these decades. Haleiwa Distillery, the Saltwater Society, Hawaii Volcanic Water, and also Na Menehune Umi Kumaono. And Hawaiian Water Patrol, obviously, always involved. And Dr. Leland Dow and our folks on the beach, our medical team. And Brother Jeremy Rice, owner of Flow Performance Medicine and athletic trainer. He's on site right downstairs here at the Volcom House, providing some care as well. So thank you to all of our supporters and sponsors. Zone Media, of course, bringing you this epic broadcast along with Spectrum Surf Channel. And we're going to have possibly our first exchange here. A little bit of slow start to this heat number 7, 21 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Eli kind of patrolling that inside section, looking for an opportunity. Today's the kind of day you can kind of move outside, wait for that, that bomb gem, or kind of stay active on the inside and look for these ones on the first reef that aren't going to be the biggest waves, but could be the nice opportunity for a good lengthy barrel. Yeah, North Shore boys, this team has done really well on day 1 and day 2. NSB. I remember when NSB, I got to give a shout out to Kanoa Dolan from Haleiwa. The original NSB design and logo. I had the stickers on my board. It was a play off of the Life's a Beach Bad Boy. Right. And so kind of same font-ish kind of feel to it, but the guy with a bucket hat, just big moke grabbing his wrist, flexing his bicep on the other side, and really had that feel of, this is our waves, bro. Right. But, yeah, Kanoa, good fun. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this heat, and we were talking earlier, Rocky, about 50 years of anniversary. Yeah. And we talking about 1970s, what was it like in Hawaii at that time, and the Hui Nalu celebrating that in 1975-76.
A lot of great surfing action that's taking place during that time. And I was mentioning to Ezra that even though that's some people refer to that as this renaissance of Hawaiian culture, this renaissance of surfing that often historians refer to as more, it was like 70 years earlier, right at the turn of the 20th century, with surfing in Waikiki in 1903 to 1907. You get the formation of these Hawaiian families and surfers that are organizing into a group of their own. Interestingly, the Hui Nalu is the 70s group, but there's a Hui Nalu club that was formed at that time, and that was the likes of Duty Miller, of Kahanamoku brothers, the Keawe Mahis, and the Keao Picos. And so this group of community formed a club at that time to really celebrate surfing. I'm careful with the word. Sometimes people will say it's a restore, even the word renaissance. Revitalize is probably the better word, because it wasn't dead. A lot of people were surfing in the late 1800s, especially in places like Hilo and outside of Waikiki. But nonetheless, there is a resurgence of surfing that takes place in the early 1900s. But you know what? We want to hear from the previous heat with our team Peru, and I believe Mahina is down on the beach with a beautiful Puakeni lay on. We'll go and throw it down to Mahina.
It's a yesa, blessa, no stressa kind of day on the beach. I'm here with Alonso Correa from Team Peru. It seems like that very last wave in that heat seemed like the highest score of the whole event. How do you feel after that?
It was my first one, and I was just so happy that I was able to get one of those waves. Those are the type of waves we dream of as a surfer that loves pipeline, that loves like good waves and love big barrels. And yeah, I was super happy to be here and be able to surf this amazing contest. I say it's like the best contest in the world for sure. You go out with all your team, your friends, best friends from all your life, and you share the lineup, and it's incredible and so grateful.
You're just coming off of a bronze medal from the Olympics, and it's a wave with consequence, and now you're here at Pipeline with just another wave with consequences. How do you prepare a wave like this? Do you have similar waves back in Peru?
Yeah, 4th place in the Olympics, almost. Yeah. No, but I mean, we grew up surfing barrels in Peru, searching. That's our passion. And you prepare by coming here 10 plus years, putting your time out there and loving it, loving the waves, loving what we do. You know, that this is what we love the most. And yeah, also some really good surfboards. Super stoked with Eric's RPs and surfboards. These are the best for here, I think. And I think that's the only way. And yeah, it's incredible to be here.
Well, that's super good to hear. Great equipment under your feet. We do have a local shaper that you are writing for, Eric Arakawa. Just a shout out to him. And then I always ask this question to all the Peruvian boys. I want to hear your best pigeon, and right now.
What?
Your best pigeon.
What is that?
Your best pigeon. Let's go Hawaiian words.
Oh, my Hawaiian words. I don't know. All of them. Yeah, but I don't know.
I guess the best chihu from you.
Yeah. Chihu!
Yeah, we have a great chihu from Alonso, and hopefully he get more waves in the next couple heats. Thank you, guys. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you, Mahina. Mahalo, Mahina. And Alonso Correa, my nickname for him, could be maybe pick your Peruvian adult beverage of choice, but a shot of Zoco. Zoco. Man, that's like almost like So Glow. But Alonso Correa, Zoco, that was a shot of a nice pipe barrel. Good job. Well done. And Peru has lineage or has some kind of a connection as we watch Billy Kemper connecting with this pipe wave, defending champion. Beautiful work. And he does it well. Woo. A little backwash speed bump coming out too, and hangs on. What a great ride for Billy Kemper. But there's these crafts that they used to ride in Peru,
Yep.
I believe that were kind of sometimes maybe historians were debating who the first surfers were, but
J.O.B.
we get no doubt and no debate of who that surfer is. That's J.O.B.
All right. Well, that heat was kind of slow to start, but we just kicked off the
Oh, my
fireworks
gosh.
and that set.
Yeah, that was fuse was just waiting to be lit, and popping off was Billy Kemper and Jamie O'Brien. But you were talking about as we watch the replay of Billy. I like his ability to come around, be patient. The ability right there, ability. Billy Kemper with the ability.
Oh, J.O.B. riding that rodeo down the face, then pulls in the spit, like makes him disappear and reemerges.
It's like the bucking bronco bucks you off and then spits on you after. Like, oh, thanks a lot. But that was a great ride from Jamie. Not as deep as we're used to seeing him get, but that wave just had just a really nasty, thick lip on it that looked almost impossible to make as far as the drop.
Yeah,
which he pulled no problem.
And we know he's one of the best at like taking off under the lip and falling, literally free falling onto the wave, like body surf almost. Your whole body's on the
Right.
water and then it bounces him back up, and he's able to slow down and be right in the right spot. So he's the best of the best.
Yeah.
Jamie O'Brien is respected as one who's definitely a master here at Pipeline. So much so that he lives right here, right behind his house, right here on the beach.
And he is one of our kind of pipe trifecta. Triple pipe winners when you talk about the Masters, the Pro, and the Shootout.
Right.
So one of those surfers being able to accomplish that. And it would be cool at some point to get, just the folks who have been able to do that. Of course, the Shootout starting in 96. So a lot of our, surfers prior wouldn't have that opportunity. But I believe Slater's done it. I believe John has done it. J.O.B., of course. And, there's probably more.
Speaking of trifecta, John, J.O.B., and Kelly Slater definitely have the accolades for this wave to show for sure.
And then getting back to our discussion prior to the interview with Zoko was the different clubs, and how surfing was still practiced. I know I read in some history books, and you even reference a book by Ben Finney with a little bit of a misleading title, but more of a catchy title. They watch Billy Kemper now at Backdoor, so BK going Backdoor just for a quick, slightly underneath, not really barreled, but just to feel out kind of Backdoor wave. That, there were times surfboards were like converted to like school tables, like how they would, outlaw certain things or frown upon certain things. But surfing was always being performed, but maybe just not at the same levels all the time.
Yeah, so it did. There wasn't. I was talking with Ezra. A lot of it had to do with the struggles in the Hawaiian community in the mid 1800s of disease that was running rampant throughout the islands and the depopulation, and that contributed, of course. Like I always talk about, one of the reasons why surfing was thriving in ancient times was because the Ahupua'a system, you had a healthy ecosystem, but during the 1800s, things weren't so healthy as far as, a lot of the introduced diseases and ailments that made it difficult for society to be thriving enough for everyone to be hanging out, spending time in the ocean. But nonetheless, surfing was still practiced, especially in outer islands like Hilo and Kona side, and there's a lot of stories of that. But yeah, certainly and also as you referenced to, there was some frowning on it. I mentioned earlier how when the first Westerners came to Hawaii, they'd noted that Hawaiian women were very active in sports and in society and things of that sort. But eventually, Hawaii starts to adopt a bit more new cultural norms with the advent of Christianity and other Western norms and social customs. So you definitely saw fewer women surfing at that point. Although in the early 1900s with the Hui Nalu Club, and you can see photos of them, there were women surfing in their clubs at that time.
Yeah.
So you did have quite a bit of change and in that time period.
We do have highlights from Team NSB that was from day 1 and day 2. And we'll check those out while we wait for live action. And that looked like Billy Kemper straight off the grab and getting a nice one. Oh, sorry, that's Eli Olsen.
That was an amazing double up. I've seen that one on a lot of the replays and Instagrams.
Yeah, Kala Grace getting some action and almost able to make it out of that one, but not quite. There's Billy on a beautiful grab. Sometimes in a flash of a moment, Eli and Billy have similar styles with a high five action there
from the second reef.
J.O.B. just playing with it. There's Eli Olsen, and there's a nice technique there, getting under the hook. And then this wave was the one he did everything right. There was just so much going on. This one didn't allow him to stand up until at the bottom of the wave to still have the wherewithal and skill to get in a meaningful position. Was just a very impressive in itself.
Could your body do that?
No.
Yeah. You have to be limber to get rolled in on a 12-foot wave at Pipe by a whitewash.
Lay down,
and then stand up and somehow manage to still pull yourself around the section.
Yeah.
Man, I sure wish my body could still do that.
I ride big board, small waves, medium-sized dog on the front. A lot of my surfing today's performed that way, but very much a great show has been put on by Team NSB, and so far in this heat, Billy's got a really nice pipe wave. He's got a, probably in the big scheme of things, a throwaway wave for his backdoor attempt, but have yet to see from the other. Saw Jamie O'Brien on a pretty sick pipe wave, just not as deep as he's used to getting. Plenty of time, 8 minutes for this to happen for Team NSB.
You were talking earlier about Arete, and the coastal, projects of restoring native plants and protecting our coastline. I want to, take us back to even before 1970, 1960s. You had a group of surfers that were doing similar things where they're protecting Hawaii's coastline and preserving surf spots. And this group was called Save Our Surf, formed by a Juilliard graduate. Juilliard is one of the top musical schools in the world, and he was the son of famous artists in Honolulu, and a guy named boy, my mind is just had a long morning already. I'll remember it in a second. John Kelly, excuse me. So,
okay. Yep.
So John Kelly grows up in Waikiki and in town, and ends up surfing with a lot of Waikiki Beach Boys as a young man, and has a love for surfing, and then goes on to school at Juilliard. He was also worked as a lifeguard on December 7, 1941, when Pearl Harbor was bombed. Married a very smart woman from the Cook Islands, Rarotonga. She was a professor at UH Manoa. He eventually becomes one of the first professors of ethnic studies, which is a young kind of program in the 1960s. And then he gets all these young high school kids together and meets at these local libraries, at public libraries and schools, and kind of activates these young surfers to protect the surf from development.
Okay.
So one of the projects that really bummed him out was apparently there was a wave called Garbage Holes at Ala Moana, right at the tip where so Magic Island is a man-made project where when they built Magic Island.
It's not our ninth island.
Yeah, and it's not even an island; it's a peninsula. But anyway, semantics, potato.
Yeah.
But anyway, they built this Magic Island right on top of a wave that was called Garbage Holes, and look at this backdoor. Looks like Billy Kemper trying to slow down, looking for a 2-for-1 special.
Yep. that was nicely done. Backdoor Billy, BK, just getting under the hood, checking the oil, making sure everything's running properly. And as Billy drops in, you can see it's all about the right. No flinch, looking at the left, in position for that backdoor wave. Trying to do that double hand stall, looking at the speed his board was producing. But as we're back to live action here, looking at some sets rolling in, 5 minutes remaining. I want to give a shout out down to Wahine, but Tepanyaha Teps watching down there, to our brothers and sisters of the South Pacific and in and around Tahiti. Wahine, what a beautiful place.
I've been to Wahine before, surfed Bali High, and beautiful place down there in Tahiti. It's been a while, but always love to go down to the South Pacific. So we're in the northern part of the Pacific Ocean, above the equator.
Yeah.
Which Hawaii actually is quite isolated in relation to our sister nations of the Pacific. You go to the South Pacific, and majority of the islands of the Pacific are down there. I mean, we do have, in Micronesia and so forth, is in the northern part of the Pacific Ocean, but still quite a distance.
Quite way out west.
From Hawaii. And so that's a product of a crack in the Earth's crust that has created this slowly seeping volcanic that we refer to as the Hawaiian hotspot. So if you ever look at a map of the Hawaiian Islands, the island chain is growing to the southeast. And that's why I talked about earlier, we're looking at Shado Picaro's waves, that he's from this very young and vibrant part of the island, and where the lava is still flowing and Madame Pele is still growing.
And a new island, Lo'ihi.
Lo'ihi is the next
that's forming
island. I don't think we'll be selling any property there anytime soon.
Not anything usable anyway. We can go.
It hasn't emerged yet. It's
take a dive deep.
It's underwater.
Deep dive down there, but won't be breaking the surface for another 15,000 years or something like that. And
but it's beautiful to go to Volcanoes National Park and check out Halemaumau and Kilauea Crater. And if you haven't had a chance to check out those spots, I encourage you to do so. It's a beautiful place, and show some respect while you're there. It's a very sacred area for a lot of our native populations. I know a lot of I think of Kekuhi and some of the halau there that perform a lot of their hula that recognizes the mana and the power of that part of the island, and the pele and the lava that emerges on the southern part of Big Island. You're mentioning Miles Padaka as one of the judges.
Yeah.
He grew up in that area too. Actually, he's a few years older than me, but a couple of years older than me. I remember surfing in competitions, and he was really great at surfing this spot called Drain Pipes.
Okay.
And Drain Pipe was like the South Shore Sunset Beach wave of Hawaii.
Okay.
It didn't get as big as Sunset, but nonetheless, it'd be 6'8", sometimes bigger surf with the south swell. It definitely, if Oahu was 6 feet on a south swell, it was bigger there. It was the first place to get the brunt of the swell, and it was a beautiful place. I was fortunate and blessed to be able to surf Kalapana and Pohoiki as a young man, because today neither of those places exist as far as waves concerned.
The new flow of lava has covered and changed the topography a lot.
Cliff Capono did a special with Weird Waves. You've checked that one out, where it shows you, and it gives kind of the story there of Kalapana, or not of of Pohoiki. Kalapana was taken a decade before,
right?
So our surf options on the Big Island have diminished.
As the island grows, the surf options diminish. Go juggle me, riddle me that. But nonetheless, fascinating things to learn from each and every one of our islands. And of course, if you come here to Oahu, make sure you book a stay either at Keiki Beach Bungalows right here down the road, which is a beautiful place. And that will be your first choice, because it is just like staying at a friend's house. You've got the really low-scale development, kind of chill, kind of homey kind of vibe. Of course, Greg and Annie, our hosts there, do a great job. And check out Eli Olson standing nice and firm in that backdoor barrel. And then, the 2-for-1 special. The second one, not as big of a helping of a serving as the first, but it's kind of like, Thanksgiving time, you go at everything on your plate for that opening barrel. Yep. And then you come out, you whack down, and then you go back in. Oh, the turkey was good, maybe some stuffing and only small kind gravy. We're going to take a short commercial break as we watch Eli come in from his third round heat. We'll be right back with more the Hui Backdoor Shootout action after these messages. Stay tuned.
Allow us to help you grow your events by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call at 808-343-3310.
And just like that, we are back, giving you drone footage flying over Kamehameha Highway and over JOB's house right there. Nice solar panels, getting the sun energy, and snapped 5, trying to just harness this last heat energy right here of round number 3. Mason Ho, Benji Brandt, Josh Moniz, Clay Marzo, and Parker Coffin. Rounding out Team Snapped 5. Shout-outs to Logan, Chucky, Julian. Been doing it for decades, my brother. And another star-studded cast of players to round out Team Snap 5. This is our last heat of round 3, Isaiah. And we were just peeking over our shoulder. We're at the second story of the Volcom house. Impossible not to enjoy the view behind us, but we're focused on the screen that you all are watching, whether it's a Spectrum Surf channel, on the YouTube channel, Zone Media and Island Paddler TV, or on DaHui.com, wherever you might be tuning in and watching from. We welcome and say mahalo to you as we're just in the first moments of this Heat 8 of round 3. But the wind, trade winds was the forecast. I saw a report of east, northeast, but this wind, as it looks now, has a little more hint of north than we would expect. But as we see, Pipeline still very resilient with Benji Brandt opening up.
That is true. It's got a little northeast angle to it, but it's weird because when I stand up and I look, and even with these camera shots where you're looking out on the North Shore, it looks kind of windy and choppy, but every wave that you're seeing ridden here looks pretty smooth. Right. So we'll see a replay here. I believe this was Clay Marzo, actually.
Excuse me. Yep, I stand corrected.
And Captain Clay pulls in, pulls out, and man, this team snapped 5. They've won this event before.
Yeah.
They've got a bunch of characters on their team, from Mason Ho to, as we just saw, Clay Marzo and so many others who have such personality. Now, my wife always is surprised. She's like, we'll watch somebody surf, like, how do you know who that is? Like, you can't see their face. Yeah. Like, how do you know? Every surfer has, a unique approach and style, the way their posture is, their hands are held and so forth, but some more than others. Some have, this is my own personal philosophy, but I believe that some of the best surfers are ones that people imitate rather than they're trying to imitate someone else.
Yeah.
So there's some people that definitely have a distinctive style.
Right.
And a lot of these are Mason Ho, for example, and the whole family has definitely this certain style. But anyway, speaking of style, we've got a stylish surfer down on the beach with Mahina. Again, notice the beautiful Puakeni lei on Mahina, and we're going to throw it down to her and Billy Kemper from that last heat.
Aloha guys, Mahina here with Billy Kemper. You just mentioned that this heat was basically the start of the event for you. I know the last couple of days was really tough, so can you kind of just run me down through that last heat?
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple wild days, and that's what this event represents. You know, it's not just perfection. It's a waterman event. You got to really earn it. And today we're blessed with some east winds. We got lefts, we got rights. There's plenty of different waves, north swell, west swell, and yeah, I didn't have anything on the board. And last year winning this event, I was so grateful that I just wanted to get to work and get some scores on the board. I found the left, found the low right. And, yeah, just moving forward, my body feels good, my family's here, and just stoked. Beautiful day, bunch of fans on a tiny eroded beach enjoying a beautiful show.
So you are no stranger to big waves, obviously. You have a quite wide range of boards. You are riding guns, you're riding shorter boards, you're riding, I don't know, like those beater boards and stuff with your kids. Can you explain to me what's your equipment for today?
Yeah, I've rode 3 totally different boards over the last few days, actually 4 days. I went from chocolates with my kids to Jaws to yesterday, way too big Haleiwa. Today I'm on a 6'8" Glenpang. This is actually a step deck. It's similar to my Jaws boards, but a lot more refined and smaller. And it's not perfect pipeline, and when it's not perfect, I like having a little bit more foam to move around in the lineup, and there's no priority in this event. We are all friends, but when we do go to the lineup, I mean, it's who wants to win it the most. And you got to be hungry, and you got to position yourself for those waves. So went with a little more foam, and it worked great for me. I was stoked, got a few rides on the board, and looking forward to the next round.
Well, that's super good to hear, and the board looks amazing. Well, best wishes, and hopefully you get more barrels in the next couple heats. And back to you guys.
Thank you. Aloha.
Thank you, Mahina. Mahalo. And I can smell that Puakeni from here. Fragrant, the bugger.
Sorry, I keep making reference to it. It's one of my other old man pastimes lately. So I made that lei, and I'm kind of obsessed with my Puakeni leis.
And we got a taste of your lilikoi butter the other day, bringing bananas from the home garden. Oh, Dr. Isaiah Walker. Talk about Renaissance man over here.
Oh, it just means I'm getting old and picking up old people hobbies, baking and cooking.
Yeah, because your kids are, they're onto their own kind of stuff these days.
Grown up already. So, but I do enjoy the aina. So we have, banana trees and ulu breadfruit trees and puakeni. So I have like 3 or 4 puakeni trees in my yard. There's one that's the main one, the mothership that has been blooming right now. So,
beautiful.
So in Hawaii, part of our Hawaiian culture too is the arts of for making lei and food and so forth. So also I like to cook in the imu. We have an imu in our yard, which is basically a traditional way of cooking where it's done with rocks. So you basically create a big fire in a pit in the underground, and you throw a bunch of rocks on top of that fire to heat the rocks. Then once the rocks are hot enough, you get that glow to them. You lei, and this is unique. Most of the islands in the Pacific, they do similar cooking methods.
They have a version of that.
Yes, the umu in Samoa, the lovo in Fiji, and it's very similar. But the one thing that's distinctive and unique to Hawaii is that we throw the stumps of the banana onto the rocks. Whereas others will just put the food straight to the rocks. And if you look at a banana, it's not really a tree; it's a succulent plant.
Right.
And so if you ever cut a banana tree down and look at it, there's like these honeycombs of banana juice that's inside it. Sap. Yeah. So what we do is we cut those and we smash them and turn them into like this, almost like a mulch.
Would be like a mat.
A mat. Yeah. And then you put it right on the hot rocks. Now what that does is it slows the cooking process. So
Yeah.
Hawaiian imu takes a little longer than the Samoan
More of
umu.
a steaming effect.
It is a steaming. So that's what exactly those bananas are doing, is it brings that moisture into the oven. Because after you put the food on top, then you put leaves on top and you cover it. These days we get, simplify things. We put a big tarp over it. And then it sits. It's like the Hawaiian pressure cooker. And it usually takes 5 to 10 hours, depends on how much you got in there. And then when you pull it out, it just falls apart. If you had the good fire, if you had hot wood, kiave wood, which is a version of like hickory, like really hard, dense wood, get the rocks really hot. And so the imu in Hawaii is something that's fun to do, and the food is delicious.
It takes a village too, Bob.
It does take a lot of work. All right. Speaking of which, apparently you have some Ono highlights coming
Team
up
Snap 5.
from day 1 and day 2 from Team Snap 5.
Yeah, Mason doing a good descriptor right there of this wave. He was navigating in the barrel. The Mason Ho Fro Show.
I love this part. This was day 1 when the surf was rising and it had these really cool double up sections that we're watching. Team Snap 5 was in the water as those waves were doubling up and not too crazy yet. Benji Brand knew how to surf that section. Almost looked like a different spot than Pipeline, the way it was doubling up right in here. Barrel action from Team Snap 5. We had Benji Brandt, of course, again.
I think that was Parker Coffin on that one.
Me.
And just really a solid amount of waves for these guys. And then
day 2,
Parker got a little bit more courageous as the waves got bigger. And then he did a beautiful parking job here. Parker parking it, Kaufman. And Coffin, excuse me. And want to give a shout out to Brother Dude on the west side. He's watching from his office over there.
West side.
And always staying tuned in to what's going on around these parts. And of course, we got DaHui providing security. We've got Kanaka Solutions and all the gang providing security as well. So thank you to all of the team on site taking care. Dude, obviously part of that Kanaka Solutions crew as well. So brother Dude, mahalo. And then the Hui Club members taking care of business. Uncle Tony, Uncle Tim. Yep.
Awesome.
Tim Shanley, Tony Naj. Mahalo, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, the emo is cool because it's also, I'd say sort of, it's more like the guys, like, I guess around the barbecue, you get the brothers that cooking. And so likewise, the emu really sort of is a celebration of, kind of the guys that throw rocks on a fire, and it makes it, kind of a bit more dramatic.
We're easily entertained, Bob. Us Kanakas, us boys, us Kanes. Doesn't take much.
Ooh, fire!
Yeah.
Like cavemen still.
Yeah, we're totally just cavemen.
There's a crew on my side of the island called the Hale Mua, and they've been making a lot of emus lately. Polynesian Cultural Center has an emu every day at their luau's. If you want to ever check out what it looks like to have a pig coming out of the emu every day, check them out. And but it's, I got on this from talking about lei making, and so surfing we mentioned a lot is one of the art forms in Hawaiian culture, but there's many, many kinds of art forms that aren't just in the ocean but on land, including the arts and crafts of lei making, of basket weaving, of
making the hat,
making feather capes,
hapale, the capes,
weaving, and so there's check it out if you. I always recommend going to the Bishop's Museum.
Oh gosh,
in fact,
amazing.
We have some visitors visiting with us now, and the Whittakers that went down to Bishop Museum yesterday with my son, and they got the tour there, and it's you get to see all the arts and crafts of old Hawaii, from even stone making. So Hawaiians would carve stone to have different tools.
You're right.
Human hair. Right now, there's a display at Bishop Museum where they have some traditional feather clothing, and one of my favorites is the sash of Umi Aliloa. And Umi was a powerful chief of old Hawaii. But if you go and check out his wardrobe, essentially, it's also a combination of bling, and on that you can see human teeth embedded into the sash, which probably is a sign of conquering another foe and embedding your, the person you defeated in battle into your wardrobe. Kind of frightening, going into a fight with someone that is wearing someone else's teeth and bones. But here we go, Benji Brandt pulling into this one.
Oh, and you see the little bit of that northerly wind effect, having some, texture on that wave. And this morning, without the wind, it was very, glassy and open, and just a little bit more of a challenge heading into the afternoon with the wind section. You see that wave getting a bit chunky. Went from smooth and glassy to a little bit more baby bounce chunky. I guess slow and smooth, the kickball reference from back in the day. This morning, slow and smooth. Now a little bit baby bounce. And just another day at Pipeline for sure. Here's Benji from that reverse angle, getting very deep and unable to come out. And, over time, the swell is, on the decline from this huge 5-day run of warning level surf. And so we'll see, how it develops into the afternoon. 14 minutes, 45 seconds halfway through remaining here in heat number 8. Team Japan on deck, on standby. They were heat number 1 this morning, so we'll be going back to the top of the order, if you will.
So, Rocky, what was your order with the when you call up the on the kickball field? Did you order slow and smooth or baby bounce?
I mixed it up, kind of depending on the situation. Who's on first and second.
Okay.
Whether I wanted to keep it on the ground, probably be more of a slow and smooth. But if I wanted to try to blast one, always the kickball home run is like the greatest feeling ever. Then you request a baby bounce. But you get some, some snarky pitchers that give you the extra baby, like the more big
the
giant baby.
Bounce.
But yeah, how about you?
I like the baby bounce for sure.
Time it just right where you can get it right on the up kick.
Right.
Good fun days. The kickball. Shout out to the All Bus team and the kickball tournament we had for a couple of years right here at Sunset Field.
I think for most surfers,
there's the blades.
We abandoned team sports for a reason, you know? Yeah, shouts to the surfboards. Because surfing, even though, like, in this event, which is awesome, we've got this camaraderie group thing. In reality, and even though there's teams that work together to accrue points, surfing is mostly individual experience. You paddle out by yourself on a board, pick a spot you want to go to, and I don't know. Growing up, when I grew up, in Hilo and stuff, I remember coaches being pretty rugged sometimes up in riding.
Parker could not find the exit. And looks like some of that little chippiness of the wave kind of caught his rail a little.
Yeah.
And pulled him under. And we talked about the waves, coming off this big 5-day run of big swells, and Water Patrol pulling up gently to make sure they know where that surfer is, and getting on just in time.
Oof.
And to pull away right there.
So casual as that whitewater hits the back of the ski. Very nonchalant there.
Yeah.
So familiar and comfortable in the surf with the ski. I don't know, you do get some, some folks who are athletes by nature, and surfing became one of their pastimes. But I believe, for most of us surfers, it's the chance to be autonomous and to be an individualistic, not having a coach, so to speak. That there's part of the appeal to it.
Yeah, it does, though, create 100% accountability
Right.
on yourself.
You cannot blame
too.
anybody else.
Yeah. So it is a very independent type of feeling.
Well, Team Snap 5, we were talking earlier about surf films, and the Snap series is definitely delivered over the last several years, and it's always fun to watch the segments there. I was mentioning how all these guys in the water have their own segments, and they are incredible. Each and every one of those segments in the Snap series, amazing. I mentioned Benji Brandt. But also with Clay Marzo, he's always one of the favorites to watch because his approach to surfing the wave is so unique. And we started this conversation earlier about how do you know who someone is when they're on the wave and you can't see their face. These guys, and Clay Marzo is definitely one of them, has such his own technique and style and approach to riding waves that as soon as you see him on the wave, it's clear and apparent that it is Clay Marzo. The way he barrel rides, we talked about how he does a layback on his outside rail while going frontside.
How's that body surf camera action right there? That's pretty talented too.
Yes, it is. Awesome.
We're going to queue up a little love and replay for one of our camera folks. Stroking into a nice little fun body surf wave. Looks like he's got his camera on the end of a stick as his lead and negotiating that one quite well. I got to say it's a good score.
I mean, do you have any? I mean, we talked about Wave Warriors as a surf film series.
Yeah.
Any other videos or films that you enjoyed?
You got to always, give props to the Billabong crew and the things they were putting out, and then the Taylor Steele, Momentum series that really was during, a time when you had to hunt for surfing on TV.
Yes.
3 a.m, way after it happened, some contest might be on. And the results have been out for months, so you know already, but you just want to watch.
Yep.
But yeah, those kinds of ones are put out. And then I was watching a Liam McNamara production of the Hawaii 9-1, 9-2, Hawaii 01 series. And then Jimmy Berlin from Haleiwa used to put out a couple cool videos, too, that were narrated. And I believe there was, so much cool things to be filmed, and then there was a big space for it, and now like the content is just endless.
Yes.
Right? But I find myself nostalgically going back on YouTube to those older stuffs, and just remembering kind of where you were, what you were doing, and the age you were when you first saw this wave of Davy Cantrell or pick your name or spot.
Did you? Are you old enough to remember going to the theater and watching surf films?
I just remember watching Surfers the movie in the theater, but not before that.
So I remember when I was young, went to some of these, was it board stories, and a bunch of these older movies, which was interesting because it usually had narration and had a little bit of a story, someone talking through it. But I remember going into the old Hilo High School auditorium, watching my first surf movie as like a 10-year-old, and everyone in the theater was hooting and hollering.
Right. No, that's how it was. When you had surfing on a big screen, it was like the stoke just permeated through the screen.
Because we're spoiled today, like you said. Like we're overwhelmed almost with so much of the content, but check it out. We got a lot of spectators.
Yep, our beach crowd. There's us and the little blacked out deck area of the Volcom house right above the Derek Ho King of Pipeline poster at the right of way, and just a great scene on Aloha Friday for this third day of the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2025, all presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows and in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. And I got a cool Duke story, just in case I want to get this in.
Okay.
I was talking downstairs with Balamam.
Balamam. Wait, is she back?
Auntie Mary
Oh.
is here, yeah. And so sharing some stories of Duke visiting New York and Jones State Beach up there.
Okay.
And spending time with the neighborhood, doing, swimming and surfing and all of that. And actually, one of her neighbors in that time where she grew up has these letters handwritten from Duke.
Oh my gosh.
And Duke gave him a pair of shorts, I think, that they still have.
Holy cow.
Which is so amazing. And her one of her friends remembers, like her dad getting letters from Duke, getting visits, and then they would, all gather around for spaghetti dinner. That was like the main entree of choice way back when. But, this was, early days in New York. So, Auntie Mary, thank you for those cool stories and memoirs that we're, still enjoying and passing around today as we watch Clay Marzo somehow get in there. That was as sneaky as you could be. I mean, talk about sneaking in the back door. That bugger never make one sound, bro. Mom and Dad don't even have a clue where you was. Yeah.
No, that was incredible. And I mentioned earlier how he approaches the wave very differently. We'll watch a replay of this. Look his stance. Like, he's drop kneeing, just gets under there, makes it look so casual, but, man, just almost took his head off.
Yeah.
Came out of the barrel, nice and smooth.
How to have that vision and timing on the backhand where you're just looking, with only like half your vision, basically. Because, turning your head like that, can't really get a full, clear look like you can going front side, but just kind of trusting his positioning and, a lot of that by feel. And even his board had a little hint of like an old school look. Like there are flashes of like some of those old surf movies we were just mentioning with the stance, the board, everything. Clay Marzo, vintage.
Yeah, Clay Marzo, one of my favorite surfers to watch, and I know many others would agree with me that he's a savant of sorts. He approaches the wave very differently, and really just knows how to read a wave. And I think I don't know if we recognize enough the value of reading waves. And you look at the best surfers in the world, and it's about knowing what the wave is going to do and how to react to it.
Yeah.
Right? I think a lot of that
being
comes
a couple steps ahead as well.
Right. And I think a lot of that comes from just being, you learn that as a baby. In fact, when you're in just the shore break and waves hitting you, and learning how to dive under a little wave, and all of that. It trains you for understanding the flow of the ocean, and it becomes something that is instinctual rather than learned. And I think that's something that we see here with Clay Marzo. Great instincts with the ocean. Here he goes, pulls into another one.
That one having that little bit of, extended, difficult exit and bending in a certain way that wouldn't provide anything clean. It was going to have to be... a muscle power through the crashing lip if it was going to happen for an exit, but not that time for Clay Marzo.
Yeah, definitely a lot of warble on that one. You can see in the barrel, but right there, you're talking about rocky, it kind of bends off into an unfavorable direction for Clay.
Yeah, if we were looking at these waves, some of them, from a straight up aerial point of view, it would be not a perfect straight line.
Right.
There's a little bend and movement on some of those waves that are on the inside. Here we go, paddling and not going. But Clay is going to go on that end section. And he'll find a little tune-up on the inside. And showing that he's got other professions in mind, possibly if surfing runs its course, as Benji Brandt. It's a lot of...
Elemu, not locally.
Yeah, a lot of fun you could have with that shot right there. Get your quarters. 1 minute, 50 seconds remaining. We're just cutting loose a little bit. At the end of round 3, 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining for Team Snaps 5, heat number 8 of round 3. And we have our Team Japan coming up next, and we have one of our surfers that will soon be joining us to help with some spotting, but Clay Marzo surviving some of the chandeliers right there, and live action, staying busy, the bugger. And maybe ordered his shorts one size too big on purpose. Who knows? He's the savant in many ways.
For sure. We got back-to-back. Clay has been keeping busy here. Now, Clay Marzo is from Maui. Take a shot of the replay of what we missed. The second one, look at that style, standing tall.
Gosh.
Not a long barrel, but a fun one. And Clay grew up on Maui, a windy part of the windy island.
Yeah.
And is no stranger to these types of winds.
Yeah, that was the end of heat number 8. So we'll take a short break and be back with potentially the start of round 4. We'll keep you posted. Stay tuned. The Hui Backdoor Shootout, back in a moment.
Snap 2, bringing it back.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha Avakea. Good midday to all of you joining us for the Hui Backdoor Shootout, the famed Kenui Road, right there off of Kamehameha Highway, fronting the pipeline. Team Japan is in the water right now. Shinpei Horiguchi, Ryaru Ito, Riku Matsumoto, and Shogo Harada. And we have also with us Guy Sato is helping us spot these Japanese surfers to make sure we get the proper ID for the call. Of course, our judges have a spotter up there as well, and as par for the course of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, we go with no jersey colors so surfers can display their own sponsors. Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker, and we've got Guy Sato up in the booth with us. Guy is without a mic. We just have our 2 mics hooked up with me and Isaiah, but we'll be talking and hearing from Guy who these surfers are in the water. It looks like we have 5 surfers, so who is the other? Is Is it Shohei Kato out there again? Oh, he's not out. Is Kenshin Matsunaga in the heat? Yeah. Okay. So we're replacing Shohei with Kenshin. Okay, got it. So we have Kenshin Matsunaga in this heat, along with Shinpei, with Shogo, and Riku and Riaru. And we saw these guys in heat number 1, first heat of the day, get some really nice waves. Starting to see that really nice, clean drone shot with the reef below, giving you an idea of just how shallow and treacherous, dangerous.
Yeah, Riaru had one of the.
Can be.
Riaru had like a 8.3 this morning.
Yeah, that
really
backdoor wave, really good. And speaking of really good beach interview, it'll be Mahina Maeda taking us downstairs. Let's hear it.
Aloha guys, Mahina here on the beach with Clay Marzo. This is the Snap T5 team. Obviously, we've been seeing a lot of waves going by through each team. This heat kind of was a little bit slower on the slower side, but you managed to get like a couple sneaky pipe waves and stuff. Just talk me through some of the waves that you caught.
Yeah, just trying to pick and choose and look around and and found a few little one corners, but it was slow heat. Good fun.
Yeah, that's good. I've noticed that you're riding kind of like a funny, interesting looking board. Obviously a quad setup. Why did you choose this board out of all the boards that you have and brought over?
Just as a little more like paddle, like more to get into the wave, a little thicker, and just a little more safe for to catch waves.
You did mention that you wish you rode this board specifically on the other days. Why is that?
Just because it felt like I could get into the waves more, My other boards are a little small, and yeah, I definitely like this one. It was way better.
So you guys mentioned that you guys are having this new Snap movie coming out soon. Do you want to give out some sneaky little details on that?
Yeah, we've been filming for Snap 5, Logan. It's been 3-4 years, so I'm just excited to get it done with this year, one more year. But shout out Snap team.
So hopefully we see more of those crazy barrels that you guys get in those movie parts in this heat, in the next coming heats and stuff. So wish you all the best, and back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, thank you. Mahalo Mahina. And sporting a beautiful homemade, handmade, man-made. Poor kitty.
Yeah, so Pua Kenny Kenny, in my opinion, and I think many agree with, has the most beautiful fragrance of a flower. And it's related to the gardenia plant, so it has a little hint of gardenia-ish.
There's some variations of Pua Kenny Kenny.
There are. As you see, the flowers on my tree are a little bigger than, so there's different varieties, small, medium, and extra large. Mine is kind of like the, there we go.
Oh, beautiful.
Awesome. So, and I have my own theories on making those. To me, the gaps between each flower is more important than anything else.
Okay.
Because you want some, continuity with the lei to make it look like it's uniform.
Yeah.
But the smell of the Pua Kenny Kenny, I love how you said that. I could smell it from here.
Yeah.
If you know the smell of Pua Kenny Kenny, as soon as you see it, it triggers your senses, and you know what that smell is. Very beautiful type of flower. But we have a lot of different types of lei making tradition skills, from lei po'o to maile lei to
you have
variety.
the open maile, which is just a drape over. Then any significance with connecting into a full circle. Theories on that.
So typically, when there's kind of a, I don't know if it's a superstition we'd call, but when women are hapai or pregnant, typically they would not have a closed lei on.
Okay.
So, and that's, I say superstition because oftentimes it may reference like the umbilical cord, don't want it getting wrapped around.
Got it.
And so having an open lei, usually most pregnant women will have a lei that's open.
Okay.
So otherwise, like with the maile lei, it's sort of a preference, I think. Maile are are leaves, really, not flowers.
Correct.
But they're fragrant leaves of a vine that grow up in the mountains, and they're pretty rare, increasingly rare and hard to find. A beautiful, fragrant smell, and those are the priciest leis that I think you find at the maile.
Yeah.
And they're usually reserved for very special occasions like weddings. Usually a groom would wear a maile lei for a wedding.
Okay. And then you have the tea leaf, which is, I've seen closed and open.
Right. You just have preference on that.
Yeah.
So tea leaf lei, basically, it's woven almost like a braid but twisted.
Okay.
And you'll get some really cool varieties of tea leaf lei. There's different color tea leaf. There's the ula ula, the red tea leaf leis. So anyway, if you're interested in some of these things we're talking about, we do have in Hawaii a lot of places where you can learn more about some of our culture and our arts and customs. But the pinnacle of the Hawaiian arts takes place in the spring every year in Hilo for what we call the Merry Monarch Festival. And if you go down there, even if you cannot get tickets into the show for the hula competition, all the festivities going around in Hilo town, there's all these art lei stands and kiosks and different people posted up selling stuff.
Yeah.
It's a real cool event, so if you have time to check that out, please do so.
It is more than just a hula competition. And I have one question. Take it how you'd like, but I'm just so curious of everything in there is so amazingly beautiful. And then I always wondered, how come they're dancing on plywood? I think but the way they tape it and it's marked, maybe it's for the squares and referencing your spacing. But I would, I'm like, wow, everything is so beautiful. And then they showed us plywood stage. I thought maybe it would be covered with some maybe nice lauhala, something like that, or some nice, But I know you want to get the good pounding when you're doing your steps and you're dancing, so the effect of the noise is good. But maybe some nice print over that, but I just was always curious about that. Sorry, I'm not trying to make it
functional.
But it's a beautiful event, like you said, showcasing not only the amazing arts of dance, but just everything that happens around that event is quite the display of Hawaiian arts.
And we have Team Japan in the water right now, and I've seen many, and we talked about this the other day, but many Japanese hula halau that come to Hawaii to perform, and Merry Monarch Festival, you'll see it's an international. You'll see a lot of people from around the world, but particularly get a lot of folks from Japan, folks from the United States. You have Hawaiian groups that halau that are from the United States. From, for example, in San Francisco, you have one of the more popular ones that show up to the Merry Monarch Festival every year. So a lot of great celebrations in Hawaiian culture, not just surfing, but all types of arts that we are known for here in Hawaii. Nei. Up and riding.
Shogo Harada.
Oh.
And brother was trying to work smarter, not harder. But Shogo Harada definitely earning.
Oh, Shogo.
Oh, he went, boo. Show went. And some photogs at the Volcom house posted up looking, but talk about a lot of courage going for that one.
See a replay of Shogo here. Takes the drop, steep and deep, underneath.
Yeah.
Steal a phrase from you.
Yeah. No, he can borrow. Easy kind. Don't worry about.
Easy, bro.
Yeah.
Borrow that one too. Just no sell them.
Yeah.
But a bit too deep on that one. He had he had the speed and the power and flow, but unfortunately Pipeline outraced him.
Yeah, there's the paddle back out with our Zone Media photographer on board with Hawaiian Water Patrol and our other swimming photographers that are kind of battling a little bit of that current on the end bowl right there, and our safety ski standing by.
So, Duka Hanamoku. So we celebrate Duka Hanamoku in this event. And Duka is also known to be a musician and hula dancer as well. If you go to YouTube, you'll find there's a special where he's honored on his TV show called This Is Your Life. and you'll get to see him do a little umi, which is a little hip shake on the show, where he does a little hula dance, and with his family and his sisters and aunties and his brothers, and lots of tradition.
I would definitely recommend that Waterman movie. Huh?
Okay.
That was so cool.
Yeah, the film a couple years ago came out called Waterman.
Showed a lot of that This Is Your Life footage.
It did. So lots of arts and culture. We talked about the 50 years ago on the North Shore, and this sometimes this phrase Hawaiian Renaissance. Good friend of mine lives in my neighborhood in Hauula, Uncle Cy Bridges, who's a kumuhula and a judge at the Merry Monarch. I remember talking to him one time. He goes, "What do you mean Hawaiian Renaissance? We never need that. We was already living our culture."
Yeah.
So it depends on where you lived. You know, he's like, where I lived in Hauula, we was fishing, making poi, doing everything in 1970s. I don't know who call him Renaissance. So it is it depends on who you're talking to. But we do have,
one of the best uncles, Cy Bridges. Yeah.
Oh, brother, he's a genealogist expert.
Just a gem.
Can talk for days on who's related to who and who came from who. But yeah, so this idea of of Renaissance is important. But I agree to some degree with him, because there were a lot of, like I mentioned, surfing didn't really need a renaissance in 1970s, although the Hui Backdoor was there to preserve and protect waves, and particularly on the North Shore, as the surf scene got increasingly more prevalent and surfing competitions started to, and some of them exclude some of the local community.
Right.
So the brothers got together and was like, I don't think so. In fact, some stories I've interviewed guys like Tom Pohaku and others, and they say like, bro, we would paddle out.
Yeah, right in the middle of the event, and just to make a statement.
Right.
You didn't invite us, but we are here because you guys are in a certain territory that at least invite us or hire us to be water safety, and or involve us in some capacity.
Right, and then full circle. Well, because in the early events, it was invite only, similar to this event. You have to be invited to be a part of it. But when they were inviting only, out of island, off island people.
Yeah.
In fact, when the first Duke events, there was only one Native Hawaiian that was invited into the entire event, and so guys like Eddie Aikau and Ben Aipa were trying to make their way in, and they did. The very next year, Eddie and Ben Aipa were included, but you could sense a little bit of frustration from the local brothers who were known as experts on the North Shore. You had the Kimo Hollingers and the Kealoha Kaios and a variety of other Hawaiian surfers that had been surfing on the North Shore through the 70s and the 60s, in fact. And here we go. Got a paddler.
Shinpei.
Oh, our Uncle Shinpei.
Oh, yeah.
Going for it. Ho!
Ooh.
Got a little high on that end section.
Oh, man. He could start his own luxury brand,
Uh-oh,
not Gucci, but Horiguchi. Is that a Gucci bag? No, it's a Horiguchi bag. I got it from Shinpei-san.
Oh.
And, talk about just bravery and courage going up and into that barrel. After, his wipeout that was played multi-times over, there's Cliff Botello. He was helping us with some MC and announcing over the last couple of days, and now
called up into the ski.
Into the action on the ski. Good job. Got a Cliff and the rest of the gang, Hawaiian Water Patrol.
That was a real treat. Actually, I was excited to have Cliff in here because we could get kind of first account of primary source of him and what it's like being in on the water ski and on the out there in the Hawaiian Water Patrol.
And speaking of water ski, we had
jet ski
Neely.
Yes,
that was our water ski professional, world's
random.
best apparently. Came onto the scene and graced us with her presence. And I was, really hoping we would get a tow rope out there with her water skis to put on some pipeline display. But It is such a fun event to mix everything in and talk about a variety of subjects that you don't always get to hear at all surf events. You know, so
but why not?
We run the gamut. We are Relevant Tangents is our new nickname.
Oh yeah,
it's a new band name. Dude likes the Horiguchi. Yeah.
Oh, dude, thanks, dude. Actually, Duty Miller was one of the original Waikiki Hui Nalu surfers from the club. Actually, he was known as the captain of the Hui Nalu Surf Club. We're talking earlier about 50 years ago at the Hui Nalu, but don't get them confused with the Hui Nalu, which was from 1906, the early 1900s. The Hui Nalu gang were some of our Hawaiian surfers down there in Waikiki were holding it down, became the local celebrities in Waikiki for... also known as Beach Boys, Waikiki Beach Boys, but that was their monetized name of their club because the Waikiki Beach Boys would make money teaching people surf lessons and also quite the entertainers. I mentioned Alduko Hanamoku also was a singer and a dancer, which is kind of cool that this kind of tradition of surfers being rounded artists. Eddie Aikau himself was like a slack key guitar expert.
Wow.
And loved to play music.
There's a lot of images of him holding a guitar that you see from the past.
You know what's cool? I saw the same thing when I was doing my project interviewing folks for the book Waves of Resistance. I had a similar experience where I interviewed Kealoha Ka'io, who's passed, and he was one of the Hawaiian surfers who charged the waves alongside Greg Knoll and others in the 60s. And he had a guitar under his arm. And what I realized... for some folks, when they get some soft-spoken individuals, especially Hawaiians that maybe a little self-conscious with their English, and the thick pidgin and the Hawaiian language may feel like a barrier for them behind a camera and interview. Anytime he would feel a little overwhelmed, he would just start playing his guitar.
Yeah,
and we're talking about Renaissance, something that I've always been fascinated with, and I've hope some researcher will spend more time exploring as we see all our folks on the beach exploring this short beach.
Yeah, I like the kind of the steep berm gives them that stadium tiered type of seating,
Stadium seating.
Nobody blocking anybody.
Only bummers that get sand in the pants when you sit on the hill like that.
Yeah, the little small kind avalanche coming down.
But where I was going with this is Hawaiian music has been a place to preserve history, stories, and culture. It was one of those things, and I argue similar with surfing, that it was a cultural tradition that didn't die out, that persevered during, the mid and early 1900s. Was kind of a rough time for culture in Hawaii because there was a lot of change and kind of a sentiment of feeling, again, insecure or like there's something inherently not smart about your culture. Up and riding, grabbing a rail.
Shogo again.
Keep him busy. But Hawaiian music is a place where that also doesn't really stop. And so a lot of the traditions and legends and stories and histories are preserved in music.
In song, in mele. And, that is something else that our Japanese brethren have adopted a lot into is the music scene. I know Jake Shimabukuro, being of Japanese descent, but growing up here, has taken the ukulele to Japan and has made, many cool appearances in Japan. And, there's a lot of Japanese ukulele players that really enjoy the instrument and adopting into the Hawaiian culture. And we talked before of, Hawaiians going to Japan and then 3 very famous sumo wrestlers from Hawaii being in Japan. So there's always been a really, really fun, interesting cultural exchange. And then we talked about food. Some of my favorite things to eat come from the Japanese culture. And such a great blend of brotherhood and surfing. And then we go back to, as we watch, there's some Team Japan footage right there. You see the poster, the banner in the background with Japanese writing.
I've been to Japan, and I was blown away with 7-Eleven in Japan.
Yeah.
The food is so good there.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, we have 7-Eleven here, but over there, bro,
it's like,
all the different sushis and sandwiches, and it's incredible.
It's very upscale takeout, for sure.
But on the topic of music, talked about how Duke Hanamoku was a musician, the Beach Boys, the Waikiki Beach Boys, the Hui Nalu guys were musicians. Music is a cool place that did perpetuate culture. Actually, I come from a family of musicians. My grandfather and my aunties and uncles that were part of my grandpa's family were Hawaiian musicians that traveled around. And I'm so proud. I'm going to shout out here my daughter who plays the stand-up bass in a Hawaiian group. There's a trio called Kilia, K-I-L-I-A.
Okay.
So Kilia Music, check them out. Actually, I'm so proud. They're going to be playing at the Atherton Studio next month in February, and the tickets go on sale. Hawaii Public Radio has a studio in town right across from Don Quixote, which is a Japanese store there. And check it out. Get some tickets. It's a beautiful concert. It's very proud of her.
Yeah.
And they're going to be sharing the stage. It's Olelo Hawaii Week, so my daughter and all of my kids speak Olelo Hawaii. And celebrating music, so love Hawaiian music, especially the older stuff. Love the old stuff.
Yeah, no, it's really nostalgic, takes you back, and just a very relaxing tone as we're kind of relaxing here with 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in heat number 1 of round 4. So we are well into the 4th round of the Hui Backdoor Shootout on day 3. So
Kaipo. Rocky. Whoa, that was a slip there.
Wow.
Sorry.
Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker, just off camera here. We got Guy Sato. Guy, get in here, man. There's been a guy helping us with the spotting of our surfers, but I'll take that as a compliment.
Sorry. I don't know where that came from. Slip. Hopefully not a Freudian slip. But we were talking earlier, Rocky, and we were a little concerned about the winds. Looks smooth now.
Yeah, it's kind of coming and going, and clocking maybe a little more easterly too as we speak. So we'll see how the conditions hold up. Sporting the Oahu Golf apparel. Mahalo, guys. Keeping us nice and comfy and smooth. And forgot to show you guys. Next time we'll get you guys get one more shot here of our DaHui Backdoor Shootout gear, because this year is from artist Jack Soren. Check that out. That's the back of the shirt right there with the Duke Hanamoku, and then the front logo you've been seeing on the screens and on the intros and outros. But just want to say mahalo to all of our supporters. 3 minutes to go. You see the clock right there and the beautiful view behind us. And look at that drone shot. It's
Let me
epic.
check out that shirt again.
Oh, yeah, bro. Check the shirt. Check them.
So, Jack Soren is a amazing artist. Look at this, rider up.
Surfer backdoor getting crunched.
But I love how he integrates the stories into it. We have Duke Hanamoku in this shot. We've been talking about leis today.
Yeah.
So on the shirt, you got the lei. You also talk about the maile, which we have in this. We talk about petroglyphs, or the ki'i, that the Hui Nalu logo is on here. So there's a lot of meaning to this art here. Appreciate it. So go check it out. Actually, these shirts are hard to find. They sold out right away. And Jack Soren is a great artist, does mural work and a variety of other things. Go check out what he does. But Backdoor Shootout, love the imagery. Duke Hanamoku, also the coloring, right? So you got the red and yellow. We've talked about this before. I mentioned how my son took his friends down to the Bishop Museum yesterday. I know there's these feather capes. Most of those colors of red and yellow are colors of the li'i. And hundreds of thousands of these feathers required to make a cape, a Hawaiian cape. One of the most prized capes you'll see at the Bishop Museum is King Kamehameha's yellow cape. Yellow flowers were the hardest to come by. Oftentimes a bird was partly yellow, and you'd have to just pick the feathers off the bird that was yellow. Now, there's a lot of different talk of like whether the Hawaiians over-hunted these birds, but according to our traditions, they would capture and release a lot of these birds. So capture them, pluck pluck the feathers and then release.
Take what you need has always been a Hawaiian concept, I believe.
Right. And so make sure we're sustainable. Again, we live on an island. And you have to treat it like an island. I mentioned on day one, I think, talked about Olelo no Eau. He va'a, he moku, he moku, he va'a. An island is a canoe, and a canoe is like your island. So in other words, you have to, when you're on a canoe, you have limited resources. Make the most of it and be sustainable.
That is a great point as we're looking at the island right now from that beautiful drone shot. And
Shinpei
Horiguchi gets out of a barrel nicely. So much like he finished the last heat, deja vu right now for Team Japan and Shinpei Horiguchi, because it was with just about 30 or 20 seconds left in Heat 1 early this morning. He finished with a nice little backdoor drainer and does the same here for Heat number 2 for Team Japan. Round 4, not as active as this morning. So Gai Sato, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Volcom team rider and all-around Japan shredder, Gai Sato, helping us with some spotting. And we're going to take a short break here. We'll be right back with our next heat of round 4, North Shore Surf Shop Ohana, coming up next. The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. Hey, welcome back. Here we are at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. This is the 50th anniversary of the Hui o He'enalu, celebrating this event since 1996 as the Backdoor Shootout. North Shore Surf Shop Ohana. The lineup right there: Ayala, Makai, Landon, Steve, and looks like Legend in there. So nice. It'll be the McNamara brothers with their Hanai brother, Ayala Stewart, and then also Legend Chandler, who has made great strides in the last couple of years as a young man here at Pipeline. And then Stevie Robes, coming over from Maui, part of that lineage of great surfing in the Roberson Ohana. And excited to see what these guys have in store for round 4. Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker, and we are just strolling on through right into round 4.
Speaking of Hanai, there's terms for, people you're close to. Hanai, you got Calabash Cousins, and here we go. Rider Up. Looks like either one of the young guns.
One of the young boys, yeah. We definitely can ID, Landon, Ayala. They got the distinct hairdos. Makai with that more stately veteran backhand, barrels, grab rail technique, so he's recognizable. Then the young boys with the helmets and, little more zip in their step. as they're still under the age of 17, bro.
Oh, wow.
They can't even buy cigarettes.
As either Stevie or
Not that he wanted,
Legend.
but-
Oh, paddle. Look at this one.
Oh,
Late,
yeah.
steep, deep, grabbing rail.
Oh, nice.
Chew.
Oh, man. And, you know, these boys are young, but they look so mature on
Yeah.
waves like this and their styles.
Yeah, I believe that was Stevie Roberson.
Yeah, Stevie Robes. And
Nice water angle.
beautiful shot from Hawaiian Water Patrol and Zone Media getting right up in there, up close and personal.
So, yeah, Ohana in Hawaii is extended family, right? And sometimes it's blood, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's your Hanabara brada.
Yeah.
And,
I like that term.
Actually, I didn't realize. I learned recently that Hanabara is it's a mix of pidgin and Japanese.
Okay, yeah, because it's B-A-T-A.
Yes.
Hanabata.
And the bara is the Hawaiian pidgin for butter.
Yeah.
And apparently the hana is the Japanese for your nose.
Okay.
So it's nose butter,
Okay.
which is talking about boogers, basically. And when people say, oh, hanabara days, it means when you're so small and you had kind of runny noses and you grew up together. I have a hanabara brother who's shouting me out here. And brother Merv Kuahivi Nui. He's also brother Merv from HIC Surf Shop in Haliva.
Yeah, bro. Merv, the bugger control sprayer, bro. I love watching him surf. He rips.
And he's with another friend, childhood friend Reagan, and others watching. So aloha to you guys. Thank you for watching us. And but this concept of wahana is really cool because extended takes a village to raise a child. Hanabara, calabash. That was one I always thought was a haole term because it's an English word. Till I learned recently that it's not. It's unique to Hawaii. Calabash is an English word for like a poi bowl.
Something,
yeah,
right?
poi bowl. So if you're a calabash cousins with somebody, that means that you grew up eating out of the same poi bowl together.
And we've got Mahina Maeda. She is downstairs on the beach with an interview. Go ahead, Mahina.
Aloha guys, Mahina here down on the beach with Ryaru Ito from Team Japan. リアル最後のヒートは結構難しかったし、1本目のヒートと比べるとどっちの方が良かったですか？
今日の朝の1個目のヒートの方が良くて、でも今はちょっと風も吹いてきて、で波もちょっとサイズダウンしたから、まあ乗れなかったけど、まあ楽しかったです。
昨日この前のヒートと今日のヒートと比べるとやっぱり違う板乗っててどんな板乗ってますか？
この間は波のサイズがでかかったんでちょっと板でかくしたけど、今日はまだちょっとスモールサイズだからちょっと短めの板を買いました。
まあこの前私が大阪会いに行った時にもリアルのフリーバードのムービーって最近出てきて結構パイプラインの映像いっぱいあったし、どこまでプッシュしました？
そうですね、まだオンラインで乗ってないですけど、もしかしたら今後乗るかもしれないんでチェックしておいてください。 Thank you.
So Ryaru just came out with a new movie clip called Freebird. It's not out yet, but it does showcase a lot of the heavy slabs that he went and surfed over the years out here and as well as over in Tahiti. So hopefully you guys check it out. But best wishes for you to the next heat. 次のヒートも頑張ってください。
Thank you. ありがとう。
All right, Mahina. Glad to see the lei is still kind of trying to hold on there.
Yeah,
and
bro.
One thing about the Pua Kenny,
short shelf life.
Whenever short shelf life, especially when it's touching your skin, you know. So something about that. In fact, my family laughs at me, but when I pick my flowers, I wear gloves. When I make the lei, I wear gloves. Trying to save as much as possible so the thing will start aging on you.
Just the skin oils, yeah.
The skin oils
mixing with the flowers. So, very concerted effort here. Much appreciated by Isaiah Walker.
So, I'm getting some texts here from some friends. Uncle Chuck Waipa Andres, who's like a well-known, of course, surfboard shaper. Shapes a lot of the boards for our surfers on the North Shore at Pipeline and also at Waimea Bay.
Yeah.
So he's known for shaping his surfboards. And he sent me some pictures of his tutu man or his grandfather, Arthur Waipa Parker, and says that is a picture of him rowing, looks like with Dukanamoku in the Alawai, when the Alawai was clean, he says.
Oh, yeah, that was a long time ago. Hopefully, those little like maki balls, whatever they're making, the genki balls,
yeah, the
are
genki
having
balls
effect.
hopefully
We'll see. I heard sightings of a monk seal
in the Alawai. That's a good sign.
So who knows? We may be onto something. I feel like my word to guests that come out with us on the canoe is always, human mankind. We're here for better or for worse. We have some ways to make things problematic, but then, got the ingenuity and wherewithal and technology to fix it or try to make it better. So hopefully that is what's happening. But I remember the first time I saw the Andres logo as we watch a paddler here. We'll get to that shortly, but the first time I saw that logo was on a fellow competitor's board by the name of Mikala Jones. Rest in peace, Mikala, dearly missed. And we watch Backdoor here, not missing this one. Beautiful. I think that is legend. So still
cool to be a legend still at 16.
Yeah, really. Yeah, still some nuggets with this northeasterly trade wind filling in. And the barrels at Pipe and Backdoor are still very resilient, holding open. Look at that beautiful entry. And then has to kind of sneak out the bottom of that. The Backdoor had the doggy door.
Yeah, as we talked about Backdoor, for many years, most people didn't even look at the right when they were surfing out at Pipeline. Till guys started doing it more and more because it looks like a closeout. And you'll even hear the best surfers today, they'll say, like, that looked like a closeout. And you get guys like John who say those are the ones you want.
Yeah.
Look like they're going to close out. And then you have to sneak out the doggy door. There's no channel at Backdoor. So you just have to know the time to exit, when to pull the trigger to shoot out of the back door.
Yeah. And it's like Cliff Botello, Jarrett Lau trying to get a good grab, a good pickup right there of Legend Chandler, get him back around the pipe side. So really, really amazing having Hawaiian Water Patrol, not only for safety, but also for efficiency. And whatever we can do to kind of keep the crowd entertained, the less paddling, the more surfing. And so
that's cool.
As a sport, as surfing, the entertainment is mostly while you're surfing. You can have some pretty amazing paddle out moments of some carnage, but
I love that. Cliff Kapono is moonlighting there, part-time in the booth and part-time on the ski, making it look easy.
And more sets approaching our surfers here in heat number 2 of round 4. This is Team North Shore Surf Shop Ohana. They've got a couple locations, Sharks Cove, right there on Kamehameha Highway, not hard to miss. And then you got to kind of venture into Haleiwa Town, right there near Ace Hardware, to find the other North Shore Surf Shop location. And a great selection of all kinds of things for the ocean.
Yeah, Uncle Chuck is blowing up my phone. All these cool historic photos he's sending me right now of his grandpa.
Oh, epic.
And one thing that stands out, look how fit these guys. There's Duke.
Oh, yeah.
Just ripped, these guys, I don't know, like this is before, I don't think they had gym memberships at that time.
No,
but
it's all natural.
All natural, just going out surfing every day.
Never have
and
McDonald's
swimming.
either, that's why.
Great pictures. Thank you, Uncle Chuck, for sharing of your tutu.
Always a great source of, craftsmanship, surf knowledge, historical knowledge, and, a real fan of the culture and supporter of things of Polynesia. So thank you, Uncle Chuck.
Uncle Chuck, I don't mean to offend in any way, but I've noticed that some of the best shapers are also the most meticulous and almost a little OCD.
Yeah.
Like Chuck, you go to his house or ride in his car or whatever, just immaculate. Like Nothing's out of place.
That's how Sino was too.
Yeah.
You know, it is a common trait, I believe.
I mean, I used to. Billy Kemper was referring to his Glen Pang board. Glen Pang took care of me when I was young. I was from Big Island, but I'd come and sleep at his house up in Wahiwa, and he'd take care of me and make surfboards. Same thing, just very, nothing out of place. You could see him get annoyed if you were to, not wash your dish or, put something in the wrong spot. And, you can see it just kind of, irking them.
If Sino is probably rolling in his whatever he is, but he's not in a grave. He's out there in the ocean. But if he's seen my truck these days, how much sand I got in the truck as we watch Legend Chandler. Get catapulted to the exit. Looked like he was, at a circus stunt show with the helmet on, getting shot out of a cannon. Right there, a pipeline cannon. But, oh my gosh, I am not that meticulous in the way I keep things.
So you're not going to have a career shaping boards.
And so I will not be a shaper.
Launched out of the cannon.
But it is that is an interesting common thread that you bring up there.
Speaking of reference to circus, I went to Awana recently. It's the Cirque du Soleil in Waikiki.
Oh, I've been thinking about that.
Bro,
my
that
daughters
show is awesome.
Have been kind of poking me to get two things, Moana 2 and Awana the show. My daughters really want to get me. Yeah.
No, Awana will run you a bit more than the Moana tickets.
Okay. Because I was like, movie theater is expensive these days. But yeah.
Awana is about $100.
Yeah.
But it doesn't disappoint. I mean, and they've done a really good job the way they're combining Hawaiian culture and these acrobatic acts.
Okay.
And they have a surf one in there, which is cool. Their interpretation of they take He'enalu and there's they integrate it into this acrobatic. I don't want to give it away.
Okay.
But it's jaw dropping where you're watching on the edge of your seat. You just think somebody's going to fall or get deathly injured at any given moment. But yeah, it was a really cool show. It's cool. They brought in, I think Manaola did the costuming for them, which Manaola is one of our top.
Polynesian fashion.
Fashion, there we go. Designer, thank you, designer.
Yeah.
And also, you have culture and hula and language. You got a lot of language advice from some of our language experts out there. So it's a good show. I highly recommend it.
Okay, well that settles it. We'll start saving up now. 13 minutes and 45 seconds remaining here for Team North Shore Surf Shop Ohana. And we have been kind of giving you some insights on the origins of the word Ohana and kind of the different subtle meanings and things like that. And, if you have a family member or someone extended that you've known for a long, long time, I guess you can blend it in Ohana Bara days. But yeah, we just
you should come up with a new slogan. Easy bra and Ohana Bara.
Ohana Bara Brada from Anata Mara.
Hey, did you try my Lilikoi butter yet or what?
I did.
You
so
did?
we both, my wife and I tried it. Yeah, and it's I just put on some toast, and it's it is just bursting.
Yeah, Lilikoi is passion fruit.
Yeah, and so it's tart by nature. But has a nice.
It is. You add enough sugar to something tart, and it gives it that sweet and sour flavor.
Nice and smooth.
Yeah,
Stuck it straight in the fridge.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it when it's cold. It's much better. So. Yeah, all my old man things. I'm making ulu. Did I tell you about my ulu butter mochi?
No. Okay.
You're gonna make a fortune off of your gimmicky shirts and hats, and those are awesome.
Okay.
My dream one day to open up a little cafe that sells stuff like ulu and lilikoi and stuff like that. But breadfruit ulu, there's a lot of story. It must be lunchtime because I'm talking. 12 minutes left. So ulu or breadfruit is interesting because it's a starch, but it's a fruit.
Okay.
And you can do a lot of cool things with it. A lot of people have been using it for making flour out of it. It's an alternative. It's a gluten-free alternative. The best and the quickest and the most favored version of making ulu is ulu chips.
Okay.
So you fry them up in, I prefer coconut oil, and then you fry up ulu chips, and it's awesome. Better than potato chips.
Hey, so back to our New York story with Duke. Came to Long Island, New York, the same year as the East Coast Surfing Championship, 1964. And this is coming from Beth, so thank you for the stories. And just at 9 years old, in June, it was June 29th, visited Gilgo Beach, and Dick Bolton was a surf contest judge and coach, and Duke came to Jones Beach, where he was a lifeguard as well. And they would all bring the neighborhood kids to hang out and hang out at the Hannon Beach Surf Shack there. And they were all blessed to meet Duke. I mean, you can imagine this scene. You know, there's this Hawaiian out in New York, and he was an Olympic champion by that time, and you know, always marveling how tall he was, beautifully bronze skin, and made such an impression on all the kids there. And then this drove Beth to become a competitive pool swimmer.
Wow.
So that was really inspirational. And surfing and swimming became a national or a favorite pastime, and she passed it on to her 4 sons. There's a beautiful shot of the poster.
That's crazy, because
Duke.
it shows a direct connection from Duke to Balaram Stack.
Yeah.
From his family, his mom.
Yeah, and so this is Mom's friend, and they're all cheering for Balaram. And thank you so much for the story, and just an incredible, you know, range of reach that Duke had, you know, across the world, even as far away from Hawaii as New York. So great to see. And then the connection with Balaram surfing for Team Volcom, becoming a pipe master a couple of years ago, and just always all-around classic character and great person, Balaram. And thank you for sharing the stories.
Beautiful.
Auntie Mary, Auntie Beth, you guys. Love from New York. We really appreciate it.
In 1964, Duke was an old man. He passed away in 1968. And I always think that's interesting because we, you know, as surfers, we talk a lot about Duke often, but he was born in 1890 and passed away in 1968, where he was 78 years old. There's a poster there honoring Duke Pa'oa Kahanamoku. And he's such a, you know, mainstay and figurehead in our surfing community that I think we sometimes forget. In 1968, he passed away at 78 years old. Pretty cool. So, but a lot of the guys that are around here, some older folks knew him, surfed with him.
Yeah.
And so it's cool that legacy lives on. Talked about how Eddie Aikau crossed paths with Duke on many occasions, and particularly at the Duke Invitational Competition, 1966, I believe, where Duke Kahanamoku gave a trophy to Eddie Aikau. Yeah. He didn't win that one. Eddie Aikau eventually won that event. He was trying to win it every year for many years. Interestingly, in 1973, his younger brother, Clyde, won it.
Right.
They surfed in the finals against each other. Eddie made the finals almost every year, but it seemed to just elude him.
His final year competing, or he kind of came back from doing other stuff and ended up winning.
Finally ended up winning. He was very proud of that moment. And then after doing that, he really dedicated his time in life to Hokulea. So Eddie Aikau becomes a very important figure on Hokulea, the voyaging canoe that we talked about previously. So we're kind of connecting these generations, right? We're talking about Duke's era, and then also the Hui's era, which is also Eddie Aikau's era, 50 years ago. And, so there's a lot of connections, right? Yeah. And it's so cool. That's a beauty I love about history, is these connections. We'll see if this wave connects with the surfer. Not this time. But when you hear about Balaram Stack's mom and the connections she had with Duke Kahanamoku, it's always fun to make those connections with our experiences here on Earth.
Yeah, I mean, and there's so much more that's connected as you start kind of feeling around and talking story and sharing exchanges. The connections that are made or that are revealed sometimes are so incredibly moving and powerful, and just thankful that you're able to know that or found that out or things like that. And just hearing those stories of Duke, in his travels around, and still how those things are still relevant to today. And we watch Ella Stewart trying to be relevant in this round 4, and just is going to hope to come up unscathed. There he is above water, so he's okay. That was a short but vigorous ride.
Yes. Yeah, Ayala is no stranger to late, steep, and deep waves here at Pipeline. Check out how he does this. Behind the peak backdoors it, but too steep and deep for him to keep those toes in the wax.
Yeah, and you saw him maybe even jump forward, just kind of throwing in the towel on that one, knowing how far back he was. And depending on, what the swell does this weekend, we'll see whether, Saturday or Sunday we're going to be continuing. We'll let you guys know. You can find out logging in at Surfline, too. They've been a great forecast partner for giving us the daily and a few days out forecasts for each day here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Keiki Beach Bungalows off to your right-hand side, panning over to proper Pipeline now at the beach with beautiful views coming from the Zone drone. Yeah. That drone is in the zone, getting some epic shots. Zone Media, Island Paddler TV, Hawaii Extreme Sports, a lot of the content that you find locally here dealing with the ocean are produced by Zone Media, so mahalo.
There's all the sand. It's over there at Ihukai.
Yeah, and then beyond. It might have moved way down. It's so much big swell. This is the coast or the shore of the shifting sands, even just at Cavella, where I launched my canoe for the folks at the Ritz-Carlton Turtle Bay at Cavella Bay. There's this stump that is washed up. It's been traveling up and down the beach in the bay the last year, and finally parked right in front of the spot where I launch, conveniently so. But it has been buried up to its very tip. And I'm telling you, it's like, solid, like 3 feet of sand.
Wow.
So that's tons of sand that has shifted around. Here we go. Check it out. Some paddlers.
It's a split peak, maybe.
Backdoor, maybe. No, just one rider. Makai McNamara. Can tell by the confident approach. Makai. Nice work there.
Yeah, he went through a few different sections. We sometimes refer to this as a chandelier because kind of just like on top of your head.
Yeah, hanging right over the dining table, yeah. And
a little bunny hop.
Nicely done. The wave size diminishing kind of quickly from this morning.
Yep.
And here we are just about almost 1 o'clock Hawaiian Standard Time. At 8 o'clock a.m., it was thumping, and now it is just coming in enough to give our surfers, that last bit of barrel hopes for round number 4. We'll see if there's any keepers from this round because, size of wave is going to matter for that type of score and the amount of scoring that you get. You can get a big bomb that is not as deep and get a good score, or get a small runner, 4 foot, but just deep, doubtful. And we've talked about that variable, and I will take credit for coming up with DOD, degree of doubt, when you're judging barrel surfing. And so the more doubtful you are of the surfer coming out, and he does come out, the bigger the score will be. So the higher the degree of doubt correlates to the higher number of score. So there, Landon McNamara looked good. Amazing wave.
But
any of us would be happy, but the degree of doubt, the DOD, very low on that scale.
Very low on the scale, like the DOD.
So you heard it
could
first.
have been a linguist. You're so into these puns and word plays. A very good job.
Thank you.
It's funny. I was talking about how meticulous shapers are, and Uncle Chuck's still sending me stuff. He's like, spot. You look, man. Nothing out of place
Nothing
in
out
my
of
shaping
place.
room.
Gotta love it. That's exactly Sino, my stepdad, from his vehicle. As we watched Landon, nothing out of place right there. Everything where it should be. Board, elemu, okole, head, po'o, everything in the barrel and coming out. So right on cue right there. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. And, you get in Sino's car. His truck was just spotless, even though it was, not like, the fanciest vehicle. And then when we got our minivan, it was like, we're a surfing family. We go to the beach every day. How can you expect no sand to be in the car? But he had little brooms everywhere. To like when you step in, broom here, broom there. Everywhere we went surf. If we never was at one beach park, like we had to shower, we'd go like renegade somebody's fence and hose and just go borrow fast kind all the time. Like, no, you're just my friend. Like, oh, bro, I can tell already. Somebody come out. We got to run. Sino, man. Rest in peace. And all the Mags Ohana, we're just coming up on I think it's 5 years of the passing. So speaking of passing, we're passing from this heat to the next heat. And we're going to pass you guys on to a short commercial break. We'll be back with more 2025, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. On the other side, stay tuned. The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. Oh, yes. Look at the beautiful scene. And welcome back. Looking from Rock Pile right there at the bottom of your screen out over towards the Bonsai Pipeline and the site of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Team Volcom in the water. Balaram Stack, Moana Jones Wong, Makana Pang, Jake Maki, and Maikai Burdine. The lineup there for Team Volcom, our defending team champions. And the Aloha Friday beach crowd starting to build along the shoreline, that steep berm with the gift, Makana Pang, getting started and sliding through nicely, and almost the 2-for-1 special.
That was cool. It's like two different sections. It's rare you get a growing wave at Pipeline. Usually the wave shrinks, but that was a grower. And the gift, Makana Pang, in this Volcom team. And got the replay here of that last one. You can see him pumping. He's deep on this one. Comes out and then finds this second grower section right here.
Yeah. And would have been really fun to see him pop out the other side of that one. But not quite enough speed. He was going as fast as he could. That was going to require.
Got a few paddlers here. We'll see if he gets into it.
Oh, ball stack.
Oh, baller stack.
Yeah,
comes in air.
Drop.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it looked good, just in our narrow peripheral.
Good from far from good.
Straight up, classic cartoon T-shirts from Town and Country way back in the day. Those so funny, those shirts. The gorilla and all the characters. They had a Nintendo game.
They did have a Nintendo game. I love playing that.
Shout out to the Sugiharas, Uncle Craig, them, everybody, Ryan, Garrett, you guys, onto something from early on.
That was a classic video game. It was pretty tricky. You had to be in the right spot on the wave. Nothing comes close. I don't know why. This game is like 20 years old to Kelly Slater's surf game.
Oh, I know.
There's Moana Jones ejecting.
Yeah, not seeing.
I mean, do you ever play that like on Xbox or?
Every once in a while.
It's old. It's old. It's like the first Xbox. In fact, we recently bought the original Xbox #1 just to play that game because it's so fun.
Yeah. With the little barrel gauge, how do you stay in the middle
and just the feel of it feels very realistic. Even the new ones they have today, doesn't really come close to it, which is weird because the Tony Hawk skateboard game made a lot of money.
Yeah.
And it's been very, very successful. And I don't understand why it's.
Yeah, and I feel like the
surfing
Cool Borders snowboard game, all of that was kind of I feel like they're all on that same kind of template, But anyway, we're going to take you down to the beach and talk to a surfer from our last heat, Mahina. Who we got?
Aloha, guys. Mahina down here on the beach with Legend Chandler. Obviously, the conditions have changed quite a lot compared to this morning. I've noticed that when the waves do get smaller, it doesn't really get a lot of pipe waves, and you're kind of hunting a lot of the backdoor waves. Can you walk me through that backdoor wave that you caught?
Yeah, I kind of slowed down out there. It's a little windy, but there's still a couple inside backdoor waves. I got one that was pretty sketchy. I had to doggy door, but yeah, it was a fun one just to be in the barrel and get one.
How do you feel, your guys are so blessed to be able to spend your guys' winter the last couple years right on the beach, right in front of Pipe, you and your brother. But yeah, so, wow. We did have a last wave. That was an amazing wave. So how lucky do you feel and blessed do you feel that you and your brother get to share this moment to be able to surf out at Pipe every winter?
Yeah, we are so psyched and grateful to have this house at this beach and surf it every day. And to be in events like this is just such an honor. So yeah, we're just psyched and grateful.
That's super good to hear. You and your brother are just well-rounded surfers and stuff, and hopefully we find more opportunities for you in the next coming days, and then wish you all the best, and back to you guys in the booth.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow. During the interview, you guys saw it, heard it, everything. Here's the replay. This is why you enjoy watching from home or office, wherever you might be, comfortably situated. Maikai Burdine in the barrel with him at Pipeline, pumping and making it out. Burdine at Pipeline. The bird is the word from Maikai.
You know what? we were just talking about how the waves seem to get smaller and stuff, but that was one of the best barrel rides we've seen.
Yeah, that was had all the ingredients.
The DOD factor?
Yeah, degree of doubt. It was looking pretty doubtful 3/4 of the way, and then you almost kind of like either write them off or, turn to say something to your friend, and then out comes Mai Kai. So degree of doubt, definitely high on that one, which will translate to a higher score.
Plus the technical barrel riding that he had to, he's pumping. I love that we get the water angle, because looking straight forward, it's like, oh, is he going to come out or not? But when you look into the barrel, you see all the work that's putting into getting out, and he was putting his pedal to the metal.
Yeah.
Check out another replay of this.
So we'll look at the angle from the pipe side. And right there, you're thinking, oh, that's way deep. And then you see a glimmer of his board, but we've seen so many guys get clipped at that end section. And Mai Kai able to kind of squeeze out of that shrinking exit point, almost like, oh, man, I've compared it so many times, Independence Day. Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum are flying the alien ship, and the thing's closing, trying to get out. And it's like, when he gets out, it's like, and Elvis has left the building. And right there, Mai Kai has left the barrel. So Burdine and Pipeline, get used to that, because that kid is not only up and coming, he is here and ready to go.
I guess I would think of the Millennium Falcon, right, getting out of the Death Star right after they blow it up. There's many movies like that.
Yep. Classic escape.
That was an amazing ride, though. I mean, that was and plus the shimmer of the water from on the beautiful day at 1 o'clock in Hawaii. Just had all the elements of very photogenic wave, and then he rode it so well with managing to get through those sections, and so well done, Mai Kai.
Yeah, he's still on the move. Look at him.
He is.
He's
not
not sitting still.
He got energized from that.
Definitely, like we gave the basketball analogy, when you make the shot, you're the first guy down the court to play defense. He came out of that barrel.
Even running backwards, he's still running faster than everyone.
You are just blazing down. The hustle is on, and the adrenaline, I think, just still, the leftover just pumping through,
Yep. So there's still a lot of great waves out there, and Mai Kai's wave just confirmed that.
Yeah. I mean, it was looking, marginal at best in some points, but that is a pipe in a nutshell. It's going to have its on and off moments, kind of mid-grade to high grade.
Here we go.
Everything in between.
Makana.
Oh, wow.
He's steep and deep,
He's coming
too.
out. Oh, my gosh. See right there, that clip.
Guillotined.
I thought he had a chance, and that was another good steep one. Super deep. And then what happened there, Makana and Mai Kai going to get those tongue twisted, I'm sure, over the next 18 minutes or so. But, that was a threat of what could have happened to Mai Kai at the end,
Yeah.
And I thought Makana was going to duplicate Mai Kai's exit. But unfortunately for Makana, that'll go as probably one of his throwaway scores. He's got some great waves on the board already, but definitely wanted to keep that one.
Shucks, yeah. Had a high DOD number there, too.
So do you think Mai Kai's name is intended to be Mai Kai, which is the Hawaiian word for good? Or is there a word like Mai Kai that is, I know Mai seemingly sometimes to like come to a person towards, and Kai obviously the ocean, which I believe that name has gotten around quite a bit, to different folks on the mainland, Australians, the word Kai, and then we got, different versions of it around, but just a thinking out loud kind of moment from Mai Kai Burdine.
It depends. Like with Hawaiian names, there's what you call kauna. In other words, it may have a deeper meaning depending on what the family intended.
Mm-hmm.
You are right. Sometimes people will pronounce a name, I don't want to say incorrectly, but I've heard people, for example, I knew this girl who lived in California. She said, "My name is Naya,"
right,
and it means dolphin. I was like, I don't mean to correct you,
right.
But
And
Naya is
yeah.
like, well, I didn't like the way that sounded. Like, that's a different word.
Yeah, right.
So maybe Maikai, but Maikai, you're right. If you break it up, those, Maikai, you'd have to ask the family their intentions on
right.
that.
Even in the island of Molokai,
right,
have heard two different explanations that, I guess maybe both are correct in a sense. There's Hawaiian songs that say Molokai, and then there's, folks that are living there or that tell stories of,
Molokai.
what the pronunciation is to them.
Yeah, and what you don't ever want to do is correct uncle or auntie.
Yeah, for sure.
Just to be respectful. And we have to be mindful, too, that the generations before us, unfortunately, like my mom and even my grandma, were part of that generation where they didn't learn to speak Hawaiian. Right?
Yeah, it wasn't part of the daily vernacular or teachings.
And in fact, discouraged from it. And that's something that's kind of cool about Duke Hanamoku. Duke was a manaleo. In other words, Hawaiian was his first language. The generation just after that wasn't the case. In fact, my grandmother, Abigail Ka'ehu Cutter, she grew up in Waikiki. She, just a little younger than Duke, so probably 10, 15 years younger. And enough, though, that 10, 15 years was enough to where Hawaiian was no longer spoken to her, even though her parents, it was their first language. So...
We're about halfway through this Team Volcom heat, and so far the wave of the heat is Maikai Birdine with that pipe wave that has been shown on replay a couple times. The water angle looking into the barrel has really been a great bit of coverage from Zone Media. There's Maikai, zoomed in on him and his patrolling of the lineup, seeing where his next source of scoring will come from. Could be pipeline, could be backdoor. And we'll check it out again just because it was so lovely. And
cavernous, too, right there, bouncing over the foam ball, dodging the spit.
And he was like, now you see me, now you don't. Just a pure magic trick. Abracadabra.
Yeah, right now he's just hunting for another one, sitting wider than the rest of his team. Somebody's hunting this one. Looks like they're looking at backdoor, going right on this one. Looks like Makana Pang grabbing a rail.
Oh, good technique.
Oh, comes
wow.
out.
So battling through that really frothy end section. And that's almost just close your eyes and hold on.
That at a DOD level was pretty high.
Yeah. And it was replay, checking out the slow-mo of that part right there. You thought he might have got clamped. And then I thought he was going to go for more, And decided to kind of quit while he was ahead.
Oh, now he's paying the price.
Yeah, the price of admission sometimes comes after the wave. You play first, then you pay later.
Oh, yeah, there's not a channel.
But it
at
is
backdoor.
And it is a pay-to-play surf spot. No matter, when it demands your payment, it's coming soon or at any moment. But you do get your play card and enjoy for a while. But then when it's time to pay the piper, pay the pipeline, it is going to be a hefty deep pocket reaching.
You know,
for payment.
Makana is more likely to go left at Pipeline.
Right.
So it's cool to watch his backhand attack because it's not every day that you see him going backdoor.
Right.
At least in the events where, you know, the shootout where we've been watching him over the last several days. Granted, the day one, day two, no one was going right.
Yeah.
But over the years, even, it seems like Makana's really dialed into going left, but did an amazing job on that right, going backdoor.
Yeah, we saw Jake Maki having a look right there. He would like to get something meaningful if he can. We saw Balaram take off on one that didn't quite produce the wall that he was hoping for. Moana caught one that she had to bail off on. So right now, Makana and Maikai carrying the load for Team Volcom. But here is a chance. We'll see who's in the spot.
Unfortunately, no one in the spot for that one. That was interesting. Earlier in the day, Shaden Picaro was talking about how the Pipeline chooses you.
Yeah.
We've heard that a lot, you know, like you never know who's going to get the waves. And it's amazing because it's just a matter of, like, maybe they're sitting total, like, 30 feet from each other in that circle of, like, a, you know, radius of about 20 feet or whatever. And yet, just being 5-6 feet in a different spot than your competitor, and that wave will let you in and not the other person.
Yeah, positioning is so oftentimes what leads to a great wave or a not so great wave, and can be the make or break for some of these epic rides with that, like you said, that space that's occupied for, you know, considered the peak or the lineup, as we call it. There's not a lot of moving around, and it's this very small area, but even within that small zone, there are these little spots that are better for other directions or angles of the swell.
Here we go.
And grabbing a rail. Oh, going
switch
stance.
I was like, that's Maikai, and then he stood up regular foot, and I was like, no, it's not.
Yeah, right? Who was that? And then does a little
switcheroo.
Fun switcheroo, and comes out goofy, goes in regular, comes out goofy, goes in normal, comes out goofy.
That takes some skill.
Yeah, it does.
On Instagram, I follow a Nalu TV, which shows like all these old surf clips and footage, and they had a kind of an homage to the Keolanas, and so they're showing some clips of the Keolanas. All of them switched foot master. They didn't realize Uncle Buff was like a switch. I knew everybody knows that. You know, Rusty Keolana is so good at switching stance when he surfs. You honestly can't tell which one he naturally
favors,
is. But old footage of Buffalo doing the same thing. Switching stance. Here we go.
That's Jake. And Jake looking solid until the end right there. Gets a little shaky jakey on that last section. Good positioning, did everything correct. The wave just wasn't going to cooperate. And looking from the water cam from Hawaiian Water Patrol, looking pretty solid right there. And then it just gets a little bumpy. Finally, the board gets too low. The wave crashes. Moana Jones Wong. MJ Dubs trying to bring the mojo, almost taking out a couple fellow competitors, maybe photographers. But not a barrel for her to be on offer. That was a photographer right there. And I
think Jake was there too.
And Jake Maki. So a couple of obstacles.
Traffic on the highway.
Here we go. Makana.
Stroking. Oh my goodness. Come on. Pulls in deep. Let's make it.
Oh, that one just got too crazy in there. Oh, man, he had a really good chance. I like the switch to the water cam looking in. And he got kind of picked up and tossed around.
So close.
It was not going to be an easy one. He knew from the start.
That one would have topped Maikai's, too, because it was bigger.
Yeah, it had a little more size. And the lip kind of a little bit more thick. So he was definitely up against a difficult situation. And Jake swinging his board around, just trying not to get it away.
There it is.
And then
What
Makana,
happens here?
he just gets upended.
Oh.
You know, the wave's so much power, and like, you know,
Threw him up to the roof.
Well, before the wave blows out all that spit, I feel like it takes a big inhale.
A breath, huh?
And it sucks in a little bit. So the force is going against you for a second. If you can power through that, you get the extra. You get the wave on the exhale. That one breathed in, and then Makana got sucked up the face a little bit with that, and was not able to push through that last part.
Maikai again on a hole, pulls into this one. Nice and smooth.
He's in the zone.
He is.
You know, and a baseball player just sees the ball, you know, just coming 100-mile-an-hour pitch. Looks like it's 5 miles an hour. The ball's bigger than anything, like a grapefruit. And Maikai right now, pipeline just is like the Matrix for him. Everything's slowing down. He's seeing everything really nicely and feeling in a good flow and in the zone with 5:45 remaining.
Yeah, it wasn't a long barrel, but especially when he first pulled into it, it had some size to it.
Yeah, and just for him to kind of work on his comfortability, build the relationship with Pipeline. I mean, it's going to be an up and down roller coaster relationship if you surf this place long enough. It's not a honeymoon forever, bro.
Here's a deep one.
Just like getting married, right, Isaiah?
Is Jake Maki?
And Jake. Just a little too deep, but you know, there's going to be
just like getting married.
It's not a honeymoon forever, bro. And we watch Balaram. He's had many amazing days here, and there's that Mr. Ballstack coming out. So parked it nice and well. You know, being from New York, he can fit in tight places. Not a lot of space there.
Is this Maikai again?
That is Maikai again.
Oh.
And nearly making one that he shouldn't have even made that far. Like, he's just in the zone. But Balaram, what a nice job coming around the section, being patient. And, you know, like driving around the Costco parking lot a couple times. You got to look for an open spot. And finally you see it. Be polite. Make sure you got it. There's nobody else going for it. Okay, I'm in there. Nice job.
No, it's interesting. And Moana did the same thing where normally when you're surfing a wave, you would go out to the shoulder and do a turn or something. But look how he's intentionally just staying as close as possible to the whitewash, waiting for that moment to take place. Degree of difficulty kicked in right there in the end and ends up riding out of it.
Yeah, here's
Maikai. They almost came out of. I did come out of. Just his board didn't.
Yeah, he just got clipped by that little chandelier, kind of highline, pinchy exit. 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. But, yeah, I like Balaram being patient. I like the familiarity with the wave, knowing exactly where it's going to pitch and curl and to be there. Here's Makana Pang. And Makana had the right pump. Was right there at the exit. But it is getting a little stingy right now.
Right. I'm feeling for Makana because he's gotten so many good waves in this heat, but the same result on each one of them is just not quite coming out of that end section that keeps clamping on him. So hopefully he'll get a chance in the next 3 minutes to make one out. Beautiful day in Hawaii. We were earlier a little nervous about the winds, but it's cleaned up quite nicely.
Yeah, and the swell's holding some juice still, just enough to still produce some really great scores. Maikai Burdine, I mean, he's going to walk away with
a keeper.
Something really nice. That will stay in his score line. Makana may have one of those at Backdoor. That was from earlier. And he and Jake, though, were so close to making just amazing barrels, but not quite able to come out.
A few of the riders are looking for this one. Yeah, the sun has come out nicely, too. Earlier we had a few squalls. Last couple of days we had some, I mean, even this morning, or maybe it was yesterday, but some lightning and thunder. Keeping our Aina nice and refreshed, though. I know a lot of the yards are nice and trees are nice and green right now.
Keeping
it's
it
always
green.
nice. And one of the beauties of living out on this side of the island, keeping it green. those trade winds that blow from the east-northeast blow onto the east side. We call the windward side. And so we get those rains that come and unload, and then they kind of deflate all their water. And as it moves through to the other side of the island, we have the leeward side, which the leeward sides of our islands are typically much drier than you would see on the windward sides, and it's because of that wind.
Yeah, there's a great shot looking north towards Rocky Point and Sunset Point, swinging the drone around to get a shot of a paddler, and it looks like it'll be Balaram at backdoor.
Woo!
And showing us a beautiful backhand technique before getting sucked up and over. So valiant attempt there. We'll make sure he's okay. It does get very shallow in that zone. There he is, back up on his board. Looks to be fine with 50 seconds remaining.
Moana trying to get one here. Gets covered. Comes out.
Okay.
Probably lay a turn right here. Whack! Oh!
Gets a little too steep on that end section. The beach crowd enjoying
the stadium seats.
Yeah, live surf action. Can't get much better than this with no admission fee. You know, if you can find free parking, that's a bonus. Walk on down to the beach. No tickets required. And just your interest and your attention. That is all we ask. And you guys have been giving it. We appreciate it so much. We'll get more surfing action for you from the Hui Backdoor Shootout with the next heat. That'll be up in the water. Team 96712 is where we're at, and we'll be back. The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
back. Check it out. It is live action from the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We hope you enjoyed those that highlight reel.
Oh, yeah. You know, CMC Media, at CMC Media, Brother Chance Oz, Eli Visions, and Tomo McPhoto, along with T. Tapasua and Brother Blaze.
Yeah, that was a great bit of, healthy dose of highlights. Here we go. We got the Florence brothers with Cora Rothman and Jose Angel Morales, Team 96712. They are in the water right now. This is their fourth round endeavor. And we've seen some productive work from Team Volcom.
Big time.
And North Shore Surf Shop Ohana before that, a couple of rides. But overall, I think Maikai Burdine has been really putting it to it. And this is Cole Rothman. Yep.
Yeah, squared out stance.
And there's Ivan Florence. And Ivan just continuing. He's in the zone.
He is in the zone.
You know, his first heat, 4 bangers out the gates, right into round 4. Still holding that really nice flow. Jose Angel Morales, not much happening there for our Puerto Rican surfer, but he'll be on the hunt for more. Still early on in this heat. But, man, I got to feel like Ivan Florence might be somewhere in the lead. We don't have anything official as of yet for those announcements, nor do we know exactly how many waves are going to count for each surfer. We've seen it go up to 6 waves, I think, before.
Okay.
So, but before we get to any of those particulars, we'd like to take you down to the beach with Mahina Maeda standing by with a surfer from the last heat.
It's Aloha Friday here down on the beach at Pipeline. My name is Mahina. I'm here down with Maikai Burdine. He's a local boy on the North Shore. I feel like he had the best opportunity out of the last 3 heats, and especially with this format. Do you think that with your last wave you kind of got the best score?
Yeah, it's been kind of hard the last few days. There's been a couple really, really good waves and heats, and then a lot of paddling. So I'm just kind of been paddling out. I don't want to catch too many waves. I know I need big scores if I want to place in this contest because everyone in this comp is so good. So I kind of just am going out there waiting for the best wave that I think comes to me, and hopefully it works out.
How does this format suit you in this particular event? Why is it so different and so special?
Oh, well, you get to surf. I mean, I don't know exactly how many heats we're surfing this year, but it's something around like maybe 6 heats. So you get to surf. You don't have to worry about losing. You have no pressure on you. I'm on Team Volcom, so I'm pretty much surfing with my family, friends, teammates. So it's like, makes it really easy, less stressful. You're kind of just watching your friends get barreled, and couldn't really ask for much more.
Well, that's super great to hear. I definitely noticed the family vibe. Obviously, you're spending half of your time here in North Shore and then the other half in Bali. Yeah. So do you feel like you kind of travel around the world spending the same people?
Yeah, I try to travel as much as possible because it gets pretty slow over here in the summertime. So spend half the year in Indo and just try to keep on getting barreled all summer long, and helps out a little bit out here. Nothing really to compare pipe to, but just keep getting barreled and it kind of figures it out.
Well, that's Maikai Burdine for you guys. He had an amazing wave in that last heat, so hopefully we can up all his scores and he can get in the top 3. So back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you, Mahina. I just thought of a new nickname for Maikai, and it's My Kind of Guy.
My kind of guy.
My kind of guy, Maikai Burdine at Pipeline.
He's acting up.
That is going to be a lot of name calling there for Maikai. He's, like you said, you're just trying to get in the barrel as much as possible. I like the philosophy.
Love it.
And
young guy, been
really
putting in the time.
Great words from Maikai, and his round 4 is in the books. So he's got possibly a couple of keepers, and we'll see where he is. But man, it is really been a up and down round 4. You know, Team Japan started. They got maybe 1 or 2 in there.
Shogo Harada has an 8.88 and another high 8, so I heard he's kind of in the top 5 as well.
And then, North Shore Surf Shop Ohana, couple of decent opportunities.
Yeah.
Then, Maikai busted out with that Volcom last heat with
Beach went crazy.
Beautiful, beautiful ride. And then we'll see who can jump out. Well, Ivan, man, he has been in the
He has
zone
been.
with the flow. The
Yes.
IV flow.
The
Ivan
IV
Florence.
flow. Such a talented Florence brother he is.
Yeah, and we've been kind of nicknaming him the Pipeline Pirate with that big old beard he's sporting, and just has been really, really exciting to watch, and has already a great wave again in this heat.
Yeah, so missing Makuakai Rothman. But, yeah, he will be back. There's a lot going on right now as they're ready to drop their album with Wiz Khalifa. But due to the LA County fires, it's not the right time. So we're going to move on and set another date.
Check it out, paddling on the inside. That's Jose Angel Morales.
Yep. He, on the unruly day, Sunday, he was shopping with his teammates, and I think out of the team, Koa Rothman got a couple packed bombs, and then Ivan, right off the get-go this morning, in and out of tubes. It's kind of like how Snap 5's right inside of his teammates, and there were double overhead, but there were smaller pipe waves. Clay Marzal collecting.
Yeah.
Collecting. And, you know, with the being in the fourth round right now with the conditions, these guys have surfed more massive conditions in previous backdoors, but this is good pipeline and backdoor. So what a great round 4. But it is, you know, few and far in between here and there, and certain guys the waves are coming to, and certain guys that haven't performed at a high level on Sunday are still looking to get top 4 waves under their belt.
And it's been a little bit shifty as well, but this is
Big
from
time.
earlier today, this morning in round 3, and Ivan just really parking it nicely.
I like that wave.
Everything has been clicking, firing on all cylinders. All of those kind of phrases come to mind watching Ivan operate.
Getting
here
spit
at the
out
Backdoor
proper.
Shootout at Pipeline,
And a little balanced steez on the way over that rut. But he get him, man. This guy understands a number of things, not just in wave riding, but he's also an amazing skateboarder, like his brother. So, you know, those two positive opposites of tracks, he knows those kind of differentials with the equipment. He goes to those places that, you know, it's hard to do. So his barrel riding is, bar none, awesome.
Yeah, and proving that is the case with a great wave here in round 4 and a couple rides in round 3. He's had things from day 1 and day 2. So, man, it'd be really interesting to see how his scores have been stacking up, because he's been a really consistent performer for this event so far. I think he's got really good waves on each of the days.
Yeah.
And like we said, just kind of
Ooh, that's beautiful.
Standing by on how many waves are going to count per surfer. That'll factor in as a beautiful drone shot there gets that incoming wave. Looking over towards the channel, Hawaiian Water Patrol. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and keeping everybody safe and protected as much as you can.
They look far out right there.
It is.
They look like they're on
job that they
second
do.
reef, but they're not from the drone angle. So
And
it just
beautiful
looks
blue skies, green mountains.
Oh yeah, there's
white
sunset.
sand, blue ocean. Just a beautiful mix of island colors.
Only 143, guys. Shut that TV down and come on out. You like?
Yeah, it's only although a Friday, but the weekend's around the corner. I think it's a 3-day weekend too. With
it is
MLK Day coming up on Monday.
Wow! Thank you for reminding me, Rock. I'm going to draw them out. You know, just talking to the uncles downstairs and some of the athletes. I mean, we still got great surf for Saturday, and then it gets bigger on Sunday. We still got a whole playing field of next weekend, all the way to the 16th. So that is, you know, part of being a surfer. That's what's super cool. Not just inspired by the elements, but inspired by making this thing get the best waves possible. The different differentials of big, perfect pipeline, sometimes dark and ominous and blustery, but barreling, nonetheless. The objective at this event is to get slotted, tubed, and barreled, the best of your ability.
I want to say thank you to our sponsors, Keiki Beach Bungalows.
Yes.
The North Shore Club is a community over there up at Turtle Bay Resort by the Ritz-Carlton Club, North Shore Club by Arete. And there are units that are permitted that'll be coming in there, but very low scale. And also some affordable housing that'll be popping up there as well. But for now, what they're doing is replacing invasive species with native species.
Yep.
We're talking plants and botany and plant life. So that is the first phase of the project that is allowed to happen up there. So I want to thank the North Shore Club for sponsoring this year's DaHui Backdoor Shootout.
And helping Kahuku High School. That's huge.
That is another contribution. The North Shore Club is
that is
contributing.
Pono.
So thank you. And look at that barrel. That is awesome.
You were in there.
White Claw. We're going to get in there later in some of those White Claws. Bombay, XL Haleiwa, and Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Hawaii Volcanic Water, and Namenehune Umi Kumaono. Thank you so much for your contributions.
Thank you.
And of
Jack
course,
Soren for the art this year.
Yeah.
Mahalo. Shirts are flying off the shelves.
And the Hui Backdoor Club members, thank you so much, providing support, security, and all that.
50-year anniversary, brother.
50 years of being around and taking care of our North Shore and
Big
other
time.
parts
Mahalo.
of the island, and also Hawaiian Water Patrol, Kanaka Solutions, and also our medical staff and teams on site.
Hey, Uncle
Anakai
Kimo
Clinic,
looking sharp, isn't he?
Very
Kanaka
sharp.
Solutions.
Quite
looking
sharp.
good.
And
Him and
also
Brother
mahalo
Kobe.
to Dr. Leland Dow.
Yes.
And also Brother Jeremy Rice, the Flow Performance Medicine athletic trainer, and providing some services too. So thank you guys. And
Thank you.
it is past the halfway point here of Team 96712. That is our North Shore zip code, at least coming from Haleiwa all the way up to Velziland. You know, you go over to Wailua, Mokuleia, you get a different code over there. Wrap around to Kahuku, it's a different code, but majority
Once
of the
you pass
entire North
Velziland,
Shore,
it changes right
yep,
there.
it'll
yeah?
go. You'll be in Kahuku after that. Beautiful drone shot from behind. Look at the judges in the scaffolding there.
Right there.
Flynn Novak, Love Hodel, Miles Padaka, Barton Lynch, all-star crew of judges.
All-star. And Brother Jerry up there, the numbers, computer guy, always making everything tech, running smooth.
Yep. Thank you very much.
And Brother Landon, you killing it, beach announcer.
Yeah,
And-
Auntie Faith is down there too. So we got the crew back
ASP.
together.
Yeah.
And enjoying the beautiful scenes, sights, and sounds of
Look how it's beautiful
Bonsai
it
Pipeline.
is. The palm trees are moving, but it is still nicely groomed, gang. And what a nice drone shot from behind the trees right over the main road right there, the PCH. We got some ribs approaching. And, this is your area code for you. Koa Rotman Makua is not present, so Ivan, Nathan, and Jose all sitting in the pack. But, you know, as team events, Rocky, I do a lot of team events. Even though, you know, when you win team events, you got to know, like, each member needs to produce 2 waves each, you know. But, you know, there's situations out in this lineup where you are trying to win as an individual, too, you know, and there is no priority. So sometimes some of these guys are going to put their head down and know what they need and, you know, turn off all the lights, dig into that big wave, and
the blinders go up a little bit.
Exactly. It's still competition at a team-friendly format, but there are those certain guys, and we all know them, you know, they want to win. You know? They don't want to play a team.
Yeah, they're there to fulfill a purpose.
Yeah.
And everybody tightly packed right now, shoulder to shoulder.
Right in outside the boil.
Round 4.
Yeah, look at that. Ivan's frothing. He's already got some beautiful waves. I've seen some good rides. Billy Kemper's ride was also factored into my memory bank today.
Yep.
That was a Packer, legitimate. He eyed us out, kicking out for a good, you know, few seconds.
Yeah. Making sure.
Just making sure we know that he got packed a pipe bomb. Billy Kemper. You know that guy. But, yeah, it is a hot, sunny day. It's not as crisp and cool as the morning. It's beautiful out here on the North Shore. Thank you guys for coming out and supporting. And don't forget that we are still on board of another day. Or if we split a day in half, you never know. So super exciting about the Backdoor Shootout. surf community working together to just put on a cultural prestige event for our local surfers and our surfers that come from around the world that put in their time and respect and love for the art of barrel riding.
Yeah, it is a chosen, selected few that get
Big
the
time.
invite. There is Billy
There he
Kemper
is.
talking story, and some Grom.
Nalo Diodato.
One of the Kemper Groms climbing on board.
Changing company logos, that kid.
Giving his board a little test.
There's
Making
Iala.
sure it's strong enough.
Talking to his
That's Team
wife,
NSB.
saying everything's all good over here at the Ohana Shop House. Shout out to you, Chandlers.
Yeah.
Big time aloha. You know, North Shore, like if you're like an introvert and not that social, bro, people are going to be coming through your fence unannounced. You know? Daylight vampires. But yeah, Ohana Shop, those Chandlers, amazing stuff. As Legend had a great performance today, I feel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Put some scores on the board. Had a good interview afterwards, and just talking us through the ons and offs, the ups and downs. It's a little bit shifty out there. There's moments to be had for sure, and when that moment comes, you be ready for it, and kind of strike while the iron is hot, as they say. And then during the times it's not, you be patient. Kind of pick your lines accordingly, but definitely still some servings. Super
big
Ono
time
out there.
Look at our four guys. It's like groomed, pristine conditions. They are cruising. I feel that there's a sense of they're not relaxed, but they're on to round 4. The waves aren't just second reefing over their head where there's a lot of board bailing and duck diving. They get to stay out past that boil as a team and just kind of take turns, gentlemen, if you will, like how the Duke Kahanamoku would surf. But yeah, beautiful drone footage. As the drone can also be an illusion sometimes. As the drone drops low, you can see the size of the waves. Some of these bumps coming in aren't as small as they look. They'll be breaking on the inside of our surfers. 9 minutes left. And if you guys didn't check out our logo to the top left of the screen, that is done by the Jack Soren Legacy. The Soren's part of the club, Hui Nalu, and since 1975, a lot of roots and culture and rich history. The Black Shorts gang, Hui Nalu. Some waves approaching, but nothing what we've seen in that last heat.
Yeah, I feel like Pipeline's taking a little bit of a breather at the moment, and you'll see that on these, declining swells. We had the extra large, huge waves all week.
Yeah,
and then this is just a small kind, last gasp of this is what I got left in the tank as far as the swell and the energy and the juice. We call it the juice plenty times.
Did you guys do one day at Piahi or a couple days?
No, just one day.
That was the biggest day, huh?
It was the conditions were clean. It wasn't huge by any stretch, but it was the conditions that kind of drew us to that day. That was on Wednesday, and so got half a day sesh, a little tow in the morning, and then some paddle in the mid-morning to the noon hour.
Do they plan that as a community? Tow at this hour, and then, or do they mix it up? It's actually, I think they have rules and regulations.
Yeah, I mean, it all spots in Hawaii. It's not meant to be mixing, towing and paddling.
Yeah, can be dangerous.
So, in a sense, once a paddle surfer shows up, the tow team's got to give way. And I think the swell expectation for that day was such that it would be better, or the more opportunity for paddling in was going to be later mid-morning.
I hear you.
And I think the tow teams get word. And you got guys like, here we go, this is Ivan Florence.
Smooth paddle.
Jeez, are you kidding me,
that was
bro?
a 1-2 stroke
bit,
to celebration on the eye.
A little bit too casual.
Yeah.
And got the clothesline right there. Pipeline said...
just got hit.
Take it easy, bro.
Hitting the lower tummy, getting all steezed out of that thing. That was a nice read, though. Look at this. Boom. Yeah. Jive. Hand just touching it. Doesn't need to drag too much. And
he's going to watch the replay and just kick himself for not hunkering down a little more. And, needless to say, Ivan's got some of the best collection of highlights from this year's shootout so far.
Yeah, I would say.
Don't fret too much, Ivan, but, he's a guy that is always looking to improve and wants to make sure he's representing the Florence family in the best way possible.
Yeah.
And just a little hiccup there. Nothing, that we're going to beat him up too bad
No,
over.
not
but
at all.
Definitely was like, I get him. No worries. Boop, off the board.
Yeah, turning out of it, too.
Yeah, the rug just got pulled out from under him. With it's like the kind like when they do those funny videos and they put the saran wrap across the doorway.
Oh, I love that.
People walk in normal speed.
It'll take
and
their
boom.
lipstick, their eyelash, everything off of that.
And
I've been wanting to do that.
Small kind saran wrap prank across the doorway for
You
Ivan
better be
Florence.
careful. I might need to set up the staircase over here in the Volcom house.
Don't kid you, bro. We're going to be walking with our hands in front of us.
But, as surfers, once you start that kind of stuff around the world, it just transcends, and then every country's involved.
Yeah.
On the, you know what I mean? Everybody wants to make a statement, even in the jokes.
Yeah.
Here we go. Nathan. Where's he going? Backdoor or pipeline? He's going backdoor. Florence Marine, double grab. And oof.
Yeah,
acting like your brother Ivan.
Even he got clipped on that exit right there. It was a little
Almost
tougher.
Almost there. This guy's frothing. I seen a bunch of kids younger. We'll do the replay first. Yeah, rock. Nice bottom turn, double drag, GoPro angle.
Yeah, and then tried the high line. That was really a tough, heavy chandelier.
He rode by.
That was coming down.
He rode by on his bike this morning, and everybody that was going out to pipe, some Nubians and stuff, starstruck watching Nathan ride by on his little blue creaker of a cruiser. But yeah, guy's the real deal. He'll take you around the world with his GoPro, and you will get barreled with him. Surfer pole winner last year as well.
Yeah.
Brothers world champion. They're running the clothing company together, so, surfing created. It's always the best.
Okay, let's see if this one will produce any opportunity. 350 remaining. And look like Jose Angel Morales was taking a look, but did not like what he saw. And you see Ivan off in the distance getting some feedback from Nathan.
And Jose, real good surfer, surfing with the world's best to be in this team, this area code,
Yeah.
From Puerto Rico, you said?
Yeah, special invite for Jose Angel Morales.
Oh, Shade OP, frothing, huh? That's him, huh?
Yep,
He's dancing. Look at him.
A New Earth project coming up next.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody tuning in from around the world. Mad appreciation and love and aloha for you guys supporting the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And yeah, all about surf culture. We hope to see you guys this 2025. As right out of February, we're going to get into the Kama'aina season of the North Shore, or island-wide.
Yeah.
Where there's late swells, and I don't want summer to come around too quick. I'm liking this.
Yeah, this has been a really exciting, action-packed winter so far.
As quick as it comes, it just goes away.
It is,
and everybody loves summer, but we live in a seasonal summer all the time over here.
Yeah, it's always 80 degrees as we look at Backdoor. Nathan Florence pumping. Come on, Nate. Let's keep it going. Oh, my gosh. Degree of doubt was very high right there.
That was, but Dane K. Aloha just pumping his style. Guy's no stranger. He needed a little bit more speed, and that thing was a long one. Long shot into Aints.
It really stretched out much further down the line than I think he anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
But still, he was going to give it his best run. And check it out on the replay. We just got about a minute remaining in the heat and fully disappeared, committed.
It bent in on him. He was doing everything proper to come out, but the wave wasn't that wave to let him out right there.
So we got under a minute remaining. The clock in your upper left-hand corner, just a fraction of a moment from our actual time on the ground here as we look at a paddle for Jose Angel Morales.
Nice.
And Jose, come on, brother.
Oh, wonky one on a medium one, but he was in there.
Yeah.
He had to go over 2 little catacombs to. Oh, IV leagues right
I think
here.
that's Koa.
Oh, that's Koa. Nice. Here we go. He's going to do his turn. Psha! Speed float. Koa Rothman has about 3 waves under his belt. Probably looking for a significant 4th wave. You know?
Yeah. The other day he got a really nice one.
Mm-hmm.
And day one had
30
one as
seconds.
well. And then, was able to pick a couple today. Not anything like his one that was really the gem.
Gotcha.
I think from day 2, snuck into one that was really deep, had all the ingredients for a good score. And surfing team 96712 is coming down to the end of their round 4.
5 seconds for these guys, Rock. And New Earth Project up next, gang.
So with that end of heat number 4 of this round 4, we're going to come up with heat 5 next. After a short commercial break, we'll be back with more action from the Hui Backdoor Shootout after this.
Aloha.
Allow us to help you grow your events by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call at 808-343-3310.
Aloha Ohana and welcome back. Good afternoon. It is 2:03. My name is Ezra Rodriguez. Welcome back to the 2025 shootout into DaHui Backdoor Shootout. With me back in the booth is Isaiah Walker. What's up, brother?
How's it? Yep. Exciting surf. New Earth Project is in the water right now. And it's really cool. On the other days that we ran, we only ran 1 round. Today we're getting 2 complete rounds in there.
And we're in round 4.
Round 4. New Earth Project. Kalona Poe and Shaden Picaro sitting there talking story. We also have Bethany Hamilton. Luke Tima, I believe, is out there today.
Such a rad team. These guys got some scores on their board. But if you guys are home on watching on Spectrum and you guys are also scrolling, go log on and go check out what New Earth Project is doing. It's amazing stuff.
Koa Smith out there also.
Yeah, Koa Smith, he's definitely one of those guys to watch for. It's just he's packed some significant bombs, no exit. Still get awarded, but not into that high excellent range. There's Bethany Hamilton in the yellow helmet right there. And, man, just one of our 2 Wahines in this event.
Yeah, I was watching from downstairs the Ivan Florence. I saw him get quite a few good ones.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, one he just kind of got clipped on the end.
So relaxed and steezed, and he got hit right there.
Right, it's interesting. There's certain folks who've been kind of wave magnets, we sometimes call them.
Yep.
And here we have
He's
Bethany Hamilton on the drop. See if you get around this.
Did you guys see that? And shout out to all you surfing Wahine. I know, Carissa, you probably tuned in. What's up, girl? I know you'd be out there. But, yeah, there she goes, up and under. Mana Wahine.
See what happened here again. She gets up. It's a late drop.
She needs to. She has no hand drag, so she's going to backdoor every section. But that was a bit too deep, my friend Isaiah.
That was in late, too.
Oh, there's NK and the gang. Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Nolan Keolana.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about some old surf films and stuff. And I saw on there's an Instagram site they follow. Nalu.
That was good. I watched that.
Do you see the Keolana one?
Oh, I love it. Uncle Buffalo, switch stance. He shreds it. You seen that backside snap? How big of a web he threw? That's where his boys get it from.
I know. And I didn't realize. I mean, I knew Rusty was like the switch stance master, but it was cool
don't
to
forget
watch.
about Brian. Brian's got
he was killing it
action.
too.
You know, Waterman's good, still innovating and creating risk assessment.
But he was ripping
Shred
in
up.
that video, yeah.
You know it. Good times.
The Keolanas are mainstays, of course, in Hawaii, and particularly out there on the west side, Makaha. Everything ocean, from ocean safety to ocean surfing to
this guy
paddling,
wants this
so
one.
Forth. It's a hard paddle. Strokes in there. Looks like Luke Tima.
Tima, beautiful. Some Uncle Jamie Stees. You seen that confidence when he stuck his knee in the wall? He extended his neck. He was proud in the barrel, and he came out. So, Tima, impressive, buddy.
This morning in his earlier heat, he was getting most of the good ones on his team too. So here we go, Bethany Hamilton looking to this one.
We all hate getting old, but there's something about being young. You know what I mean? And then you can be young and.
It's a replay from the water angle.
Oh, yes.
He said dragging, put the head up. I don't know how he came out. It looked like he was going to get chopped.
He got chopped, but he handled it.
Oh, Bethany pulls into it.
Textbook pull in. I'm telling you, we call backdoor, but Bethany, when she takes off, for her to get barreled, she takes off slow, late, under the hood, very critical section. If you see what she is doing, her dynamic is next level. And that whitewater is, nothing to be playing around with. Would take somebody 50 yards in. So New Earth Project with the drone flying over Beth. One-arm duck dive. Now, all you guys over here, try duck dive your arm behind your back and just try to do it. I know one athlete that gets close to doing what she's doing because they all tried. Kelly Slater.
Really?
But that's so Kelly of them. You know what I mean?
Natural. No, that's
very
impressive, and it's a sign of resilience and determination, and
big time.
That's why she's so inspirational. We watch her surfing pipeline, showing us how it's done.
Shout out to the Hamiltons. What's up, brother Noah? You guys came over a couple weekends ago and won the canoe portion of Mel's contest. So awesome stuff. He also wrote to me and said, when you guys are talking about boards and how, length, I like when Kelly's riding it at 6'0", 6'2". He's like, I've been telling her she should be riding a little bit more foam like Mason, but look at her. She doesn't do that.
Yeah, it's a pretty small
It's
board.
amazing what she does. Oh, she's bringing the diamond tip back. Now I want a diamond tip. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I haven't seen a nose guard in a while.
Me neither. That's usually when you get a ding, you suck it up and go, okay, I'm going to put this nose guard on. To hide them. Right? I tell you, surfing has come such a long way. There is oversaturation, but if you know how to play chess in the lineup, everything is okay. Well, let's all remember is to, use water etiquette in the lineup and respect our elders and kapuna and people that have just given their life to the surfing lifestyle.
Yeah, for sure.
You wouldn't want a surfer to come in your office, mess up all your papers, would you? Huh? Sacre bleu.
Great drone shots of the afternoon as the sun is starting to head toward the horizon. See a little of that beautiful shimmer of the sun on the water.
So nice.
Beautiful drone shot looking toward the beach where he looks like Rocky Point on
Look at
shore,
all those
but
houses.
it's not.
One of them are for sale, too. I seen Sean Wingate. Yeah, that was a nice picture. Who's house that, Sean? How you, Sean Wingate? No, you're probably joining us online or on Channel 1020. Mahalo, you guys, for tuning in around the world. Mad appreciation and love for you guys.
Did a full circle there.
Yeah, Rothman Legacy downstairs with our interviewee down there. Check it out.
We're down here at the DaHui Backdoor Shootout. Koa, how were the waves out there, and how much Celsius did you drink before that? Because you got a really big one.
The waves were actually really fun. It was kind of looking a little funky before the start of our heat, and then it got really nice out. And we luckily all found a couple fun waves. I had 1 Celsius today. Yeah.
Well, it kind of looked like you had 4.
Yeah, no, I was definitely amped up to catch a few waves, but in the middle of our heat, it kind of went a little bit slow. Oh, here's a nice wave right here. Koa Smith, maybe. Yeah, it's fun. It's like 6 to 8 foot, perfect pipeline kind of. So this is a good time for sure.
Yeah. Back to you, Rocky.
Hey, right on, Malia Gonzalez. It's your Uncle Ez and Uncle Isaiah, but hey, great job interviewing those guys. And Koa, he's going to drink 1 Celsius. He don't need to get skitsy. He's already got some good scores under his belt. And shout out to the Rothman Legacy.
Awesome.
Here we go. Into the tube, Koa, during the interview. And that's what this young man has been looking for. He's packed some mean no-makes, and then he's got one under his belt. And the way this 8-team format and to win individually is done, now he can just all of a sudden, late in the contest, in the 4th round, you never know. He's going to start getting his wheels turning, and the next surf, we don't know if it's going to happen day 4 towards the week, Monday, Tuesday, maybe tomorrow. You never know. But we all meet up here early in the morning. But Koa is on his way. He's got a score on the board, and watch it just catapult from here.
Well, the kid with the long hair on the beach that was doing interviews remind me of another kid I want to shout out to, a nephew.
Nice.
Tava Boy, Kahaliumi, Brother Kalani's son. He's in Hilo. Apparently got hurt in the water today.
Oh, no.
Get better. He's in the hospital, but watching us from the ER. Hope you get better. And watch this wave here. It's Koa Smith.
Oh,
barrel to air.
Air almost ridden out. That's the kind son.
Kalani.
Oh, yeah, brother Kalani, wishing you guys the best. Waterman grade, those guys. Always coming over here helping his waterman.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
yeah,
Kalani,
always.
I've known him since we were small kid time, and he used to be a professional bodyboarder. And,
that's right, huh?
Yeah, he's a pro bodyboarder.
Please give me chicken. I mean, I forgot about that
there we
part.
Go. Pulls into the barrel. Koa Smith, nice and smooth. Does a little pop air here.
Mean. On his album surfboard. Almost rode out of it. Another guy taking the GoPro in his mouth, too. I would love to see some of that footage. Collecting history for their personal preference here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Koa Smith has been making a big name for himself the last 3 years, but I always knew of him from back in the Uncle Ben Ipa coaching days.
Oh.
You know how Uncle Ben and those guys, they always told me about the way Bruce surfs. He said that Koa Smith has that in him as well.
I don't know.
There is a thing. And
yeah, I don't know if a lot of people realize that Ben Ipo coached so many pro surfers.
Amazing. And even if you weren't on his roster, he would help you.
Yeah.
If he liked you, he would help you. And amazing. You know, guys like Kalani Rob, his son Akila Ipa.
Man, Sonny Garcia going
world
back
team.
to then.
Yeah, world team. And he was a really good coach.
Yeah.
He wasn't soft on you, man. He'd make you work hard. Taught us how to surf Huntington Beach in the U.S. Open.
I remember the first time seeing Ben Ipa, I flew up to surf on Oahu when I was probably 12 and surfed at Alamana Bowls and watched him on a longboard just 12 o'clock, just hitting the lip every turn. And,
Ben Ipa Stinger
big
bevel
brother
rail.
too,
Yep.
but whipped that tail around and threw it straight up 12 o'clock.
We got to keep all these guys in memory, man, and just keep talking about their legacy like old Coconut Wireless days because, these guys were a force to be reckoned with, let me tell you.
I'll tell you, it's cool. Also at that time, probably that first session I ever surfed out at Bowls when I was a kid and coming up from Hilo.
Who was out? Everybody.
Larry
Intensity.
Rios.
Oh, bro, he's one of the best
Which
out
is
there,
so cool
too,
because
yeah.
I've been seeing Larry a lot lately.
Larry Boy Surf School
Bro,
now.
he's ripping
Back.
it.
Yeah.
Saw him working with my friend Matt Kester as a show.
Oh, yeah.
Rescue High Surf. And
I like Matt. I met him at Tamayo's and
Memorial.
the 4th of July. The guy's a really good rider. Dig it.
Really cool, a good friend. But yeah, that's where I've seen Larry hanging out there, and it's nice to see him surfing and staying young. And again, I really encourage those of you that, especially from our Hawaiian and Pacific communities, the ocean is your friend when it comes to your health. So the more you can stay in the water, the more it extends your life.
Whilst we're in the 1800s, last I was sitting with you in the booth talking about Duke and his crew, the Moana, things were starting to captivate iconically. Like there was history being made and they didn't even know it. It was just that kind, frothy surf guys, right? Like how was the Hawaiian diet and stuff back then? Where everything just trucking, everything was good? Well, I know we touch on so much of our culture, but those guys were solid, huh?
Yeah,
maybe
for sure.
they didn't eat enough.
Actually, Uncle Chuck Andres has been texting me photos of his kupuna. Here we go, live action. Luke Tima.
Tima has got something in him. He's been watching. He's been absorbing knowledge, and this guy looks like the world's best. Just dropping in, and this is his first backdoor shootout.
Kalana Apo. Standing tall.
Apo.
Smooth.
Let me see that. Oh,
Yeah,
Larry
make it.
Lay. To re-divert, lost the fins, and then that pipe section right there, rebound, it's hard to ride out of. But that was Kaulana Apo Steez.
Yeah, I love
Oh,
his
let me
first
see
time.
this photo.
Yeah, this photo from Uncle Chuck. So, I mean, this is
this looks
his
like
grandpa, Waipa Parker, his last name, and then he's with Duke Hanamoku.
These guys look like they're training for Sparta.
I know. Look at how fit. You know,
you
look
put a
at-
Hawaiian helmet on them.
And that's the thing. I mean, it wasn't like they had membership
go.
to 24-hour fitness or taking steroids or anything. But, yeah, the healthy lifestyle, living on the ocean, eating healthy foods out of the ocean. And, Hawaiian diet involved a lot of taro, kalo we call it, and a variety of other things. But here comes some replays. Yeah, Tima.
Oh, good negotiation. He reached for that pump.
Kaulana in this one.
Wow.
Lays this turn. Wham.
And there's something about to happen because I seen our crew paddling out to the lineup. So we'll see. Ooh, Tima taking another look on a hole, but that barrel's too small for you, kid.
No, it's fun to see the different generations of surfers in this event. We were watching earlier the team Volcom, pretty young team, and watching them get all frothy. Mike
I's on
Perdine was
the
just like
scorecard.
on a roll. And then, to watch Luke Tima out here staying busy. Koa Smith being more patient.
Yeah, he's been patient the whole event, but now he's he packed some bombs, but then he's been shopping.
And Shado had a lot of waves in the round this morning, so maybe he's giving way to his team members to have some waves.
He's a little quiet right
Him and
now.
Coors cruising.
Good balance, though. You know what I mean? One on, one off, but you never know. If it's a regular contest and you're just being greedy and catching all the waves, by the time you make the final, what happens? Mother Ocean just dissipates and it goes to luck. So you can never control the heat or the ocean, but You know how to play with it.
Shaden's also rocking a beard. He's got that castaway look right now.
Yeah. He'd be frustrated if he couldn't make the connection.
So there's still a lot of waves out there. And I know, we have a waning swell, but nonetheless, there's still a lot of energy in the water. And, there was a moment there where we thought the winds were turning a little unfavorable, but that didn't last too long. So winds have been good for us.
Wind a little bit more down. And there's a current rip, too, right off the wall.
These drone shots are great. Get to see the bird's eye view and perspective looking towards the land.
Yeah. And this is their fourth round, and this is the fourth heat to the last heat, as Snap is going to wrap up the day with their fourth surf. Koa Smith, furthest out, taking a look on his pink board. They're going to take a half a knot paddle, just kind of negotiate, get over this wave, see what's going to start forming in front of them.
We have a few Koas in this event, right?
Yeah,
Koa Smith,
is.
Koa Rothman.
Yeah.
And Koa is typically a word referring to a warrior. Koa, you hear that name commonly. Koa is also a wood, a really hard wood that is also sometimes used for weapons because it's a heavy wood. So in Hawaiian history, we got a lot of stories of Nakoa, or warriors. And I guess most famous among them would be Kamehameha.
Yes.
And the Kamehameha becomes a dynasty, meaning like Kamehameha the First, after he conquers all of the island chains, institutes a monarchy based off of actually with some influence from the British, in fact.
Yes.
After Kamehameha becomes king, there is a slow increase of folks coming to Hawaii from England, and so some of the constitutions Hawaii was a constitutional monarchy, and so there were some things that, and in fact, Hawaii was a protectorate, even though it was independent as a monarchy. It was a protectorate for a while with the British, and so even if you look at the Hawaiian flag, it has British, the Jack, the Union Jack, and so there were some similarities and exchanges with that, but it becomes a dynasty. So Kamehameha the First, all the way down through the second, third, fourth, fifth, and then and eventually the kingdom of Hawaii closes out with Lili'uokalani and 1893. So 100-year time period. Again, go check out Bishop Museum. You can walk on the third floor of the Hawaiian Hall, and it walks you through from Kamehameha all the way to Lili'u.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
I gotta check it out. I mean, there should be functions where I walk in there and here we go, Luke Tima. Ooh, no Shinpei Horiguchi. Shinpei, he's body surfing it, so he all good. He got lipped, and then he Mark Cunningham'd up into the mid-face bowl.
Split peak here.
Split
Shado
peak.
And Koa.
Oh, Shado throwing out the tail full extension.
Pulls
and
it.
another one. Oh, this guy's
sending it. Here
going
we go.
for the two buckle loose.
Bethany Hamilton.
You seen that?
Pull in.
Yes.
Woo.
You seen that? Just her significant takeoff to hand plant to up. Jedi. Jedi-like reflexes, huge smile. Let's go, Beth. She also writes children's books. Go check it out. I always say on all my commentaries, do not forget about reading to your children, reading to yourself. Well, I'm talking to not just a professor, but somebody that writes amazing history and things that you've seen in all your travels.
Yeah, I mean, reading is very important for brain development and for intellect, and so,
Koa Smith went right, and Hawaiian Water Patrol got him. That is Foster Bloomfield.
See what happened here.
And Nolan Kilana. Little bit of a twist there. No matter how much you train, you train so hard every day, and then you get fed a different situation at Pipeline.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Looked like might have broken a leash.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Gotcha.
Look, this is very unusual for Pipeline. See how
Over
he's
the
doing
rocks.
the rock walk? We
Let's
don't normally have rocks right there. Check it out. That's how much sand has eroded.
Oh my gosh!
That
And that's
looks
why
like
the
Rocky
sandbar.
Point. This is
And that's why
pipeline.
the sandbar is absolute fire if you're above intermediate grade level. There's his second board. Looks like he's dropping down in size. Don't forget, Koa Smith comes from a Smith legacy. They're all models. He's got 2 more brothers. They all shred.
Yeah.
You know?
Kauai, right?
Yeah. I've watched them surf. Good performances at Sunset, big Sunset pros, and here we go. But, yeah, he's going to get back out there through Aints. Oh, no, right through the middle. But, Isaiah, as I'm looking off the second floor balcony, there is so many new rocks. I mean, off the wall has rocks.
And we were talking about the other day how when this happened last time down the beach toward Keiki, it exposed a bunch of ki'i or petroglyphs that were not seen in recent memory. And so you never know what you're going to get.
Skin, man. Would you say that there is some on the tabletop reef past Keiki Beach on the way where you can see Sharks Cove and the caves? You think if you knew where to look for Shado P, here we go. Your Big Island is in the house. Pipe Cone. What's up, Big Island boys? You
How's
know
it?
who you are. You guys are ledges.
Awesome.
And,
yeah, so, I mean, archaeology is a really cool field in Hawaii. University of Hawaii at Hilo has a great program there, and also at Manoa. Kathy Kavelu, I grew up with her in Kilkaha.
There he is.
She's a professor there at UH Hilo. Shout out to their program.
Nice.
He made that. That was
I know.
sick.
I like that. That was his first wave. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to tail
gonna
turn
throw
this thing.
and then and then he pulled it.
Yeah. I mean, imagine, he wants to get barreled for the contest, but look at his photos that he got from the photo bowl. You know what I mean? That tail turn must have been hacha.
Hacha.
Eric Arakawa, 2-page spread, maybe. You know that guy.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, man.
Got some paddlers
The playing
here. They got
field
split
is
the
just
peak
cleaned
again.
up. Here we go. Oh.
Left and right.
Oh,
Luke
McFadden.
Tima. Oh, come on. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Will he ride out? Oh, he does it. Count it.
Oh, and that's part of being how much competitions this kid does. That's what he wants to be, a pro surfer. He can compete. He's taking his competition into a backdoor shootout. Look how he rode out of it. That's a point. There's points there.
Kind of cool. You saw him stand up. People
Yeah.
don't realize how
Stand
shallow
firm.
it is out there.
Yeah. I can't believe his Blue Rail HIC board is in one piece. Luke Tima took some on the head as well on heavy occasions. Oh, there's the
Nolan Keolana. Let's see. Oh, here we go.
Wow, I wonder who went backdoor. We'll see right there. Luke. That was Luke's
Luke.
split.
That was the one
yeah.
that came out right here. Doggy doored it. Boosh.
Smart. That would have hurt. A couple more yards. Good job.
So we call that the doggy door. Backdoor is basically a closeout. I mean, it allows you to ride it for a bit. And you got to sneak out usually through what we call the doggy door at backdoor. And that's a beautiful pipe wave. Which way is he going?
Oh, here we go.
This is Kaulana
Apo. In. And the way it's chandeliered, beautiful vision. He got covered up.
Bethany
he did the job.
Looking at this one.
But, yeah.
Bit of a flurry with these waves.
Oh, that was a beautiful little mini one just to watch and mind surf. Oh, very exciting. Another replay right here. Kaulana Apo as that thing just went over a rib and had like a backwash flare over it as he exited. So super awesome. 2:22 remaining on the left top of your screen. And don't forget to check us out at DaHui.com. Stuff is going really fast. We still also have the Jason Momoa Aloha J collection, where Uncle Eddie Rothman and Jason Momoa collaborated, and all of the proceeds from each item of that on the internet, the Aloha J collection, goes straight to the Maui Lahaina fire victims. And man, look at that. There's our Hawaiian Water Patrol, and there's the infamous sandbar. Ehukai Sandbar has collected so much sand. When the swells start to subside, it's going to be like crazy out there. Everybody's going to be out there with their cameramen trying to get sandy bottom blues right there. Beautiful, photogenic place. But don't forget, there's going to be a bunch of kama'aina trying to pour out their feelings and just have a good time making a connection with the waves.
It's kind of cool. Kaulana. Kaulana means famous. I'm sure most Hawaiians, when they have a name, there's more to it, right? So a lot of times you have a name, Kaulana, I wouldn't be surprised there's more to it. Common title to a Hawaiian song, an old Hawaiian song, Kaulana Napua. Kaulana Napua o Hawaii. It's basically famous are the flowers. And it's a really cool song because it's also has a political message, a kauna to it. Basically, where it talks about eating stones, that they'd rather eat stones than sign over their allegiance to the provisional government, the government that overthrew Hawaii. And kind of cool story about the Hawaiian Royal Hawaiian Band. There's some cool stories. Holy smoke, look at these beautiful lines coming in.
Wow. Let's go. I see people looking off over the balcony. Oh, man. It is as real as it looks on your screen, gang. She's a coming with seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. And but you know that horn signifies the next heat is going right in, but yeah, we are going to throw it to break. You guys stay tuned. We'll come right back, locked into the tubes.
Snap two, bring it back.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
All right, bro, we are back and right back into the action for the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Pipeline is happening right now. And what a great barrel. Sick wave opening up for a goofy foot Peruvian.
The Cristobal de Cole.
All right, Cristobal de Cole rubbing his crystal ball and seeing a beautiful barrel in his future. And that was amazing. A nice shot of Cristobal coming flying out of a pipe barrel. Team Peru, the grooving Peruvians. Cristobal de Cole in a crystal barrel. I was going to say just a little foam, but well negotiated. You know, it doesn't matter what the wave looks like. It's all about getting in the barrel and getting out. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker, and there is Alonso Correa, Joaquin Del Castillo, Cristobal de Cole, Gabriel Villaran, and Alvaro Malpartida. Talk about a tongue twister of pronunciations
of
this heat. And it is always a pleasure to watch these Peruvians shredding.
Yeah, Peru has always had a strong showing here on the North Shore. Actually, Peru does have a deep history of surfing, even in the modern era. There's some professional world championship titles way back when.
Yeah.
In Peru, they have big hollow waves down there too, and so Peru definitely has its culture of surfing. And here we have rider up in this barrel, pulls in, stalls, beautiful crystal ball there.
I think that's Alonso Zoko. Alonso Correa. It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're great at giving nicknames.
Yeah. But yeah, just a way to start for a couple of goofy foots in this heat. And Zoko getting a nice, beautiful view from inside that pipe barrel. Seems like there's a little bit of new energy in the water, in the waves. I was watching off camera as I was waiting for my cue to come back in here, looking at having the last heat off, looking at the waves over the balcony. And this beautiful westerly set came in right at the end of the end of the heat for New Earth Project and right before the beginning of Team Peru. And it did have an appearance of new energy.
Yeah, it's really cool. And conditions have stayed really nice, and the swell is still here. Every heat we've seen waves ridden, some great barrels, and so it was awesome call today.
Yeah.
We're fortunate and blessed. The Backdoor Shootout usually is blessed with great waves, and so continuing on that tradition of the shootout, getting some solid waves, some clean waves, and we still have time to go. We still have
looking
to the 16th, right?
Back at the beach from that drone shot, and mixed with a holiday, MLK Day on Monday, so just one of those days we're not able to run due to the holiday, but what a great run of ample swell that we've been seeing. And it's always better to have too much than not enough, I feel like, when you're running surf events here on the North Shore. So having the selection, the option of days to have the event has been a great run of swell to help us with that. So that's very much appreciated to Keokua, Mother Nature, whoever you like to refer to. I always, think it is Mahina on the beach. She's standing by with Koa Smith. Always a great thing to hear from him. Take it away, Mahina.
Aloha here, guys. Mahina here with Koa Smith. It looked like you kind of had like a little board problem. You ended up breaking your leash, so tell me what happened.
It's pretty wild. I haven't really gotten a major score yet, and I feel like this heat, I was like, I just gotta let go. Like the intention was to just stay super present, but then if I'm a little too deep, like still go. If I'm a little too far in, still go. And I just went on this right, and it just like wasn't very good. Took a late drop, and then I ended up having to like dive through the wave. And then I watched the next one. Bethany went on it, just sent it, and that wave just landed right on my head and broke my leash. But it's really interesting doing little board changes here because there's so much like rocks on the beach. It's like pretty hectic, so it kind of took me a while to get back out there.
So where did your board go then?
That is a good question. I think by now it's probably at sunset. I'm going to have to go for a long walk on the beach to find it.
That's what Pipeline is. It's the long walks on the beach. I noticed that you had a GoPro in your mouth. What was that all about?
I'm pretty much like a GoPro just lives. It's a part of me right here. I mean, with my YouTube channel and social media, like that stuff's so funny and demanding that I just like film everything every time I surf. And by now, like, I've broken a couple like mouth mounts like in my teeth. I did one in the last session, but other than that, like, never lost a GoPro before, and I've taken some pretty bad wipeouts. So
I feel like you and Jamie are the only ones who are kind of like sending it with GoPros and somehow managing not to lose it. So I give you guys all that props on that. And then also too with your little funky boards and stuff. How's that going?
Yeah, I just like try to experiment and maximize it, but I'm just finding like this one has a little beak nose. It's like wider up the front, and like when you're paddling, there's just so much glide, and so like this is a 6.2, but it feels like a 6.6, you know. So you can get you can catch the waves, but then once you're standing up, it's like so fast and zoomy. So yeah, it's fun.
Well, hopefully you get more visions with your GoPro mount, and obviously get maybe the perfect 12 with that vision. So hopefully we'll get more waves going through the rest of the week, and back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, thank you, Mahina. And Koa seeking perfection for a second time this winter. Already had a perfect wave at the Pipe Masters and a grab rail. Perfect technique right there.
Oh, Cristobal.
For Cristobal de Cole.
Boy, and, he did find the crystal ball. He's getting the good ones in this
Yeah,
heat.
man. He has really been taking that name to heart.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah, beautiful glass ball that we have here. Part of our set decorations, courtesy of DaHui Ohe'enalu. Thank you very much. And
Koa Smith talked about how he, uses a GoPro mount in his mouth. I think Nate Florence is also one of those guys. And here we go, replay during the interview.
Yeah, and Team Peru starting to come alive here.
Woo.
And getting close to resembling their heat a couple of years ago when Pipe just turned on, and they had about, a dozen quality rides. All surfers were getting in on the action. It was like almost like, when the bait ball and all the seals and dolphins and everybody's just getting a piece of it. I feel like that heat a couple of years ago, Team Peru really, it was the bait ball that came in, and they were each representing a different animal and just taking part of it, getting their fill. And that was a heat to remember for sure. And, they've been a little bit, less lucky this year, I feel like, with the treacherous conditions and testy conditions of day one and day two. But right now, I feel like they're starting to make up for a little bit of lost ground here.
Yeah, and their heat this morning was pretty good. They got a lot of good waves. I think everybody today, there was no real skunk heats today, which is always great because we talk about how the ocean changes with tide, with wind, with swell, and so sometimes, like you were saying a couple years ago, in the sort of this magical window of a heat for them turned on. But I think today has been pretty steady. It has tapered off a little from this morning.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, everyone seems to be getting opportunities for good scores. And we just saw Cristobal on the backdoor and hit us. Looks like there's another wave coming through here. See if a rider gets this one.
Yep, switching to the land angle, and looks like Alonso possibly. We'll wait for the beach call there because we can kind of hear Iolani Adams handling beach duties. Mahalo to Brother Landon Iolani Adams from the west side, and Hui Club member doing an excellent job on the beach announcing.
Replay here, gets under that curtain.
Yeah, just a little fun little pit ride at Pipeline. That's always going to improve your day.
Yep. It's worse things to do for sure.
Oh, I'm telling you, man. Worst places to be as well. But we're thankful to be here. We're thankful that you guys are joining us on the live broadcast and catching all the replay action as well as the action has been really consistent. And we said, there hasn't been any heat that's gotten like fully skunked. Everybody has gotten something.
Yep.
And it maybe just comes down to what players in the heat may have scored more than others. But I tell you, watching Ivan in the previous couple heats, Ivan's been on a tear. I feel like each and every day he's got something to show for.
Yeah, he's been wave magnet in all of his heats.
Yeah.
And even in the trying days and trying conditions, he seemed to find the diamond in the rough or the needle in the haystack. Yeah. And he's been, consistent, right? Very consistent. I think Luke Tima has been pretty consistent throughout the event as well. That kind of young froth, maybe it pays off when you're hunting and looking. Actually, Shaden Picaro talked about how this morning he felt like if he's replacing Kelly Slater's spot, that he's going to try and channel what Kelly would do.
Yeah.
And basically says he keeps busy. And so I'm just going to keep busy. And sure enough, that's what happened. Koa Smith talked about a different approach. He said, I'm just going to kind of zen, meditate, and be in the moment. He said it didn't really pay off because he ended up going on a wave that broke his leash, and watched Bethany get a good one right after him. But here we go, live action from behind the section, pulls into this inside, launches
Just
out.
Really nice conditions right now. It's turning around for the better. I believe that the winds look like they've clocked a little more east to proper trades. When they came up this morning, you and I noticed a little bit of tint and hint of the north in the wind, but it is now clocked around more easterly and has really opened up that end of the barrel nicely. Wow. And a good negotiation right before the closeout. Everybody loves the big flyaway kickout. You can still hear the beach.
Roar.
You know, it's almost like our Team Japan, you know, every photograph, they're going to throw the peace sign still to this day. And still to this day, people are going to get so excited on the beach for that big flyaway kickout.
Yeah. And it doesn't mean a wipeout like in the movie North Shore. They make it sound like it's actually you're getting away from the wave. You're jumping over it and getting into safe zone. So, all right, we got 16 minutes and 40 seconds in this heat, and no takers on that wave. We're here on the North Shore of Oahu in the moku of Ko'olauloa on the Mokupuni o Oahu. So Mokupuni is referring to the whole island, and the Moku is a district. So in Hawaii, and this is tradition times, and for us today, you break up an island into different districts. And so the Mokupuni is the island, Moku is the district, and on Oahu, we are in Ko'olauloa. So Ko'olau is the name of our mountain ranges. And there's two sections, though, of Moku in Ko'olau. So there's Ko'olauloa, which is the northern part, and Ko'olaupoko, which is the Kaneohe Kailua
So we're currently in Ko'olauloa.
Correct.
And some love from the UK, once again, from Brother Dave Hunt. He wants to shout out the Hawaiian Water Patrol and the water safety and all of our lifeguards. You know, the daily duty is beach and ocean safety here. I've been hearing a lot of sirens up and down the coast, you know, where I live at Velziland, and you know, every time I hear that, I'm always, just hoping everybody's okay. And Dave, thank you for tuning in from way over on the other island across the Pacific and Atlantic, the UK, and looking at a paddle for this wave here. Ooh. And a beautiful drop in, but nothing much happening except a nice Papa Wheelie bunny hop right there. And, just reading some of the messages coming in at Rocky Cannon on Instagram, as well as my NSOG Hawaii at Gmail is also where you can reach us too.
It's like a wave here. Got a paddle. Oh, not going to come to fruition for this rider, but we can watch and mind surf that wave as it spits out there. Yeah, here on Oahu's North Shore, technically the Northwest Shore, and we are blessed to be out in the, oftentimes called the countryside out here. We had the old surf brand that's still around today, of course, is Town and Country, referring to, the kind of duality of personalities between town and country.
Yeah.
And you do kind of get there's people identify with, like, oh, I'm a townie.
I'm a townie, yeah. Or I'm a country guy, or country person, or country folk. And
there's some kind of I don't know, stereotypes about each of these, but let's check out this one.
Oh, beautiful. Backdooring the pipeline and standing tall, loving it. Man, this is getting a lot reminiscent of that heat a couple years ago, Isaiah. Team Peru getting the benefit of the switch turning on here at Pipeline and Backdoor.
Yeah, look at that. Ehukai misting off the back of the wave, which is a signal that the trade winds are hitting us from the right direction. How smooth that is.
The correct direction, the correct technique, and just a very, very stylish exit. Stoked. Very awesome.
Yeah, it's just, sheer elation coming out of a barrel, and, you get some folks that debate and talk about how they don't like claims. I personally have no problem with it.
Yeah.
I could see where if it's disingenuous, anything or anyone that's not genuine,
right,
that feels fake. That's sometimes it's a little
contrived.
Yeah. It doesn't feel as meaningful. But you coming out of a pipe barrel like that, and your arms naturally come up. I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Yeah, especially one of those that was a little shaky. Well, not shaky, but just like the way he knifed into it. It could have been any type of result right there. But he held strong and steady. And, that adrenaline and the stoke, like you said earlier, it just carries right on with you, even into the paddle back out, where you're like, oh, my gosh, that felt so good.
New energy. I want to get back out there.
Yeah, so big props to Team Peru getting it done right now. Beautiful conditions, stacking up. This is heat number 6. We'll have Team NSB. I know they're licking their chops right now. Billy Kemper, Baron Mamiya, Kala Grace, Eli Olsen, J.O.B., Jamie O'Brien is looking at these conditions going, oh, please. Stay like this. I want to get out there. So just a little over the halfway point for Team Peru, 11:50 remaining, I believe. Looking at the beautiful, picturesque scenery of the pipeline and the beach down towards off the wall. You see all those rocks and bones and skeletons exposed down there. It's like really, I heard Koa Smith talk about it, trying to get his board and get back out. He had to really watch his step, and, your board can take some damage. You could pop a fin off really easily jumping in at the wrong time.
Yeah, for sure. We were talking earlier about the barrel we just saw and we came out, and we also were talking before that about how each surfer has their own distinctive style. And when he came out, it kind of reminded me, Duke had a certain style of surfing too, where he would kind of have like this, almost like he was flexing his pecs, and arms sort of to the side. We see that we see the logo or the artwork done by Jack Soren, who I was talking to earlier, but his arms out. Really, though, if you look at photos of Duke surfing, his arms are out, but usually down.
Okay.
And he kind of like flexing his abs sort of look.
Okay.
So when he came out of that barrel, his claim sort of had that same sort of like low arm spread flex.
Oh,
here we go
wow.
again.
Come on, please come out. That was almost super exciting. Way to get into it. But just couldn't find his way out. And there's another nice drop. Oh, gosh, these guys it's turning on. It is doing it. The grooving Peruvians, I'm telling you. They've got the secret spell they can cast onto pipeline before they paddle out.
Backside drops in, grabs the rail.
Wow. Gabriel Villaran.
More out the back.
Look at this.
This is a party.
Stacking up.
Oh, side slip.
Holding it.
Stands tall.
No way. Oh, my gosh. The judges have their hands full, as the saying goes, for looking at all these incredible waves ridden by Team Peru. They've probably scored exponentially above what they've done the first couple of rounds.
You're right, Rocky. Look at and it's still coming here. Hopefully, oftentimes it's notorious in surfing competitions where if one heat is going, the next heat's not.
It kind of alternates and, goes heat by heat. But here we go. Check out this nice positioning right there. And then Gabe getting right underneath the hook. And then side slipping, almost lost it.
Almost.
Just the presence of skill to hold that line and not get distracted. Stay true to the task at hand. Really impressive.
Yeah, I love that. The drop was late. Here we go, live action again.
And just a little late drop, but that spit is still quite vigorous for such a, marginal wave. Pipeline really just over and over. It never gets old watching that pressure washer just shoot out all that water.
Yeah. Love it. I feel like when
So I heard a time call of 7 minutes, so just a little
discrepancy on the clock there, but close enough for our sake.
Enough. Good enough.
Good enough for us. Oh, yeah.
No
We're just
matter.
enjoying the action. I mean, seeing this many barrels in this short amount of time is definitely what it's all about, putting on a good show. And that's something about surfing that never gets old, is watching people get barreled, especially, you know, as surfers, if you're not doing it yourself, you want to watch somebody in the action, and you're kind of almost living vicariously through other people that are surfing these kinds of waves. And just what an opportunity and a great way to showcase this type of surfing and being able to put it on so many platforms. Zone Media getting all the angles, top-notch production. I mean, the amount of wires and screens and lights and everything that it's taken, all the cameras, all the equipment. It is top-notch production here by Zone Media. So make sure you check their YouTube channels out, Hawaiian Extreme Sports, Island Paddler TV, all of the cultural interactions going on around the islands. Zone Media is there, so we want to say mahalo and check out more action. Look at this, bro.
Deep and deep,
no
standing
way.
tall.
It's just getting ridiculous.
Oh, my gosh.
Even they're like, okay, am I going to stand tall in this barrel again? It's getting a little redundant, but it feels good. It looks good.
Like, what can I do next? Maybe twiddle my thumbs
I
in the
don't
barrel?
know. Yeah, exactly. Just have the full, like.
Love it. And that's
wow.
That's how you get deep at pipe, right? You take off behind the peak, which is counterintuitive to, you know, our survival instincts. You typically don't want to be behind a treacherous curtain that's like lurking and crashing down on you, but that's what it takes to get deep into these pipeline waves. And so, well done, and traversed that one exceptionally. Well, we've got probably 5 minutes left, even though the clock says 6. It looks like we're down to our 5-minute warning. And looking out at the horizon, we have got more waves on offer. And Team Peru is bringing some mojo. They've got the mana, and the ocean is awake and alert. And hopefully it continues on this trajectory. We'd love to see our next heat in the water of North Shore boys to get in some this action as well.
Team NSB, strong team.
Yep, he's saying Jamie O'Brien and the crew of Billy Kemper, and those guys are in the channel or on the shoulder right now, waiting to get out there soon. And so, exciting day for surf.
Yeah, definitely. The one we've been waiting for. You know, we had 4 days off. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Which
so
worked out perfectly for me at work.
That's good.
Yeah. So it was nice. We had the weekend, and I was able to go to my day job, my real job.
Yeah, I had things to handle, and the chores got done, and
look at
different things like that, and Christmas lights came down. All the fun stuff after the holidays. Here we go. Check this out. Live action. Nice. And grabbing the rail, Gabriel Villaran. And nice little run down the pipeline. Left-hander on the backhand. There's Team Peru represented on the beach. Waving the flag proudly, as they should. Always really classic representation here on the North Shore. And I like Wahine asking them what their pigeon word is, as we see Villaran. The pigeon word for you, brah, is mean.
Mean, Klaus.
That was mean.
That was funny. She's like, pigeon. He's like, what?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Look at this.
Nice. Late drop.
Oh, wow. Come on.
Wow,
Come on, just for fun.
Almost.
He just
had to roll up the windows on the bottom of that one.
A little bit steep on that one. I think it was a little steeper than he anticipated.
Lean back. Oh, he's kicking himself.
Got his body a little stretched out. You'll see it here. It comes into it all nice and cash. And then
tries to pull up high, but his body momentum was going the opposite direction.
Pretty much dropped into the barrel.
Gabriel Villaran
again,
a deep one. Let's go.
Wow.
Oh, close.
That was really, really a great effort. And the Peruvians are just getting a lot of good tube time here.
Action.
Scoring. A minute 30 on the clock. So they're going to be hustling to get at least maybe one or two more. We'll see. Team NSB eagerly standing by. See him starting to sneak over into the lineup right now and get a jump on their time and be in the right spot as soon as that horn blows, because it is the kind of day where once that horn sounds, you could be 3 strokes into a good pipe wave.
You want to wait. No wave is going to be wasted today.
Yeah, for sure. And there they are, just.
I think we're doing that just to
Waiting
maximize our time today. So usually there'll be a break in between each of the heats, but now it's like, we got to maximize our time today.
Yeah, we'll basically almost run it back to back. And there comes a wave with no riders. That one swung out a little bit wide. You saw the photographers on your right-hand side of your screen. They were scrambling to get under that wave. Someone on the inside right there getting another barrel. Sure. Might as well, bro.
Might as well.
So 30 seconds remaining for Team Peru, who has scored in round 4. They have kind of reminiscent of a couple years ago, like we've been saying. They had this magical heat that turned on, and so far they've been a little bit on the other side of the luck of the draw. But in this round 4, they made up for it in a big way.
It delivered.
So as Team Peru's heat comes to a close, we'll be moving right into Team NSB. And before we watch the next heat, though, we'll take you to a short commercial break, and we'll be back with more round 4 action at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Stay right there. The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water,
Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Oh, welcome back. Look at that shot. The drone over Pipeline. The Hui Backdoor Shootout in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. Team NSB in the place to be at Pipeline. Ready to rock and roll. Watching Team Peru get barreled out of their brains.
Oh, yeah.
And Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker, Baron Mamiya, Billy Kemper, Kala Grace, Eli Olsen, and J.O.B. in the water right now. This is heat number 7. Second to last heat of the day. Snapped 5 coming up next. Want to give some shout outs and aloha to North Florida, Jacksonville, Graham, Brother G, watching late night over there, East Coast time, and check it out. Baron Mamiya, I believe that was Barrel and Baron. Mamiya getting some tube time action, but mahalo for watching, Graham, and hopefully you can get some barrels in the frigid waters of Jack's Beach. It is cold that time of year, this time of year over there. Whew, man, I've been there in winter. Full suit action, not for the faint of heart, but man, such a good crew of shredders up in the North Florida complex, and glad to have you guys tuning in, watching live wherever you might be. We got the UK tuning in. We got all kind brothers and sisters, uncles and aunties watching from around Hawaii, and always a pleasure to bring this action to you.
Check out this replay. This is Baron Mamiya. Baron is one of our World Tour Title Championship Tour competitors, showing us how it's done. Behind him, we have a goofy footer who I don't know. Fells from the last heat, maybe. Still going in, possibly. All right, and we've got 25 minutes on the clock. And as you said, Rocky, the last heat was a firecracker of a heat, like endless barrels back to back to back, and Team Peru was able to really enjoy that. And we're hoping that doesn't mean that this heat will slow down. As we said, oftentimes that's the story in surfing competitions. One heat will be on and the other heat will kind of slow down, but we shall see. Hopefully the ocean cooperates for our team here with North Shore boys. But Baron Mamiya already got a really good wave, so that's a good sign that there are lots of waves out there. Very cool that we are here on the North Shore of Oahu. I was talking earlier about Ko'olauloa and this district here. Within a moku, you have what called ahupua'a.
Yeah.
And so you start with the Mokupuni, which is the whole island, which is Oahu. The moku is the district, Ko'olauloa, and then within Ko'olauloa you have different ahupua'a. So it's kind of like they're pie-shaped, and it's really kind of cool if you have like a round island. It's like slicing out of a pie. It goes from mountain to the sea, and so that when you get to the sea, the shape is pretty wide. It usually follows along rivers and different streams, and we're going to take a look at this rider here.
That looks like Baron again. So Baron, not much from round 3 from him, but here in round 4 already with 2 barrels within the first 7 minutes of the heat. So a bit more active.
Yeah,
for Baron
like
Mamiya.
Riding a short board, a really small board, and he's a master at surfing this place. Done so many events over the years, and he's still a young man, but one of Hawaii's accomplished professional surfers. Knows how to go left, knows how to go right, knows how to do errors, knows how to get barreled. He's got it all.
Very well rounded, and then you see this Pipeline barrel quite well rounded itself. With a beautiful shape, and sounds like my friend Graham at home is tussling for the remote control right now, watching this live on hour number 6. Baron on barrel number 3 coming out at Pipe. So definitely somehow staying so busy, just coming out of that backdoor wave right into another pipe wave.
Maybe we'll catch this one,
How
too.
is he doing that? But, yeah. It's all G, Graham. Give up the remote, but, you can still jump on your phone and catch the action. But mom and daughter want to check out the action, too, on different channels. But check out Baron Mamiya tuning in right now, in tune, in the barrel, doing a beautiful job. And here we go. That might be Conrad Carr.
Oh,
it could be, because he was in the first round way back on last Saturday, and then they mixed up the team. So we got a cool scenario for this year's shootout, and it's been this way the last couple of years, where you have multiple team members, up to 5 or 6 or 7 team members, but only 5 allowed in the water at a time. And that number has gone up from before. I know it was 4 before, now it's 5. And while we have a little bit of a lull in the action, we're going to take you down to the beach and talk to Mahina and Joaquin.
Aloha, guys. Mahina here. This is round 4, Team Peru, Joaquin de Castillo. You did mention that you had an injury last year where it was days before this event. How does it feel to get a really good wave in this last round?
It means all for me right now. This is round 4, right? And I didn't get nothing the first days. Even this morning I got a fun one, but finally I get a really wave that I really like it. So stoked for the next rounds. The team is strong. Everybody surf amazing here. It's an honor for me to compete here. Yes, this is my 7th season in Hawaii, and that means all for me.
Tell me a little bit about what happened last year going into this event. You did mention that you had a hip injury just days before. What does it mean with your health right now going into this event?
Well, that happened to me 1 week before the shootout. I took a backdoor wave and I broke my iliac bone in 10 pieces. And after 3 months I was surfing, so thank God it was not that bad. I feel like maybe better than before, so I'm here making my dreams come true, and so happy.
Well, that's super great to hear, and I'm glad that your hip is all good and you're able to get one solid wave. Let's hope that you get more waves throughout the rest of the event, and I've been kind of doing this to all the Peruvian boys. I want to hear your best chihu.
Arriba Peru! Vamos Peru! Woo! Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Back to the booth.
I got one for Peru with the chihu, because that rhymes. Chihu Peru. Too easy, bro. But thank you, Mahina. Joaquin, stoked to be back in the water after injury. Live action. Check this out. Scrambling, paddling.
Of course.
Up and riding.
Eli Olsen.
Oh, beautiful job there.
I almost thought it was Baron again. I was like, oh, my goodness. Oh, going for a little pop air. That was a beautiful wave, Eli Olsen. Did I hear him right when he said, I broke my femur in 9 places. Thank goodness it wasn't that bad.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. He's just stoked to be back out there. Look at that.
There he is.
Wow, barreling Baron. Oh, my gosh. Talk about the sleeping giant. Just was cruising through the first few rounds.
He could win this event in this one heat.
And all the scores could be coming from round 4. I mean, that is entirely possible. We've seen it happen in this event where the heat or the moments just turn on and really on fire at the moment from last heat to this heat.
Yeah, Baron, man, you can tell how technical of a tube rider he is. We'll see the replay. Excuse me, this is starting off with another surfer, sorry. But Baron, when I say technical, we were talking about all day. There are several surfers who are struggling to come out because the pipeline has a tendency to clamp and get really almond-y at the end of the barrel.
Yeah.
We saw like Makana Pang and others getting sick barrels, but then struggling to kind of punch through that last part. On that, Baron has a way of like going up so high and just squeezing out of the very top corner of that barrel, and that last one, I honestly didn't think he was coming out. At the DOD level is pretty high, and it spit, and then he managed to come out. And you see, he was riding so high that when he tried to, after he pulled out of the barrel, he was a little out of sorts,
right?
Because he had gone to kind of contort himself so high up on the top that when he uncoiled his body, it threw him off a little bit. But a lot of technique involved with this. You don't always just pick a line and go straight, right? The more challenging and more higher scoring waves are ones where the surfer is wrestling the foam ball, climbing over it, pumping, and letting go of the rail and doing a bunch of very technical moves. And we'll see it here. There it is. Barron, we'll see how he starts off low. Then he has these. I mean, he's got so many waves. This is Eli's wave, and nice barrel. When he does a little air right here.
Nice.
Why
Using
not
that. Yep.
use the wind? Here's the one of Barron. So he slows down there, drags the leg. It gets almond here, pops up way up high.
Yeah, kind of almost went over his outside rail, but held it nicely. And almost a little deja vu with that little pop air on that side chop that Eli used for a little elevation and some fun. And there's the live shot with the drone and a beautiful looking day here as Team NSB trying to get some scoring in. You know, Billy Kemper is on the hunt, on the prowl, looking for something big, something barrel-y, and something deep if he can.
Yep. You can see, Billy and Jamie are being a bit more patient, while Barron's just sitting on the inside having a blast, just picking off whatever nobody else wants. And I suppose if you're trying to win the event, you'd probably be wise to wait for the bigger waves.
Yep.
But if you're out there just to enjoy yourself, why not stay busy?
Yeah, and on a day like today, as you'll see after the event, Pipeline's going to fill up with 50 to 60 individuals trying to get just one of these waves. And on this one, JOB in the place to be. Dropping in the drone shot, following nicely. He's deep. He's barreled. He's coming out.
Oh, yeah.
And sitting.
Floater.
Going to do a float.
Barrel
going
roll.
for the Rolo.
Outside. Eli Olsen stalling for this one.
Good technique there for Eli. And then up and over. Flying out above the lip.
Yeah, that was the wave Jamie was waiting for. In this heat, he was patient and timed it right, rode it right, and came out sitting down, which is still super cool.
Yeah, and in any other events that are super technical in the scoring would not be considering that, a clean make or maybe an incomplete ride. But here at the Backdoor Shootout, everything's counted and noted. And that was a reappearance on the board. So I think you would have scored better if you could have been remaining standing. But look at how deep in the wave he was. And only JOB and a select few others would have been able to even come out the other side of that one. And whether it's sitting, standing, laying, whatever, Eli Olsen working hard to fit in that barrel, but not getting as deep as his previous wave. So we know he's got better scores out there, and time remaining is just under 13 minutes.
Looks like
Barron's so much inside. Action. We're watching replays, and then there's live stuff coming from while we're watching replays. So we've got replays that were happening during the previous replay, and Barron Mamiya staying busy. And look at that, how he just so easily traverses a super big backdoor section.
Yeah, that was nice. And again, Barron, that's like his 5th or 6th barrel make in this heat.
Yep.
So he's staying busy, and it's paying off. He's having fun, just picking off whatever the boys on the outside don't want.
Yeah, you saw Jamie stroking into that one prior. He was really hungry for that one and gave it a good, solid effort. And then on the inside, I believe that could be Conrad Carr, who's decided to jump back in the spot. And looking at this wave, is that Billy Kemper? No.
Beautiful conditions. The beautiful trade winds keeping the barrel open.
A lot of times, it's the patience between the good waves, and even for the beach crowd, and even those of you watching from home or the office, wherever you might be, there's so many waves that come through that, okay, yeah, that was okay, and then you get the flurry of really good waves, or you get that one that's just like, oh my gosh, the mind-blowing, worth the wait kind of wave where, sometimes like baseball, you're watching, okay, there's a pitch, and then there's a big drive, to the upper deck, and you're like, oh yeah, that is why I was waiting, and wanted to see that. So you'll see the big hit coming every so often, and Pipeline being the pitcher, throwing the waves at these surfers, and they're looking for the big connection.
Yep, so this is round number 4. We ran round 3 and 4 today, and this is looking at the bottom of the half of the event here. North Shore boys, Heat 7, and then Heat 8 coming up next. Snap 5 will be, looks like the last heat of the day. We have a surfer here looks like Baron Mamiya, Mr. Busy Baron, pulling in the backdoor.
Oh, no way.
Oh, sick. Let's see what he, run away from that. Barrel number 20.
Yeah, geez. In the time frame, I mean, it is becoming a scientific phenomenon here. How many barrels can you get in the number of minutes? I think Barron is approaching the White Claw world record, because we're not sponsored by Guinness over here.
Nice. You see how he goes high. Let's try to avoid this closing doggy door here. And
the nice little step off.
Very technical surfing from Barron. Just lining up the drop well and picking the right line. And so he's definitely enjoying himself out there in this heat. And we're enjoying watching you, so keep it up.
Yeah, Barron. The show goes on, my friend, and Hawaiian Water Patrol helping a great deal with the production of this event, not only for safety but for efficiency, getting our surfers back out there for more. And I think everybody would agree we'd love to see more Baron Mamiya, Billy Kemper, Eli Olsen, Conrad Carr, as well as Jamie O'Brien. Always a pleasure watching those fellas as well. But right now, it's the Baron Show.
Yeah. Well, shout out to the Water Patrol. Staying busy today. There's no break for this crew. You got to make sure that you're always alert and ready to be there at anyone's beck and call who needs your assistance.
Yeah, and getting the epic water shots right there. You see the camera ski to the left-hand side of the screen, and really nicely positioned. The coordination it takes to have that antenna beam back to the studio here, and then beyond. Oh, J.O.B. at backdoor.
There it is.
Oh, and he's liking that one. He's feeling it with that casual exit, little stylish pose.
Well done. Try and see if we can get the replay too shortly, but Jamie getting caught here on that backdoor shallow section.
All right, let's see the drop here. Just really excellent positioning, looking into the barrel. I bet you straight on he was really, and that's Eli Olsen, I believe. And sometimes the rail of his board and his style and stature, him and Billy, I said it earlier, have a little similarities. But there's Billy Kemper, looking very unique and individual right there. Billy not able to make it out of that barrel, but nice effort from Billy K, BK at Pipeline.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he was going to make it, but unfortunately right at the end, the wave kind of gurgled on itself. And because he he was trying to stay in the barrel as long as possible.
Right.
He kind of closed the door on the opportunity to get out there. We'll watch these replays here. This is Eli Olsen dragging that front leg, front thigh, trying to get in the barrel.
Yeah, another similar one to his last one. Billy Kemper, this is the one that it kind of just shut down right at the end right there. It looked like it was going to stay open, and then it has a tricky way of doing a last-moment pinch on you right there. And I think even to our vantage point from here and from Billy's, point of view, it looked like it was going to just be a nice, wide-open, red carpet exit. But it was a blustery, whitewater, slam the curtain shut kind of attempt there.
Also seemed a little like there was a cross wave that came and cut off his exit for him, but sometimes that comes from backwash or from some different swell angle coming in, and anyway.
Yeah, a lot of variables here at Pipeline. Not a perfect wave at all times. So there is some surfer technical skill required. Barron again. Oh, my gosh. He's going to stay in it.
Why not?
Wow. He has just pretty much brought his tent, his camping materials, his bonfire wood. He's just making house inside these barrels. Residing in the barrel at Pipe and Backdoor. And here we go. Hanaho, Baron Mamiya at the back door. Doing the backdoor shootout. Staying in it. Camping out. Roasting a marshmallow.
Oh, yeah, Baron. I've lost count already of how many barrels he's gotten.
Yeah, well, I'm on down to my toes now.
He's coming out of them, too, which is cool.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we've seen a lot of folks get barrel today, and I'd say, the percentage of making them is, I don't know, maybe 30 or 40, maybe 50% on a good heat, but Bretta's got like a 90% make rate in this heat, so he's figured out how to get out of these things. And look how much further in he's sitting than everyone else. And I don't know if right now his teammates are like, maybe going to try and get closer to him. They're like, bro, the ocean's magnetized to this, brother. Let's go sit by him.
It's definitely, such a that kind of extra X factor, if you will, in surfing, especially, obviously, surfing in the ocean. That is, some people just are feeling it. The waves are coming to them. Or, in the case growing up competing against Andy Irons, consistently seemed like any time he needed a wave, it was coming. And just really had that. And Kelly, I feel like, has that kind of relationship with the ocean, whether given or whether, harnessed somehow. Who knows? But it is some extra forces at work, I feel like, there.
Right. Look at this thing wedge around. Oh. Barron's maybe getting tired.
I think I'm getting tired watching him.
He let one go.
He might be in the spot for this one. Let's see.
Might as well.
And he's going to take it. Nope, he won't. Had the intentive paddle going on, that paddle stroke, but decided it wasn't going to be another one to chalk. It wasn't going to be number 17 in this heat. He's definitely gotten near 10 waves of barrels, I would say, just in the off the top of my head recounting. Our highlight reel is going to be just full of Barron.
But we've also seen, Jamie's had a couple really
Jamie
good
has
ones.
2 really good waves.
And so there's, again, a good sign.
Eli's been busy, too.
Eli's had some waves. Billy almost made one, but hasn't had as much luck in this heat. But looks like he's considering this wave. Taking a look. Oh, that would be Conrad. Sorry. Beautiful evening on the North Shore. Love the way the light hits the ocean in this time of the evening. It's that golden hour, I suppose they call it. Here we go. And this is Conrad. Oh.
Just got a little slippery on the bottom of that wave, and the board skirted out from under him, which can happen when you hit the trough and that acceleration picks up.
Turned out to be not so rad.
Got to be ready for it. And everything was nice up until right there, and then just got a little excited, and maybe settling of the nerves a little bit. A lot of people watching on the beach. It's an aquatic stage out there. You're performing. It's like going out there to do a routine, and then all of a sudden you get a little stage fright, Jamie O'Brien.
Here he goes.
No stage fright for this fella.
Slowing down, pulls up high.
Oh, wow.
Classic pipe barrel
Just
spit.
a beautiful cylinder.
His pink boards that he likes to ride. His signature.
Yep, and all of the staff over at the JOB Surf Experience. Mahalo for you guys' daily hard work with our Ritz-Carlton guests and everybody who comes out to surf with us and with you guys. I work alongside the crew, and we're often collaborating out there, and it's great to have good, reliable instructors and crew to work alongside. So JOB crew, Scotty, you guys, mahalo, brother Chris, everybody. Thanks so much for Jake Maki, part of that crew too.
Yeah,
back in the day, Jack Soren was over there teaching surfing too. So
nice.
I feel like everybody's done a little bit of time and shared a little bit as we watch Baron Mamiya again. Just nothing new, bro. Another walk in the park, day at the office, another
Eli.
tent in the campsite.
Backdoor, pumps it.
Beautiful.
Riding it. Come on. Oh, still in there.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Goes for the air double grab.
Okay. We'll call it a burial. Backdoor burial.
Oh,
getting the air, getting the aerial right at the horn. Great timing. What a great heat. Pipeline is turning on for the afternoon. We'll be right back with more. The Hui Backdoor Shootout presented by Keiki Bungalows, Keiki Beach Bungalows, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. Heat number 8, Snap 5, coming up next. Stay tuned. Don't go away. The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Welcome back to the Backdoor Hui Shootout 2025. We are in round 4. Our final heat of the day is Snap 5. Team Snap 5. We got Mason Ho, Benji Brand, Josh Moniz, Clay Marzo, and Parker Coffin. We just finished up the North Shore Boys heat, and waves are still firing. This is Isaiah Walker with Rocky Cannon and also Ezra Rodriguez. We're privileged to provide to you the surf footage today and our live action here at Pipeline. 5 gentlemen out there in this heat enjoying this one. And we, while we're on break, we had a wave by Mason Ho. We're going to check out this replay. So you can see Mason still opting to ride the bigger board. And even though the waves have dropped a bit, he's enjoying that extra length on this day at the Backdoor Shootout. Able to drag, and we have a rider up here. Looks like a rider from the last heat, Conrad Carr. Conrad coming from Malibu. Prayers to the families out there in the region. All the unfortunate fires, and we're thoughts and prayers are with them. And Conrad's from that neck of the woods, and hopefully all is well with them. Team Snap 5 in the water. That last 2 heats have turned on, and we have a paddler here. Looks like Josh Moniz. Side slips down, drags, stands in that barrel, spits out. Classic Josh Moniz. Next out the back, looks like we have Clay Marzo standing tall in this barrel, traveling, comes out with a spit. As Mahina pointed out,
floater.
Mahina pointed out that he was riding a pretty unconventional board. He says a quad, a little thicker, a little wider.
He rides album boards, so they're all into ASIMs. Well-made boards, but Clay, that last heat, 3 back-to-back barrels just playing underneath the curtain as if it was under priority.
Benji Brand straightens out and gets exploded.
Ejected, kind of uncharacteristic of Benji Brand. Let's see if his equipment is intact or we got to do a board change. Looks pretty good. Not used to him riding the faded pink tails, but he changed up his board, I noticed, from the first heat. Excuse me, from Sunday.
Right.
Of course, the waves are totally different at 6 to 8.
Replays here of this one. We had a grab rail
Beautiful.
backside.
Oh, that looked like Moniz.
Yeah, that was Josh's wave.
Oh,
and this
nice.
one, of course, is Clay Marzo gliding
Super
through that
steez.
late drop.
Oh, man.
I think it was just so steep he couldn't engage
Yeah,
the fins.
too tall, too
get
steep,
under.
and it ran on him. But, yeah, here they go. There's a crease in front of this one as these guys are going to look to get into position. Parker Coffin got a good stand-up pipe wave on his 3rd round, and you guys are watching their 4th surf, 2nd surf of today at 30-minute heats each.
Somebody's whipping around here.
Spinning around.
Inside
Mr.
one.
Moniz.
You see that last heat, how busy Barron was? He had
oh, my gosh.
100 barrels.
What did you think about that weird pocket obtuse one at Backdoor? He came flying out of that thing.
insane.
Eli Olsen, too, getting
Olsen.
on the scorecard. Super patient, but really on it.
Jamie got a couple
Huge
good
entertainer. Jamie O'Brien back from after Sunday. He worked as a waterman.
Here's Mason.
I love the boards he rides.
Dragging, slowing down, hair in the wind. Oh.
I give him my 9-1 longboard. He probably pulled that thing in there. He just has a great understanding of his equipment.
Yeah, really cool.
That was rare for Mason. He's really cat-like when he comes out. He can land things in the air. That's mind-boggling.
Let's see what happens in the barrel.
He
Look at
faded.
that. Yeah, he's a lot of board. Tried to stay high, which was the right technique, but
Yeah.
there was just so much pinch on it.
And he kind of faded like his dad and uncle, the way he wanted to get more barreled at the time. 24:20 left on the clock as Parker Coffin is furthest out to the left. He's going to initiate half a knot paddle and start paddling into position.
Somebody's looking at this one. It's a little too west, too deep on this one.
Yeah. Because when you guys are teammates, as much as you guys are just surfing as a team, you know, each individual, these guys want to try to get into position.
Got a bunch of whistles going on now.
Yeah.
That's usually a sign that
Chandler House going off.
Coming. You can see the lines out the back. Interesting, you know, like we talked about how the energy was waning on a steady, slow but steady decline. But I mean, Rocky pointed out, it looks like in the last couple hours, there's been like a new energy.
Yeah.
Like the last 3-4 heats, starting with Peru, it just kind of turned back on.
But it's pretty good. Like, Pipeline's showing back up. I totally hear you. Cole Rothman looks really refreshed down there with his team, Dark Sport, and his camera crew.
Look at this.
Things are happening. That's them whistling over there. Who's going to get into this
Mason
one?
in the spot.
Beautiful drone footage.
Oh, from behind the peak, Clay Marzo stalled.
Here
There
we
he goes
go.
with that layback, clayback.
Clayback. Oh, nice zag.
My gosh.
Underneath. How's this Maui boy go? How's that snap underneath the hood? It wasn't like a safety ride out of it. He gouged it a little.
It's like a cutback under the lip.
Guy swings a different kind of pendulum, but right now we got Mahina Maeda with Stay Psyched, Jamie O'Brien.
It's Aloha Friday here, Mahina, on the beach with Jamie O'Brien. Obviously, you got a lot of your scores in this last heat. How did you feel out there?
I felt good, actually. It looked a little funky a couple heats before that, but the heat right before ours started firing the Peru team. We're getting some amazing waves and just kind of channeled everything from their heat and ours. And, yeah, I got a fun right, I got a fun left, and then I had another left that came out sitting down. I had some opportunity out there, and, like, that's what this event's all about. It's not about, you know, winning your heat. It's about just getting good waves and giving yourself an opportunity to, you know, be in the top 6.
Do you think that wave that you were on your butt, do you think that was a make?
No. But I think it would have been a good video clip, like good content, kind of funny laughter. And then I kind of went for like a sit-down barrel roll. Didn't end well, but I thought I was going to get a little bit more lift.
Yeah, I definitely saw that little butt floater kind of going on that on that last wave. But you mentioned that obviously everyone knows where you kind of live, which is pretty hard to be a little bit more private. But you've mentioned that it's hard to almost get out of your house, and then you tend to forget. Yeah, you have a heat?
Yeah, honestly, I just sit there because the live streams so well. I mean, shout out to everyone that's all in behind the scenes over there doing all the magic. But I'm sitting on my couch at Pipeline watching the live stream. We got like 5-6 different angles. Next thing you know, I'm like, okay, I got 15 minutes. And then I'm like, oh my God, 10 minutes. And I run downstairs, and then I'm almost late for my heat all the time.
Well, let's hope that you don't miss your next heat. And it's obviously going to be pumping in the next day, and hopefully we get more barrels, more waves, and hopefully you get in the top 3. So I wish you all the best, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you.
Wow, Jamie O'Brien. Always a pleasure to watch this man do his thing. The J.O.B., the original freak show. And, yeah, he just lives not even like a quarter of a block right there.
Stone throw from where we're sitting right now.
But if I was a Simon Cowell of surfing, I would say, Jamie, you sat down on that one. But no, that was awesome. I mean, what I would say is turn around dead cockroach all the way through the gums area. But Jamie.
Oh, this was Clay's.
Beautiful.
Right from the get-go, doing that layback comes
almost
out.
got clipped.
Here's that turn you appreciated. Whoa.
That is legit. Like,
and had the wave not clamped, he would come out of that. But
he swings it like a pendulum. He knows where his nose is. He knows where his toe weight's going to go back and lash into the wave. A lot of people would not recover from that with that much water moving.
And what was cool about that wave that he caught, like right off the get-go, it was already breaking.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought maybe most people would have allowed it, like, because it kind of crumbled, like kind of broke over his head on his back, and you know, most people would have gone straight and then bottom turned into the section.
Mm-hmm.
But he held his line right off the get-go and just stalled in the barrel right off the takeoff from right under the lip. Maximized his time in the barrel, and very, very well done. I love those laybacks. Like, he does that layback in the barrel.
That is a weird balancing thing.
There we go.
It is amazing.
Benji. Parker or Benji?
Benji with that front leg, styly. These guys, when they get up, some of these guys, like Ivan Florence is one of them. They're like mid-deck, locked and loaded.
It's like a cat just
but
getting right to their feet.
They can also know how to turn their step-up or their pipe boards from that. They don't need to be all the way on the grip. Yeah, they have this. But they have nice control, nice planing through the tube.
There it is.
Kala Grace is like that, too.
Benji, nice one.
Yeah.
Real low center of gravity.
Yep. South African, too. Those guys know how to surf. It's like our Australian brothers and our brothers from around the world. Brazil tuning in. Obrigado, mahalo. And shout out to a guy that's been trying to make it here for years to come visit us live. Mr. Yuri, you're here. You're present on the North Shore. You're probably watching from your phone and enjoying the beach. I haven't seen you, but thank you for supporting the Hui Backdoor. I know you've been collecting a bunch of merchandise from all these amazing events, and big fan, and we aloha you, bro. I hope to see you before this event is over.
Oh, we have paddle here.
Yeah,
my guess is Josh Moniz going backdoor, gets under it, pulls into it.
Josh, a little bit of a board change maybe.
You know what I like is in that last heat, you had Baron Mamiya who was way inside from everybody and just catching waves. It looks like Josh is kind of following that strategy, and he's keeping busy. So it's entertaining for us to watch, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are catching some of the medium-sized waves and getting
turning into a mini-man, too. Look at this guy squaring up, looking like Uncle Tone.
There's that drop. Yeah. Falls right into the backdoor pit. Comes out in the foam. Opts to paddle around pipeline instead of going through the gauntlet there of closeouts at backdoor.
Yeah, you know, even though it looks beautiful, calm from Sunday, but I'll tell you, man, there's still a lot of water moving over there.
There is.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's waiting for a taxi ride here.
Wow, yeah, he is in the taxi zone. You go past our Volcom house right here, Clay.
Clay staying busy, too.
Yeah. Wow.
Just that picturesque golden hour on the North Shore, and the sun is headed down towards Kaena Point. And you get the light hitting the barrels very nicely, and these offshore Kamwa'e trade wind breezes.
Yes. You know, you can't keep Clay, even in regular contests. You can't have him settle down.
Here we go.
There he goes.
Of
right?
Can't settle down.
He's going to be
What's
underneath
he gonna do?
the curtain.
Clay back.
Yeah.
He doesn't like that term, I think, the clay back.
I don't know.
It has a ring to it.
He's been like that for years. One of these guys that once you get your tail thrust out, he snaps it so hard that he's just on his nose.
There he goes.
Kissing the coping, doing a full rotation.
There it is. Schwack. He somehow pulls those normally, but the
he
wave died
does.
out. He would have made that if the wave made it.
He'll 180 out of them. He'll do Clay Marzal club sandwiches that are just mind-boggling. Gets Dane Reynolds and Kelly like, wait a minute. Yeah. But then, you know, that layback, the front side layback. Are you kidding me? Like,
in the barrel.
In the barrel. Like,
outside rail, going front side.
When you teach somebody how to surf, you tell them you're going to lean forward, but you know, basically moving forward, bending your knees makes you want to fall backwards. So
here comes something. We'll see if one of our surfers is in the position for any of these waves coming through. It's like Mason having a paddle.
Mason taking a dig.
Big board.
Butt in the wave.
Slows down.
He's going to go for something mind-blowing. Oh, too much wind there.
The crowd
they
loves
love it too, though. Right on, guys. You know, usually he lands those. I'll talk to him. I'll talk to him. Look at him smiling. I love it. Right there. Butt in the wave. Drags his hand really quick. He knows this wave's so good, he was just going to go for something spectacular. He knew the barrel wasn't going to happen, but the wind is not in his favor as well. Next time, if he was to readjust, he would probably go for a grab and hang on to that thing. Mason Ho. Shout out to you, Pop Shakur, Michael Ho. All right. Seriously.
Oh.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's been a great day here at the Backdoor Shootout at
Yeah.
Pipeline. We started right on time at 8 o'clock, and we're running a full day here. And every heat has been a banger. We've had barrels in every heat. First heat of the morning,
Sheesh.
Ryuru Ito had like a 8-point-something ride going backdoor. We had some amazing rides today. I'm just thinking ones that stood out to me. We also had Maikai Birdine that had like an incredible one in round 4, which is the second round of today. So a lot of exciting action today. The highlights should be incredible.
Yeah. You know this guy. Shogo Harada.
Yep.
He's 19 years old. You know that guy has 2 significant scores on the board, and then from his 4th surf, I didn't get to see this. He's up there. He's up in
there.
the top 5.
And then we saw Baron Mamiya get like a bunch of keepers in that
Billy's
last
been
heat.
patient. He packed a couple today. Jamie O'Brien's happy with his last session. So there's a lot of things going on tonight. As we don't know when
Picaro this morning had tons of
another
good
one.
waves.
That's another one too. And don't forget on the bigger day, he packed one
did.
too, and he escaped out the back. So super exciting. Koa Rothman's in the talk. Makua Kai couldn't make it into the 3rd round due to he is an amazing musician. He has some things to take care of, but that guy caught a bomb on Sunday as well.
Mason's looking to go right on this one.
Yeah. Backdoor.
Picks his line, stalls, gets the shade.
So colorful in the foam.
Beautiful.
Yeah. This is awesome and great quality footage by our killer team, Ocean Paddler, Zone Media, Alex, and the gang. I can't thank you guys enough. The way you guys are like an orchestra working together at the Pipe House.
Watch that again where he stalls, hands out.
That was beautiful. I'd like to get barreled like that and then, head home.
I would assume that the longer board is probably more advantageous when you're going left.
Right.
Backdoor requires it seems like backdoor requires a lot more movement and pumping. And
you know your nephew. I'm really surprised he's still riding this board. I almost thought, knowing Mason, have you ever seen his class act at Alamoana Boa? He could fish this. You know what I mean? He's like that.
Right.
But he's riding a significant step up, and I always tell my nephews, learn about the foam. That was ridiculous. That was Josh Moniz. Him and his brother's looking more and more like dad every day. This guy looked, a lot like his mom, but I see a lot of Uncle Tony in him.
Yeah.
One of my favorite uncles.
Yeah, the Moniz family, very talented. We'll show you what happened at the beginning of that wave. Josh in backdoor, pulls in deep.
That's a good backdoor
He's gone.
wave.
Houdini comes out.
Houdini. And don't forget, if it was just ripper shred kind waves, this guy is amazing.
Somebody's paddling, looking to get deeper on this one.
Perfect. All by himself. Looks like Mason Ho. How did you get out there so quick?
Oh,
no.
Benji.
Beautiful.
Oh, come on, Benji. Get under that. Pulls in.
Isaiah, that was nice.
Very nice.
Yeah. That was nice. He was late. He went around that first thing and only surfing pipe you can know to go around that first section.
See how this happens.
He's like, not yet.
There
Bang.
it is.
Locked in. Quick, but awesome and significant with some rooster tail kick out. Gotta love the kick out. You're not done yet until you just kick out and you glide a few yards,
Yep, that's a nice feeling.
Yeah. I mean, it all comes together.
And pipeline like that wave is kind of classic, that westerly angle where it starts off big and gnarly, and then when you're kicking out, it looks very small and friendly.
Oh, yeah, big time.
From 10 feet to 2 feet.
Yeah, look at these groom conditions. I can tell you right now, this is the 3rd day of the backdoor shootout, but the day that when we close down, turn off the lights, land the drone, start surf potty cruise, everybody's going to be out there tonight.
Side slip, Parker Coffin.
First wave of his 4th round, not going his way.
That was rough. The fins just disengaged and side slipping like that.
I believe he's riding a quad, possibly. It wasn't flipped over, but Parker, been wearing the black singlet for the last 3 years with the black helmet. Part of a brother legacy. And Connor Coffin, WSL Tour vet. This guy's searing cutties, big barrels. Awesome.
Yep, so 9 minutes and 30 seconds left in the last
time.
heat of round 4, which will be the last heat of the day.
I was really seeing Harry Bryant as their alternate. I don't know if you ever seen his video, but this guy, outstanding Aussie performer, also scored a 30 at the Masters.
Wow.
And he's an amazing barrel riding surfer.
Right.
part of Snap 5, so you know he's got a segment in Snap 5, so very exciting. You know, the guys that go into the video, those are usually the hottest guys doing the most innovative things. So
here we go.
Oh, look, crowded really
here.
quick.
It's a camera, guys. This is Parker again.
Hanaho.
Trying to make up for that last one. Unfortunately, that one pinches on the end for him.
Yeah, that one barreled over its ending barrel, so there was no exit. Oh, who almost went over?
Josh was looking at that one, I think.
Really? Pipe Predator, investigative look.
Mine surfed that backdoor wave.
Yeah. You guys got to know this whitewater ball gives you so much speed. You know, there's people that surf and then surf at a real top speed. There's a big difference there. Don't be that delusional guy. Know that you're going at top speed. Then you really feel that feeling in surfing when you're buckle loose and it feels crazy. That's the good feeling.
Check that out. Clay just whipped around.
Wow,
decided
fader.
to take it. Slows down. There's that layback. Front side layback.
Whoa, Annie comes
Here goes.
out.
Whack.
Nothing huge, but cosmetically beautiful surfing, Isaiah.
Yeah, that technique. No one else does that.
You know, talking
literally no one else. I mean, you've seen laybacks before. You had guys like we're talking about Marvin Foster.
Oh,
he was
my
the
favorite.
classic at laying back, going backside.
Backside, right.
Yeah, you go because your back is facing the wave. You lean back. Matt Archibald has some great footage of him and Wave Warriors videos where he's laying back in the
Anyone
barrel.
front side?
Front side? No,
yeah?
It just doesn't happen.
Right.
But we'll see it. Pulls in here. There it is. The front side layback in the barrel.
Hey, but-
Comes out.
You know, talking to ancient Hawaiian board design, that was radical. Ancient Hawaiian board design, and say there was a plethora of boards that you had out, and you wanted a surfer to ride it. He's one of my picks, brother.
There you go.
You know, because
Okay.
he's real diverse and understanding different things. Some surfers can't stand up on a bodyboard or an alaya, and they're amazing surfers. And then there's those ones that can and understand those little hints.
Yep.
Like our Shell Doggy Door from the west side. What's up, Makaha? That guy, Alaya, is amazing.
Amazing.
And, you know.
Probably, I mean, arguably the best.
One of the best, yeah.
The best.
You know who's coming for him, though?
Who?
Dwayne's son, Kala,
okay.
DeSoto. Oh, they battle. I would like to see a man-on-man Alaya Heat.
Okay.
Junior and Sheldon. I mean,
you know,
entertaining.
I mean, Jamie O'Brien, I bet he'd be good at it because I've seen, you know, he'd
Finless.
just ride a boogie board.
Yeah, finless,
and like rips backdoor on a boogie board with no fins.
Yep. Yep, I got you. Yeah, that guy understands a great deal, and he's one of those guys that took off on a 15-foot season on a sub-squatch with Team North Shore. That's why I always egg on the North Shore boys, bro. They're not scared. And they need to go out to the Wild West and play with the wild things. We all brought us.
You're right,
6
though.
minutes.
I think some of the best surfers are able to ride anything. Like, and it just really makes them versatile in the way that they approach the wave. That is very different. So you guys like Jamie, you mentioned Clay Marzo, and other folks who you see them ride anything. Longboard, shortboard, bodyboard, canoe, sub-squatch, whatever, and they're somehow making it work.
Yeah, and body surfing is the most humblest way to catch a wave.
Here we go. Mason stroking on
Nice
this.
dig.
Committed, slows
Boom.
down in the barrel. It clinches, but he comes out high.
How's that wonky went over?
Yep.
That's the thing with his arm in the wave, his knee in his butt. Ooh, someone just said no to that one.
For good reason, too.
Yeah, but how gnarly was that one?
Oh, we wanted to watch it.
I know, no, but I just wanted to tell you out there in the lineup, you were good enough to go on that one. That was just my honest opinion. But, yeah.
Awesome heat in the water. Mason Ho, Benji Brand, Josh Moniz, Clay Marzo, Parker Coffin, and this is a replay of Mason.
Bum slide over the wonk. Just, so Mason.
You know what? And his uncle Derek used to ride big boards out at Pipe all the time. And I think, he's probably taking a page out of his family's notebook. And there is something about riding a bigger board out at Pipe. Especially, a lot of guys are getting clamped at the end. And having that shorter board, you're unable to maintain the momentum. Because a smaller board slows down quicker. Which is advantageous if you're trying to slow down. So you see guys like Barry Mamiya in that last heat. He was able to slow down and get in the right spot because the board is small. Now, but the disadvantage of that is you're on a tiny board. It's harder to get out of these clampy ones that are pinching at the end. But whereas Mason on that bigger board was able to just come out of where a lot of people were getting clamped today.
But they're also paddling 50 yards, 20 yards here, too. You know, that piece of foam, too. You know, every surfer is different. Right. There's amazing surfers that don't paddle that good, but if they catch a wave like you, they are next level. And then there's those guys that can paddle, they train. Oh, man. Look at this action out here. They're just having a good time. It is absolutely beautiful out there. Clay and Mason Ho. You know, Clay is probably frothing to be in a team with Mason, these guys.
Yeah.
Knowing Clay from little boy days.
And the first time I really saw a video of Clay was it's like a Young Guns Quicksilver movie that came out in like 2001 or something like that.
Yeah.
And he was just killing it.
Killing it.
And that was also Dane Reynolds, part of that contingency of surfers that
Young Dane,
But Clay had some of my favorite section of that whole video because he was doing this stuff like these laybacks that no one else does, and here he goes again showing us how it's done.
Jeez.
Airdrop. There's that front side layback.
Are you guys watching this technique? He just sprayed a photographer too. I bet he's kind of thinking one guy is kind of like in his line, because if you know how creative Clay is, it's not about the competition. There's sections that he probably wants to obliterate just because that's who he is. Does he even look back like, who's that guy? That's the second time he was in my line.
And that's my definition of kind of genius mindset, is someone who is doing things that no one has ever thought of doing before.
Exactly.
And making it work for you. Whereas innovation is like taking something that's already been done and, you know, adding some flavor to it. But Clay has a way of rewriting the manual for surfing. And no one else is even trying to do. We haven't even figured it out yet because it's not in the manual.
I hear you. Oh, and just like that, Josh really wanted that after the seconds. Oh, hey, guys, that was an awesome heat and an awesome day. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Aloha.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Backdoor and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kuma Ono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Well, happy Aloha Friday. We're here at Pipeline for the Backdoor Shootout 2025. We just wrapped up round number 4, Ezra, and it was action.
Action. 2 rounds today, and we got one more day to go. We got some amazing highlights from you. It's been an amazing 3 days as we started Saturday, Sunday, 4 days off. Happy Aloha Friday, crew. You guys are about to hit the weekend. It's about to get real, and we're not too sure Here's the highlights, gang. Check them out.
Man, we start off early this morning. We had beautiful, sizable waves coming from Backdoor and Pipeline. Team Japan in the water.
Yala. Beautiful.
You see the conditions all day were optimal. It started off buttery. Here you had Maikai Burdine, who had several smokers and keepers today. Ivan Florence was on point in both of his heats.
Top 5 for sure. Shado P in the place to be, right?
A beastly one came out of that.
He was a showstopper too. The guy was on.
Oh my goodness. Look at these highlights. Team Peru.
Yes, Billy Kemper's packed bomb. This one put him on the scorecard, and he is coming. So be careful. He eyed us out and said, "What's up, gang? Let's go."
Clay Marzo, who just ended a heat in round 4, but this is round 3 of him. Showing us how it's done at Backdoor. Got a little, the wind got a little choppily in the middle of the day, but it's still
McNamara Legacy.
Highly contestable and great waves. A little bunny hop here from Makai. This was one of my favorite waves today from Maikai Burdine. Comes out, hands
I heard
up.
you guys screaming this one.
Koa Rothman.
Koa. He's got some under his belt. Watch out for Koa. He's just winding up his wheels. Speed floater. Koa Smith.
Koa Smith with the GoPro in the mouth.
Nice. I like this straight air. No landing, but celebrate surfing.
Our team from Peru.
Oof. That was awesome.
That's when it turned on. We have Baron Mamiya, who caught a million barrels in this one round heat. Was just hunting for the inside waves.
Clay, I really like this. Are you going to try that tomorrow if you're free? Because
my back won't allow me to do that, unfortunately.
So you guys, it's been an amazing 3 days. We have Saturday and Sunday. There's amazing waves on Saturday. Sunday is going to get bigger. Talking to the Hui He'enalu, we also have Monday and Tuesday, all the way to the 16th.
No, it's great because we ran on the first 2 days of the waiting period. And then we got this day, Friday, Aloha Friday. Great conditions. The first 2 days were pretty spooky.
Spooky.
And it was more like warriors in the lineup trying to survive. But today, a lot of action. And so we're looking forward to more opportunity coming up soon.
So you guys, make sure you guys stay tuned. We're going to be back in the next couple of days. Check out our IGs and stay tuned for an amazing day 4. Aloha.
Ahui ho.